Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday. Adam, can you? This is very unprofessional. Can you pick up that phone that's ringing behind you, please? Like
Phone
right as we
ringing?
start the stream, you have this phone ringing. Yeah,
What ringing?
that ringing phone because we called it. Oh my god,
What?
we called it so hardcore, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we did actually. Let me pick it up here. Phil, yes, you can Venmo my money.
Oh, that's right. We came out. It was the night up. Did we stream the night of the debate or we stream? Yeah, we did, right?
I
Yeah.
believe
We
so.
streamed
Yeah,
immediately after the debate. And we were both like, listen,
it's over.
listen. It's over. He is going to get pushed out. There's no shot that he's making it, that he's going to make it to the election. We called it so bad.
Yeah, we should bring up that stream because I do remember saying several things in the stream that absolutely came true.
Mm-hmm.
I was pressing Phil saying, "How is he going to stay in this race when the donor money is going to dry up?" And last I heard, like donor money was down 75%. Oh my God, he's scraping by at 25%. Such it's Jover. He is out of here.
It's so done. It's so done. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no, we definitely called it, we nailed it, stuck it to the wall. And I was saying before the stream began, I was like, I really wish I would have said it was going to happen this Sunday stronger. I did say it was going to happen this Sunday. Well, rumor had it was going to happen this Sunday, so I was just kind of
Mm-hmm.
repeating rumors out there. But I should have come out and said it is definitely happening this Sunday for sure. No guaranteed, no stopping it. This Sunday, it's on
Mm-hmm.
because it did. It dropped today. Yeah.
There were a bunch of rumors that it was going to happen today on Friday, Saturday, which is interesting.
Yes. Yeah.
Supposedly, I saw an article talking about this. Let me see if I can look for it. Supposedly, there was like a timeline of the events here. I have way too many tabs open.
Well,
And
we should say, just for those of you who are living under a rock, that what has happened here is Joe Biden has officially dropped out of the race. I think he did it about 4 hours ago, right? He dropped a note on Twitter, a signed letter that we will eventually read. He also followed up with a tweet saying that he fully endorses Kamala Harris. He's throwing all of his weight behind Kamala Harris. So
which is
um,
interesting.
that's the big news. Sitch and I were talking about it a little bit before the stream, and we're like, man, we should just talk about this on stream because we have lots to say about it. Very, very interesting stuff. I mean, I feel like let the games begin, right, Sitch? This is just the beginning. This is only the
Yes.
start.
Ooh, well, I mean, this could be very exciting. It could be less exciting. Depends if everyone, like right now. So Biden has named Kamala as his clear successor,
Right.
and it makes it easier because like the money and more importantly, I think the staffing kind of immediately like she can just transition to like keep all of the money and staffing that's been donated to the Biden campaign because she was on the ticket, and
Mm-hmm.
so like I was listening to MSNBC before this, I believe you were too, and it's all just like there's this huge push to unify around Kamala. They're all like, oh my God, we all have to get behind our girl, our baby girl Kamala. Oh, she's just the greatest. She's just the most wonderful coconut of all time. Oh, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And they're cautioning. They're like, listen, we don't want a divided convention. We don't want to dare damage Kamala at the convention. We need to keep her pristine baby that so she can be in like perfect shape to beat up Donald Trump. So it could be a little less exciting if everyone just bows down to mighty Kamala, but could be a lot of fun if some of these governors that are hungry, they're salivating for this. They're like, nah, man, this is my moment to shine.
Yeah, I was thinking about this because obviously I think look, I was convinced this would happen, that Kamala Harris would be granted like the successorship because Kamala Harris really is not that great and really has not a lot going on. Like I don't see her doing well in 2024. So this is really her shot, right? And I think there are a lot of people who probably do think they have a much better shot in 2028 that are like, I'm gonna hold back, right? I don't need to get involved in this mess, mess up my reputation for 2028. I got a shot at being president here. And one of those people is obviously Gavin Newsom. But if if Kamala Harris comes out, and she ditches the cackle and starts to actually act presidential and pulls off, the performance of president, right? And people start thinking, yeah, look, this could happen. She could win. She starts polling ahead of Trump. Oh man, Gavin is going to be so, well, maybe I want to have like a brokered convention, because then he's going to have to put off to 32, right? Like
Right.
if it shows that she's going to win here in 2024, obviously she's going to be the presumptive nominee in 2028, and Gavin's going to be out in the cold.
That's an excellent point, which I haven't really heard people bring up yet. Which is,
Yes.
yeah, if everyone keeps saying, "Oh, Democrats going to go to 2028," it's like, well, that's assuming the Democrats going to lose. Democrat
Yes.
wins and it's very popular and does well for 4 years, then yeah, they have to wait another four. They have 8 years down the road, and that's why I really don't think a lot of these. This is what's what I think is going to happen is that Newsom and Whitmer and some of these other people that are kind of like waiting in the wings here, they're going to put their ear to the ground and they're going to try to listen to what the donors and the delegates are saying. The donors and delegates are very just completely lockstep behind Kamala. Then they'll probably hold back, and we'll
Right. Oh, that's
see.
a good point. That's a good
And if
point.
and if Kamala like does well over the next month, going into the convention and seems to be doing better, and the donors and the delegates and the public, or like the Democrat public, is like still like pretty firmly behind her, then they'll quietly slink away. But if that's not the case, if the donors are kind of like, well, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see, we'll see, then I think Newsom and Whitmer and some of these other people are going to campaign. They are going to strike. I don't think they're going to wait because, I mean, we've already seen it. Like Kamala's being like whoever the Democrat nominee is, they're going to be hailed as like the second coming of Jesus. They're going to be hailed as this hero to stop Donald Trump. And I think it would be, I can't imagine that they're going to risk like the moment, like leaving this moment behind and saying, okay, I'm going to hope for 2028 or I'm going to hope for 2032, like way down the fucking road.
2032 after it's all over.
Right. Politicians don't think that way. They try to seize the moment generally. So,
Yeah, one thing I kept hearing was, there are times in history when nothing happens for like decades, and there are times when decades happen in 2 weeks. And
yes.
this is one of those times. We're living through one of those times. We're
Yes.
seeing history unfold in front of us. And you know what politicians, I mean, that gets politicians salivating. They're like, what? History is happening and I'm not involved? My name is not pinned on this moment in history? Yeah.
No,
So I
exactly.
do think
Mhm.
we could have a brokered convention over this.
I think there's a very good chance that we can have a broker convention over this. Yeah, 100%. I mean, because right now, Kamala's still, you know, it is interesting. This is the first time in my life, and probably the first time in like forever, maybe ever, where we've had both candidates for president have a complete reset to their campaign a few months away from the election. You have, Trump gets shot at, and that gives him the complete reset chance. And now you have Biden dropping out. So Kamala has a complete reset chance to completely revitalize and rebrand. And it's going to be interesting to see if people are going to associate her with like the negative qualities of Biden, like the economy and immigration. There's already, I don't know if you saw it, we'll bring it up. There was already a Trump super PAC ad that tries to associate Kamala with all of like the negative things of the Biden association that came out already, like within minutes of Biden dropping out, essentially.
They were basically waiting to drop it.
Yes, yes, they had it waiting in the wings.
That makes perfect sense.
So here's a funny article. This is from the New York Times.
Well,
They
you
asked
wanna
some.
read the letter and the thing
Well, I'll read the
first,
letter
or
in 1 second, but
okay, go ahead.
so this is they asked Newsom and Whitmer and Josh Shapiro if they're going to run for president and stuff.
Oh,
So Gavin
really?
Newsom, yeah. So a key campaign surrogate for Gavin Newsom vehemently defended Mr. Biden in recent weeks amid growing Democratic pressure to step aside. Mr. Newsom has presently said that he would not run against Ms. Harris, but in his statement today, he did not immediately endorse her. Mr. Newsom instead focused on Mr. Biden's legacy, saying he would, quote, go down in history as one of the most impactful and selfless presidents.
Yeah, look, they are hitting that selfless thing, and
Yes. Of course, yeah,
I
we all
mean,
knew
Joe
that.
Biden is. I mean, you can frame this as a selfless act. But I mean, when you think, well, is it selfless when he was going to get completely annihilated by Donald Trump and go out as the one who was, let the republic go down because of his selfishness? Is it
Hmm.
really selfless to do that? I
Yeah,
mean, the
probably
alternative
not.
is pretty
Yeah,
bad, right?
yeah, probably not. And I even said this. I even said what they're going to do is he's going to quit, and everyone's going to start praising him for being so selfless, for doing the right thing. You know,
Yeah.
so that is exactly how I anticipate this would be framed.
So
Um,
selfless.
Gretchen
Such a
Whitmer,
selfless act.
yeah. So that's interesting. So Newsom hasn't endorsed Kamala yet, so he's keeping the door open. Gretchen Whitmer says, or this is what the article says about her. She did not. She, like Newsom, did not explicitly endorse Miss Harris in a statement praising Mr.
Oh,
Biden's
I
presidency.
love it.
But she said, "quote My job in this election will remain the same, doing everything I can to elect Democrats and stop Donald Trump." Her office did not immediately respond to a request for clarification on Sunday about whether she decided to run or not.
To elect Democrats. Oh, did I mention I'm a Democrat?
Let's see. She
Yeah.
said on Twitter, President Biden is a great public servant who knows better than anyone what it takes to defeat Donald Trump. His remarkable work to lower prescription drug costs, fix the damn roads. I don't know why it's the damn roads. Bring supply chains home, address climate change, and ensure America's global leadership over decades will go down in history. My job in this election will remain the same, doing everything I can to elect Democrats and stop Donald Trump, a convicted felon. They really like to throw that in there, whose agenda of raising families' costs, banning abortions nationwide, and abusing the power of the White House to settle his own scores is completely wrong for Michigan. So there you go. That sounds
Yeah,
kind of
nice.
like that sounds like a campaign introduction, doesn't it?
Yeah, totally. Softer, such a softer tone they're adopting.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, then we'll read Trump's response. Seems like a lot of the conciliatory tone or softer tone went out the window today.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing that I wanted to say. Well, I guess we're going to get into Trump's response to Joe Biden because, I mean, talk about the miscalculation of the century. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
please. No,
Yeah, that
stop.
is weird. Yeah, I want to talk about that because that is weird. His reaction to this is very strange.
Yeah, usually he's smart about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look, he's gone. He's dead, okay? Stop
Yeah.
beating the corpse.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
he walks up, he's like, kick, kick, kick. Let me kick in the teeth a little.
Right. Let me light it on fire and yeah.
Yeah, look, the body desecration. No, Trump, that's not presidential. Turn around. Stop. You're supposed to be showing everyone how you have restraint, how
Yeah,
you've been a
exactly.
changed man
That
after you're
all went
brushed with
away.
death.
That lasted for like a week. Yeah. And then Josh Shapiro, who's another one of these names people throws out there. Mr. Shapiro, who has known Ms. Harris for years, and however, endorsed her in a statement on Sunday, saying that she was a patriot worthy of support and that she was, quote, ready to be president. He also added the best path forward for the Democratic Party is to quickly unite behind Vice President Harris and refocus on winning the presidency. So the Josh Shapiro stands, I guess, will be sad because he is the only one that clearly indicated that he was behind Kamala.
Yeah, everyone's coming out and saying, oh, Kamala Harris is so qualified to be president. And I keep thinking,
I know.
don't you have to win the electoral college to be qualified? I think that's the only real qualification that matters.
Right, right. Okay, so we'll read Joe Biden's statement here. Though it is very fascinating that this is like Joe Biden just put this statement out on Twitter on X. This was
Right.
not like normally you'd expect the president to come out here and make a verbal statement, have a press conference or something, right? He's going to like say all this in front of a camera, in the Rose Garden or something, in front of the White House. Um, and this is very weird, in my opinion, that it's just posted this on like a written statement on X. I think what's going on here, my guess, is that he's too sickly to even talk. And so, because he has COVID, so this is why they did it this way.
Yeah, I agree.
Or here's the fun little way to think about it. What if Joe Biden is so sick with COVID because he's like 81, he's like already dying already. that he's completely out of it, and he didn't actually write the speech or send it. And Joe Biden's gonna like wake up in a few days from like a COVID coma and be like, "What do you mean I'm out of the, the election?"
That would be way more fun.
I
Could
kind of
that
want that to happen.
could
And then he
yeah,
fights it.
how would he yeah, how could he get back at that? Really nothing you can do, right? You'd
Yeah,
just be
he
screwed.
could. He could say, "I didn't." He could say, "Someone in my staff sent this out." You know, there's a coup attempt. Kamala cooed me.
what if he changes his mind and he claims he was in a COVID coma, but really he's not. He's
Oh
just
my
fine.
god, that
He
would be
just
the
had second thoughts.
dream. 2 days from now, Joe Biden accuses Kamala of cooing the campaign from him by pushing this out here when he was in like an infirm state. Oh
No,
my god.
I do think I do ultimately, and this is why I bet money that he was going, is because just the chances of him completely destroying his legacy are too great. It's too high a gamble for him. He didn't want to take it. Now everybody's like pretty much agreed to come out and just glaze him to high heaven
Of
to
course, of course.
try to pen down his legacy as something amazing.
Right.
Which I mean, let's be honest here. His the legacy's not going to be. We're not going to be talking about Joe Biden in 50 years or 100 years,
No, no.
even though Joe Biden believes that.
And it is weird. Like I've never seen such a like such a push for people to be like Joe Biden is the greatest, most accomplished president of my lifetime. Like
Yeah.
it's wild to me. I'm like, what? I'm like, oh, okay. It's really weird. I don't know what they're referring to there, but so this is interesting. This is the timeline of how this Biden statement was crafted. Okay.
This Lee Biden statement. Le
Yes,
Biden.
the Biden statement. So, according to the New York Times, late Saturday afternoon, so yesterday, as late as yesterday afternoon, Biden requested that his advisor Mike Donnellan come to his house. Mr. Biden was on the phone from his vacation, or I guess he was on the phone with his vacation home in Delaware with another one of his advisors, Steve Ricchetti, and soon both men came to his house in Delaware. They socially distanced from the president who was recovering from COVID. I don't know why the article made sure to say that. How are they saying he's recovering from COVID? I thought he just got it. It's only been like 3 days. That seems weird.
Well, I think he's over it already.
You don't get over. I mean, I'm not even fully over COVID. I've had it for over like a week.
Yeah, look, it kicked my ass for 2 weeks and then like
Right.
lingered for another 2 weeks. So
Yeah. From the afternoon and far into the night, does anyone believe that? The three worked on one of the most important and historic letters of Mr. Biden's presidency. I know that's a lie. They didn't. You
all
think?
three of them worked on this letter,
Yes.
this garbage letter,
This letter's not even that good. Yeah.
this garbage tier schlock.
This is like a letter that someone like punched in the chat GPT. They're like, chat GPT, write a letter as if you were Joe Biden stepping out of the race.
I don't that my fellow Americans. Like, why is fellow
Just like a tradition,
capitalized? I don't. Is it really?
I guess.
Is that how it
His
goes? I
I
don't
don't
know.
know. His decision to withdraw from his reelection campaign after top Democrat donors, close allies, and friends had pressured him relentlessly to go out. He would not tell most of his staff until a minute before making his announcement to the world on Twitter on Sunday. Vice President Kamala Harris, whom Mr. Biden went on to endorse, also learned on Sunday, although it's unclear when. Mr. Biden made his decision. A senior administration official familiar with his thinking said, in part because he had tried for weeks to flip attention from his listlessness and at times incoherent debate performance last month backed his Republican opponent, Donald J. Trump. But in the end, the official said the president, quote, couldn't get there. On Saturday, Mr. Donilon focused on helping the president write a draft of the letter, while Mr. Ricchetti focused on next steps, when to inform the staff, how to do it, and who else would need to be notified. The members of Mr. Biden's family and his closest aides were notified on Saturday while the letter was being written. It was finalized Sunday. Vice President Kamala Harris, whom Mr. Biden went on to endorse, was notified on Sunday before the news was made public. At 1:45 on Sunday, a minute before Mr. Biden posted his letter of withdrawal, the president told several of his advisors, including Anita Dunn, who manages communication strategy, he read the letter to them and thanked his staff for their service. come to me with the work and let's get it done, the president told them, posting on X. The post on X went out at 1:46 p.m. On Sunday, some White House staff members were in shock. Others were crying. Others were relieved. Announcing the end of his candidacy on X gave him the ability to do it, quote, his way, the official said, avoiding the intrigue and leaks that have plagued his campaign in recent weeks.
Wow.
So Elon Musk claims, okay, I find this highly bullshit. All right. Elon Musk claims that he had some kind of magical insight last week and knew the exact time and date that Joe Biden would drop out of the race.
He probably did.
I
Doesn't he have
I
access to everyone's
think.
DMs?
Oh, you think he
Like
looked at
what?
the he's been spying on the Biden DMs?
I mean, I'd peek, right? Why not?
Okay. Okay. Maybe. You know what? I didn't think about that. But here's why I think this obvious. This is why I think this is super bullshit. Okay. I don't think they knew last week at all. I think this decision was really formulated in the last 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, I heard conflicting reports because someone was saying that he decided like an hour before he dropped the statement that he made his decision. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously that person was wrong, what you just read was wrong. So
Well, I mean, obviously, it took time to write this statement. So I think it
right,
took more than an
yeah,
hour.
you could write a statement and think, oh well, I'm not really going to do it. I'll
Right.
just
Right.
have the statement ready in case I feel so inclined.
Yeah, I think this was last minute, last 3 to 4 days. I think Elon's full of shit. Though I think this is stupid too, because he said he knew the exact time, and I was like, why would Biden like have an exact specific time, right? That he would
Hmm.
want to post this statement. Okay. And the time was 1:46 in the afternoon, which is an unusual time, right?
Right.
It's not like 2 o'clock, right? It's not a nice round number. Um,
What
why do
happens
you
if he
think?
drops it right when Hulk Hogan's speaking at the Republican
There you
National
go.
Convention?
But do you notice anything interesting about that time of 1:56? I'm sorry, 1:46.
146, 146,
1:46.
146. Does it like spell out hoe or something if it's
On a
backwards or
calculator that spells out boobs. Yeah.
what? No,
No.
no, I'm not sure. What's 146? What am I missing here? If it was
Biden
like,
is the 46th president.
oh, he is. Oh, okay. So it's his little calling
Do
card.
we do you think that was intentional or just like a coincidence?
Uh, maybe. I mean, it could be intentional. Yeah, no, it's probably intentional. It's
Mm-hmm.
probably screwing around.
Right. Like, okay.
The
Okay. It's his first
46th
term,
president.
46th president.
Yeah.
Why would he
Oh,
care?
it's
Why
his
would you even
first term.
care? Like, you're making this giant cataclysmic decision to drop out of the race. And you're like, okay, I gotta make sure that I post it 146 on the
This is
46th
your
president.
idea. I don't know. Maybe
It's
just
actually not my idea. Someone I had a conversation with his idea, which I thought was silly. So I'm just
okay.
I'm just letting you find folks at home and make the decision yourself. Okay.
I mean, it could be. People are superstitious that way, and this is like a giant decision. It's just so close, and just missing it. Just missing the big two-term president. If only Hillary Clinton had gotten out of the way. Yeah.
Wait, on the 20, no, wait, noon is not zero. Noon is 13, right? On the 24-hour, midnight is zero.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It had to be at 12:46 at midnight or after midnight if you want a 00:46.
So you don't buy this? You think
I
he
don't
dropped?
know. I mean, I don't want to buy it because it's kind of silly, but it is like a crazy coincidence. So, oh, look,
He
Phil said,
probably he probably planned on doing it at 1 and paced around for 45 minutes going, "Oh
there you
no, am I
go.
making the right decision? Should I do it?"
There you
It was this miscalculated as the Afghanistan pullout.
go. Phil that remains in the chat. Hey, Phil. Phil says on Friday, I tweeted that he would drop by this evening. Well, there you go. Phil also
Nice.
predicted it. A little too late, though.
Nice.
Okay, here's Joe Biden's letter. I'll read it. My fellow Americans, over the past 3.5 years, whatever. No, I'll read it normally.
My fellow Americans. You got to do the Joe Biden voice.
My
Like you're
fellow
doing.
Americans,
There you go,
over the
exactly.
past I gotta
Good news,
squint,
everyone. My
and
fellow
a half
Americans.
years. You know what I mean. Look, here's the deal, people.
Come on,
Whatever.
man.
Come on, man. We had made great progress as a nation. Today, America has the strongest economy in the world. We've made historic.
What? He motherfucker's lying in the first sentence.
We're not the strongest economy in the world.
Strongest economy in the world. Oh, I guess maybe it is.
That is
maybe
probably
it is
true.
Technically true.
That's true. Yeah.
It's a stronger
How dare you?
economy.
We've made historic investments in rebuilding our nation, in lowering prescription drug costs for seniors, and in expanding affordable health care to a record number of Americans. We've provided critically needed care to 1 million vets exposed to toxic substances, passed the first gun safety law in 30 years, appointed the first African-American woman to the Supreme Court. I'm really glad. That's very important. And passed the most significant climate legislation in the history of the world.
What? What climate legislation? What?
I don't even know what he's referring to.
Okay.
It's not good when you don't even know what these like amazing accomplishments are that he's referring to. America has never been in a better position to lead than we are today.
Now, is that true? I mean, I
think that is true because I think that's true because America is always in the best position to lead because we're always number one. Mm-hmm. But it's a telling statement because he's not saying America's in the best position it's ever been as a country today because that's just blatantly untrue. It's in the best position to lead, right? So it's kind of silly. Yeah.
Well, no, it says never been better positioned, which I'm just thinking, what? Never been better, huh?
Yeah, that's not true.
After we won World War II, we were pretty well positioned.
That was our best position to lead. That is true, yeah. I know none of this could have been done without you, the American people. Together, we overcame a once-in-a-century pandemic and the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression.
Now, this was making me think, what is he talking about? The housing crash? I mean, that's definitely. I mean, unless he's talking about when he was vice president. Like the pandemic wasn't as big a recession as. I mean, they literally call it the Great Recession. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you're right. That is weird. Yeah. Fact checked. Wrong. We protected and preserved our democracy. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Someone better call up the president and tell him that we live in a constitutional republic and not a democracy. Okay.
Yes.
Sir. Even though someone also has to call up Donald Trump and tell Donald Trump that we live in a constitutional republic, not a democracy, because Donald Trump was saying we live in democracy. So a constitutional republic stands very mad, coping and seething all day yesterday and today.
Donald Trump said, quote, "I took a bullet for democracy."
That's right.
Unquote.
That's right.
He didn't say I took a bullet for constitutional republic. Okay.
That's right. Next time you guys cry about constitutional republic, you better remember Donald Trump took a bullet for a democracy. Okay, so shut the fuck up. And we revitalized and strengthened our alliances around the world. It has been the greatest honor of my life to serve as your president, and while it has been my intention to seek re-election, you motherfuckers pushed me out. I was clawing. I was hanging on with my fingernails, and I was like, no, I want to be president now. And you just said, no, Joe.
Kamala brought a wet towel with COVID on it to my room.
That's right. Well, didn't her husband have COVID?
Like really?
A week ago? 2 weeks ago or something?
Oh my. Suspicious.
Someone's got to do, if you remember, there's an episode of Community with Jack Black where he wants to join the group. And Jeff Winger's like dragging him out of the room as he's screaming no, and he's like pants come off. He's just like pulling a screaming man out of the room. Someone needs to like edit that with Joe Biden's face on Jack Black. I believe it is in the best interest of my party and the country for me to stand down and to focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of the term or my term. I believe it's in my best interest of my party and the country to stand down and focus solely on fulfilling my duties as president for the remainder of my term. I was going to be a big sticking point that Republicans have brought up, which I think is fair, is if Biden is too infirmed to run for president, isn't that mean that he should be too infirmed to be president at this moment?
Yeah, I agree with that. And I also think handing it over to Kamala for the remainder of the term also sets her up more for a bigger victory. Like she'll have all these things that she's doing and just looking presidential, right? It'd be
Um,
a big endorsement.
I see what you're saying. It could be,
Could
but
back,fire is what you're
it
saying.
could back.
Yeah.
Well, I think it would backfire not because of like. I think that Biden handing over the presidency to Kamala would be such a time extensive process that it would really hurt her ability to campaign up into the election, essentially.
Oh, that's a good point. But hmm. I mean, he's the president usually campaigns during that time anyway, right? So
Yeah, but he's not transitioning to be president. He's been president for 4 years. Everything's like kind of situated at that point.
wouldn't she become the first female president instantly? Wouldn't that be like a huge thing that Joe
Ooh.
Biden could say? Joe Biden would be like, "I anointed the first female president."
Well, would that be a benefit or not? Because like if
Ooh,
she's
it
already
could hurt her.
president,
Yeah,
people would be
they'd be
like, "Well,
like,
we already have a first female president. She already got the title, right?" Like,
yeah. And
yeah,
people that didn't like her would be like, "Oh, I can't believe Joe Biden did that to us. Forced
it
the first female president on us."
it's funny because I know there's some women out there who are like
They
really
hate
mad.
Kamala.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they're like, "Oh my God, I don't want Kamala to be the first female president. Anyone but Kamala. No."
Yeah. Yeah.
She's not as bad as Hillary. I don't think she's as hated as Hillary was.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I just every
yeah,
time I see an interview with her, I hate her guts. But
yeah, she
when I
has
see a
very
still
bad.
picture of her, I think, oh yeah, she could be president. Then she speaks, and I'm like, no, never, never.
Oh, that's funny. That's
But
funny.
that it's just it seems like she could improve on that. I guess maybe it is. She does have the cadence of a stoned like Valley girl.
Yeah, that is her cadence, and that's not exactly a pleasant one.
It's not presidential either.
No, no.
I don't know if she has to go to voice classes or what she has to do to fix that, but
I will speak to the nation later this week in more detail about my decision, so we'll get some kind of speech, presumably. For now, let me express my deepest gratitude to all those who have worked so hard to see me reelected. I want to thank Vice President Kamala Harris for being an extraordinary partner in all this work, and let me express my heartfelt appreciation to the American people for the faith and trust you've placed in me. I believe today what I always have, there's nothing America can't do when we do it together. We just have to remember we are the United States of America.
now this is what kind of makes me think this was throw together
Why?
because he comes out but minutes later with an endorsement of Kamala Harris, right?
Yes.
On Twitter in a separate tweet. I
But
mean, why not
it was like
just put
20
it
minutes
in,
later.
yeah,
Yeah.
why not just put it in the letter? Look, you're fucking dropping this letter here. What the fuck?
Um,
I've read through this long ass letter.
there's a couple possible reasons. One is this letter was thrown together. It could be like ego that he knows that this letter is going to be like
Oh, in the history books.
in the
Oh my
history
god,
books
please make
somewhere,
it stop,
and he
Sitch.
doesn't want he doesn't want it to be like marred or tarred with like the endorsement of Kamala. But he does
Hmm.
say her name in the letter, so maybe that's not a great theory. You're right. It doesn't really make a lot of sense why he didn't just endorse her. Okay, I know
Yeah,
why.
why is it not
I know
on
why, Adam.
presidential
I
letterhead?
I actually got this. I know exactly why. Okay.
Okay.
He wrote this letter. Well, actually, you're right. Wait. This letter, it just looks like it's like typed on Word.
I know.
That's super weird. Like it doesn't have like a seal or like a watermark or something like White House letterhead. You're right. This is so janky. What is up with this letter?
Yeah,
Huh.
where's the presidential letterhead?
Yeah, that is strange.
Office of the president. You
Listen,
know,
this is a
man,
good
I would be doing grocery fucking lists on the office of the president letterhead if I had that.
right. Huh. I mean, this goes into my theory that Biden's in a coma and he's gonna like wake up and they're gonna be like, you dropped out. Like, wait, what? So here's my other theory. Here's why he didn't endorse Kamala. Okay, he put this letter out on Twitter, right? And he called Kamala to his home. He's like, if you want me to endorse you, you got to do something for me.
Oh, no. What was she forced to do?
You got 20 minutes. I'll let you imagine whatever you want to happen in that 20 minutes scene. Okay, come on, 20 minutes to get Biden's endorsement.
Oh, you're terrible.
Yes. So then a few 20 or 30 minutes later, he tweeted out, "My fellow Democrats," didn't capitalize the fellow there. I have
Yeah,
decided.
this another. Oh my god,
Yeah, it's weird.
no consistency right
I
here.
know. I've decided not to accept the nomination and to focus all my energies on my duties as president for the remainder of my term. My very first decision as a party nominee in 2020 was to pick Kamala Harris as my vice president, and it's been the best decision I've made. Today, I want to offer my full support endorsement for Kamala to be the nominee of our party this year. Democrats, it's time to come together and beat Trump. Let's do this. And then, see, I don't know. This is either whoever's running Biden's account is fucking retarded, which is very possible, or or this is a super subtle dig, punch in the face at Kamala. Okay. Do you see the picture they chose for this endorsement?
I do, yeah.
You have this picture of Kamala cackling, laughing with
Yep.
Joe Biden, right?
Laughing
And
Kamala.
right. And what is like that? One of the number one complaints about Kamala is the fact that she cackles and laughs in an obnoxious way at her own jokes that aren't funny.
Right.
So why did they choose this picture?
This picture is Kamala leading Joe off for the fishing trip.
Now this is a picture of Kamala like uh what's of Mice of Men? Is that the one where they shoot Lenny because he's like kills people by
Oh
accident?
yeah.
Yeah, this is Kamala like leading Joe to the woods to like have a hunting accident.
Joe's like, "Oh, it's gonna be so great. I'm gonna be a 2-term president."
Yeah, she's like,
Kamala's like, "Yeah, you are."
we got this one, Joe. Bang. Okay. So
Great stuff.
let's see what Donald Trump said about this.
Oh, you got yeah.
See what Donald Trump said
Trump
about
Trump
this.
so of course, Trump is trying to look presidential, right? He just survived an assassination attempt. So Donald Trump is basically like a reformed man. He's meditated. He's like, I could have fucking died. I could have
Right.
died. I'm
He's
still
like,
here. Thank you, God. Thank you for keeping me in the game. So when Biden drops out, obviously, he's magnanimous as can be, right? He's like, Joe, you ran an impeccable race. It was a it was a good shot at the presidency, but time is against all of us. You did the right thing. It's time to save the country and everyone to unite around me as president, right?
right,
That's
exactly.
exactly what Trump did, right?
Yes, I mean Trump is basically now like the Dalai Lama. Okay,
Yes. Yeah.
he's reached. He's like the Buddha. He's ascended to a new level of consciousness and meditative contemplation, and he's reached inner peace with himself and in the universe.
Right. Yes.
Okay,
He's a uniter.
right.
He's got those great big arms stretched out around all Americans, even the commies. He's like, squeeze in here, commies. Squeeze in. I got hugs for everyone. We're all
Exactly.
Americans here, right?
Right, right. So
Right?
so Donald Trump has put out one, two,
Oh no,
three, four,
no.
five, six posts on True Social. So let's
He's on a Truth Social spiral.
he's on a uniting binge. Okay, let's see what
Oh,
our
okay. Uniting binge.
great
That's what they
uniter
call
Donald
it.
Trump has said in response to this. He says, "Crooked Joe Biden." Oh, that's not. It's not a good start to the whole thing. Crooked Joe Biden was not fit to run for president and is certainly not fit to serve. Oh my, and never was. Holy shit. He only attained the position of president by lies, fake news, and not leaving his basement. All those around him, including his doctor, I don't know why he capitalized doctor, and the media, knew that he wasn't capable of being president, and he wasn't. And now look at what he's done to our country, with millions of people coming across our border totally unchecked and unvetted, many from prisons, mental institutions, and a record number of terrorists. We will suffer greatly because of his presidency, but we will remedy the damage he has done very quickly. Make America great again. So that was his
Hmm.
first reply. This came within 40 minutes of Biden dropping out. So
Now, Biden can't beat him if he's not running for president, right? Like, there's no reason for him to say those nasty things about Biden, right?
yeah, I don't know. Yeah,
Like,
like
why?
what is the point?
Why?
You're
You're
right when you
literally
just
trying to get Biden voters to vote for you, you silly goose.
yeah.
What the fuck?
You're right when you describe this as like he's just beating a dead horse, he's beating a corpse. It's kind of like what does this serve? I don't really understand what this serves except to throw red meat to his base who already is going to vote for him anyway, so it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter, I guess.
look. I know many of you voted for Biden because you wanted stability in a an uncertain time.
Hmm.
Well, I am reformed. I am
I am yeah,
here to
yes.
be that stability for you. You don't need to vote for Biden. The real centrist candidate in this race is me, Donald Trump.
Right.
Look, he's already denouncing Project 2025, right? He's like, that's insane. That's super far right wing nonsense.
Yeah, it was weird. He did a super strong denouncement of that, which we'll show it, we'll bring up because it is very interesting. This is this is weird. Whoever had been working with Trump the past few months as an advisor has done a really good job. But this feels
This is
like this is just Trump firing off, right? This does not feel like a worked on statement at
no,
all.
yeah.
No. I wonder if here's my thought process maybe and why this is because it's hard for me to see a strategy here. It more in line with just that Trump really thought he could just defeat Joe Biden easily and is worried on some level about that he won't be able to necessarily win super easily against Kamala or whomever
Oh,
takes the thing.
it's
So
not
he's
going
just
to be
kind of
easy.
angry. Yeah.
Look, it's not. People want something new. They do.
Yes.
And look, this is going to hurt Kamala too, or Kamala. I don't. Am I saying it right?
Who
This is
knows? Who
going to hurt
cares?
Kamala too because I think people want something new pretty bad. And she's closest to new, but she ain't new. She's been vice president for 3 years now. Okay. Everybody
Yeah.
knows everything about her. People want something, people want change. They want something new. They're like, Gretchen Whitmore. Who's this? Oh my God. Someone new.
Right.
Yeah. So I think she definitely could beat Trump, which I know is terrifying to a lot of people on the right, but I think she could
Definitely.
do it.
Well, what's weird too? I'm looking over these and I'll read the rest of his True Social post. None of them even mentioned Kamala Harris. Like, if you were thinking from a strategy perspective, you think that it would be like trying to tie Kamala to Biden's record, be like, Kamala oversaw all these immigrants coming across our border. She oversaw the inflation crisis just like Joe. So we're gonna have to defeat her to make America great again. Like he's just punching the shit out of Biden. He's just like rubbing Biden's face in the fact that he's dropping out. Like it really seems very vindictive and not presidential.
Yeah. I remember when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, and you remember how they approached Trump on the tarmac and basically got the news in front of the
No.
cameras. And he was very, very magnanimous about it. You expect him to go full Trump, like, oh, that dirty commie on the
Right.
Supreme Court, right? But
Right.
no, he was super respectful. Well, maybe because she was dead and it was a different situation, right?
Sure.
If Biden died, he would be respectful, but somehow I'm not certain he would, right?
Right.
Like if
Right.
Biden literally dropped dead, he'd probably do the same True Social post. Thank
Hmm.
God that guy's dead. He should have died before the election. Yeah, yeah, no. I don't. This is the thing too, because there are a lot of voters that voted for Trump and then voted for Biden, and I would be trying to think, what's going on there? How do I speak directly to those people? Right?
Right.
They voted for me once. Why did they go to Biden? What
Mm-hmm.
happened?
Right.
This doesn't speak to them, and this speaks to a
No.
bunch of people who did vote for Biden. Oh,
The
not
next
good.
post or the next post Trump put out was crooked Joe Biden is the worst president by far in the history of our nation. He has done everything possible to destroy our country, from our southern border to energy dominance, national security, international standing, and so much more. He was annihilated. He was annihilated in an earth-shattering debate. That's funny though. And now the corrupt and radical Democrats are throwing him overboard. He was not fit to serve from the very beginning, but the people around him lied to America about his complete and total mental, physical, and cognitive demise. Whoever the left puts up now will just be more of the same. Make America great again.
Well, at least he's stabbing at an argument there. Now you understand why he's beating up on him. He's saying, look, this guy was unfit, and the shadow party behind him put him up.
Right.
I still think it's a bad strategy compared to the magnanimous strategy. Everyone would be super surprised by it. They'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. This
Yes.
is a changed man.
Exactly. Exactly. He gains really nothing by doing this. It really speaks of old Trump just kind of flying off emotional.
I'm waiting for the last line to be like, God damn it, Joe, you were supposed to stay in the race. You were supposed to let me beat you.
Maybe you know what? Maybe Donald Trump and Joe, they have like a tsundere love for each other.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, that an unrequited love. And this is like Trump is just really upset that he's not gonna have that amazing, 80-year-old love affair with Joe
This
Biden anymore.
ultimately is upsetting news, though, because, I mean, we got a real race here now.
Yeah.
I don't think,
Why is that
I
upsetting?
mean,
That's fun.
no, that's upsetting for Trump. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
Look,
right, right, right.
this is the highest stakes gamble Trump has ever made.
Mm-hmm.
It really is. Like if he loses this election, oh my God. Like he's gonna go down in history as the biggest loser. Like all
Right.
the jokes he's making about Jimmy Carter will be heaped on him tenfold.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Donald Trump then his next post was crooked Joe just got knocked out, so now I'll have to do it a fourth time. Which I'm
What?
not sure. I don't know
A
what that
fourth
means.
time?
What does that mean? Is
I
he
have no
saying
idea.
is he saying he won once against Hillary, he won once against Joe, and then still won, and then he's claiming that this is like a third win against Joe, so now he has to win a fourth time? That's the only thing I could think of what he was talking about.
Oh yeah, that might be it. He's
Okay.
saying that this is his defeat of Joe.
Right.
So when he loses in November, he can at least say, well, I beat Joe back in July.
You're right. You know what? That's true. Yeah, he's gonna be mad that he didn't get a chance to beat Joe because Joe beat him. Yeah, it's interesting. Then his next post was, does anyone really believe that Crooked Joe has COVID? No, he wanted to get out ever since June 27th, the night of the debate, where he was completely obliterated. That was the big moment in Joe Biden's demise. That was the point in time when Joe was revealed for what he is, an incompetent man who should never have been president. Joe Biden is not fit to serve. He's destroying our country. Oh my God. He's so angry.
Did
And
he? Is
then
our country destroyed? I don't.
our
Okay.
country is destroyed. Then his next post was my debate with crooked Joe Biden. The worst president in the history of the United States was slated to be broadcast on fake news ABC, the home of George Slopadopoulos. The fuck? Jesus. Sometime in September. Now that Joe has not surprised, now that Joe has, not surprisingly, has quit the race, I think the debate with whomever the radical left Democrats choose should be held on Fox News rather than the very biased ABC. Thank you, Donald J. Trump. He has to debate Kamala or whomever. Like if he runs away from the debate, it's gonna look real bad. He has to debate whoever this nominee is. Well, actually, it's after the NC. Yeah, he has to debate whoever it is. He can't run away. And if he does like a I want to be on Fox News, even though we agreed on ABC, I think that's going to look bad.
It's 4 weeks to the DNC convention.
Right.
So, I mean, a lot can happen in 4 weeks, and there's going to
Of
be a
course.
lot of wrangling going on behind the scenes.
That's
So,
true. That's true.
yeah.
And then the last post Trump made about this, he said, "So we are forced to spend time and money fighting. So we are forced to spend time and money on fighting crooked Joe Biden. He polls badly after having a terrible debate and quits the race. Now we have to start all over again. Shouldn't the Republican Party be reimbursed for fraud? In that everyone around Joe, including his doctors and the fake news media, knew he was not capable of running for or being president. Just asking."
Okay.
That's weird. What is it? It's why would the Republicans being reimbursed for fraud?
He wants a refund.
That's so lame.
Who's he suing? Is he
Yeah,
suing Joe Biden
I don't know.
personally?
He wants to speak to Joe Biden's manager and he wants a refund.
I
Like,
know it does come off major Karen energy.
yeah, that's pretty lame.
Major Karen energy.
Right.
We people like the Trump that says, "I'm not even going to take a salary. I'm going to pay for this out of my own pocket." Right? Now he's like,
Mm-hmm.
"Pay up, bitch.
Yeah.
You dropped off. You don't get your security deposit back."
Hmm. Yeah, that was a really, really bad. I'm very surprised at how bad that response was from Trump. So interesting.
Right.
Let's see. I'm going to read Hunter Biden's response here. Hunter Biden put out a statement. But
No.
before I do,
No.
uh,
No.
before we get the Hunter Biden response here, JMax, thank you so much. Our surrogate father, Daddy JMax, for $20 says, "Double or nothing. I demand justice. COVID is to blame." You want to what is the
What would the
double? What are
double
we
or nothing
doubling
be
on?
on?
On
Yeah.
what? I mean, I don't feel that confident, Kamala, to bet on that.
Oh yeah.
So, what would the double be? I
Hmm.
don't know if you have a good double J, throw it at me. I don't feel confident enough to vote for to bet on Kamala securing a nomination.
Oh yeah.
Decade UK for £20 says, "Recall how hard Sargon came at you after the Biden win, saying the Republic was over. Have you ever talked to him about Trump's elector scheme? Has he ever even acknowledged it? His Lotus minions still talk about stolen elections." I'm gonna be real. I don't even remember me having this conversation with Sargon about him saying the Republic was over. I do. I'm pretty sure in one of our many conversations we talked about elector scheme, and I think he just hand waved it away. So I
Yeah, I
don't.
don't recall. It's been so long,
It's been
but
a while. Yeah, I don't think he's ever acknowledged that it was fucked up, and I don't think he ever would.
I mean, if he's cooking people on the fake elector scheme, that's not cool.
Right.
Well, no,
Doctor.
I mean just the whole election being stolen. That's the thing that gets under my skin when people are gaslighting people into thinking that the election was stolen.
Right.
Uh, Ben Shapiro has a real like good line that he draws. Like he doesn't buy into any of the um illegal things like ballot stuffing or any of that kind of stuff, but he often talks about how they put a thumb on the scale with the media and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, that's true.
yeah.
That definitely happened. Obviously. Yeah.
Yes.
Dr. Thallium, thank you. Hey, look, Thallium, thank you for the $20. Says there's some interesting game theory to consider. Trump has a very strong lead after recent events. If you're a Democratic governor, do you try to become a candidate now or let Kamala lose and then run fresh 2028 competitors? Well, that's kind of like that's kind of like the view that I've heard is like the dominant view is the anticipation that because of the assassination attempt on Trump, he's too powerful at the moment to be stopped. And so people are going to be too hesitant to jump in this late. I'm not certain of that. I think Trump still has a very good chance of losing against whoever this is. People really, really don't like Trump. And I think a lot of the goodwill that he's kind of brokered from this assassination attempt will be gone by October, especially if he continues the way he continues with the Truth Social post, in his speeches and things of that nature. Um, so, and also like another thing to consider too is that if Trump does win and has a good, people like his presidency, like inflation is resolved, the war in Ukraine is resolved, other things of that nature, right? That's really going to set up JD Vance for a very strong position to be president. So I don't I don't know. It's not clear to me that it would be a good move for any Democrat governor who wants to jump in to sort of like wait and see what happens.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Marcos licked for $20. Thank you. Says I have irrefutable proof that we live in a simulation. Biden dropped out on National Ice Cream Day. Oh my
No
God, is that
way.
true?
No way.
It is true. Oh my God, it's true, Adam.
That's crazy.
Today's National Ice Cream Day.
Well,
Oh
look,
my
I got to eat
God.
some ice cream today. I love ice cream.
Was this intentional? 146 on National Ice Cream Day. Joe Biden drops out. No, please, God, no. No, I refuse to believe that I live in such a world, such a clown world. Okay. That's terrible. Okay. Doll for $20. Thank you. Says breaking news, guys. Biden says, quote, I have full confidence that his VP, Donald Trump, will lead the Republicans to victory over the Democrats. There you go.
Wouldn't surprise me if he said that.
It doesn't, yeah. Grendel Levat, thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs.
Yeah,
Thank you.
wow. Nice.
Right in with Biden for $20 says, my fellow Alaskan, it is with heavy lung that I must announce that I'm suspending my campaign for mayor. I'm endorsing my secretary, Camel Harry, to fill my pants. We must defeat Donald Pence and the Whig Party in April. Well, there you go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Uh,
Camel Harry.
Spencer Spencer Harmon for $20 says, I mean, he has spent campaign resources on trying to defeat Joe Biden. Now they're no good. News has to be made. I don't blame him. Trump is Trump. Um, I don't think those resources are wasted, especially if it's Kamala. If it's Kamala, he just shifts and says Kamala is just Joe Biden, with a new face. So, and even if that's true, even if it's not, if it's Gretchen or Newsom or someone else, right? And okay, the resources are wasted, which is true. I mean, no one wants a whiner, right? Don't whine about it.
Yeah, it's nobody's fault.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Biden's fault, but you still
Is
look,
it?
of course, because he should have dropped out. He should never run again.
Yeah, I don't.
He should never run again. But so,
Look, you can blame Biden, but it just doesn't look good.
no, I agree with you. It looks silly. Okay, so here's a statement from Hunter Biden, right?
Oh yeah,
Shadow
this
shadow
crackhead.
president, right?
Yeah,
Says for my entire life I've looked at my dad in awe. How could he suffer so much heartache and yet give so much of what remained of his heart to others? I mean, it's kind of weird when I'm sure that you've caused like 50% of that
yeah.
heartache,
That's
Hunter.
that's
Like,
exactly what I was thinking.
yeah, that's not good. Not only in the policies he passed, but in the individual lives he's touched. Over a lifetime, I've witnessed him absorb the pain of countless everyday Americans who he's given his personal phone number to because he wanted them to call him when they were hurting. This is weird. This is like a version of Joe Biden that we've never ever heard about, right? A Joe Biden who's empathetic and absorbs the pain of others, right? I mean, it could be possible, but we just never heard about this. It's kind of a weird statement.
Taking advantage of people in pain is wrong, Sitch.
Oh, okay. Okay. No, he's empath. He's like an empath. He's an empath. Okay, he's taking their pain. He's taking it away
No,
from
no.
when their last hopes were slipping through their hands. That unconditional love has been his North Star as a president and as a parent. What?
Sitch is so.
What does that even mean? When they're wait, I have to reread this. I'm so confused. Americans have given his personal phone number to because he wanted them to call him when they were hurting. When they're like the people, hopes were slipping through their hands. Wait,
Yeah, they lost something. He's alluding to everything he's lost in his life, his wife, his kids.
Wait, this is not, okay. I'm sorry. I don't want the grammar here. Okay. It says, okay, here's a sentence. Let me
This
read.
is
This is one
Hunter
sentence.
Biden. Okay,
This is,
look,
I
his
know.
laptop is lost. He's got to write this
Right.
out on a napkin.
Right. It says, over a lifetime, I've witnessed him absorb the pain of countless everyday Americans who he's given his personal phone number to because he wanted them to call him when they were hurting. Period. New sentence. When their last hopes were slipping through their hands. Period. That doesn't that doesn't make sense, right? That sentence is it's like an incomplete sentence.
No,
Then the
subject
next
and predicate, right?
right.
Going back to English class here,
Okay, I don't know. The next
just like
sentence.
a
That
thing.
un that unconditional love has been his North Star as a president and as a parent. And sentence.
Unconditional love for Vladimir Putin, please.
What is that even? That's such a weird. This is so oddly written.
Unconditional love for MAGA Republicans. Give me a break.
Yeah, unconditional love for who? For
Uh,
Hunter? The only person that I guess Biden has had unconditional love for is his own son. Maybe like the
of
fact that he put up
course.
with him. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Your son's allowed to be a crackhead, and
Exactly.
MAGA Republicans can't even vote for the candidate they want.
Right. He's unique in public life today in that there is no distance between Joe Biden, the man, and Joe Biden, the public servant of the last 54 years. I'm so lucky every night I get to tell him I love him and to thank him. Okay. I ask all Americans to join me tonight in doing the same. Thank you, Mr. President. I love you, Dad. Wow. There you go.
Weird.
Weird. Yeah, that's a lame statement. So there's another interesting endorsement here. Oh, so Obama came out with a very long statement. I'm not going to read the whole thing. It's like paragraphs, right? It feels like Obama spent way longer on the statement than Joe Biden spent on his statement.
He's writing the Gettysburg Address here.
Yeah, yeah. He said, Biden's been one of the most consequential presidents, dear friend, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt.
What?
Well, I was the first black president of the United States of America. Completely influential. Will be in every single history book. And Joe Biden, I mean, he was very influential too. Wink, wink.
Well, here, I sent it to you. I don't know. I don't know if that's like the tone. Okay.
Oh
Go read
yeah.
it.
Oh yeah. No, you know what he's doing there. You know what he's doing there. He's like, Joe, you were good too. I mean, you weren't me, but you
You
were good
weren't
too.
you weren't the best, but you were good.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I was president when I was 40.
Right, right. He says, blah, blah, blah. He was a good vice president. I admired even more his character, his deep empathy and hard-earned resilience. Like Hunter, he's talking about this empathy thing.
Right.
Since taking office, President Biden has displayed that character again and again. He helped end the pandemic, create millions of jobs, lowered the cost of prescription drugs, passed the first major piece of gun safety legislation in 30 years. Just kind of repeating some of these. Made the biggest investment to address climate change in history. Okay, apparently he's just cribbing from Biden's speech. You can't do that, right? You have to write your own. Fought to ensure the rights of working people to organize for fair wages and benefits internationally. He restored America, saying the world, revitalized NATO, and mobilized the world to stand up against Russian aggression in Ukraine. You know, that's interesting. Why didn't they include that in Biden's speech? Because that is one of the things I thought was like he could post as like his accomplishments is that they called out Russia was going to invade Ukraine when a lot of people said they weren't and galvanized a response and united response against Russia very quickly.
Yeah, they tipped him off. They tipped off Zelensky.
Right. Hmm. More than that, President Biden pointed us away from 4 years of chaos, falsehoods, and division that had characterized Donald Trump's administration. Oh, I wonder if Trump read this, he got mad.
Oh, yeah, he did.
I wonder if he read this. He's like, "Oh, fucking Obama!
It was the
How dare he?"
correspondence dinner all over again.
Yes, he's like
Obama here
crooked.
spitting in my face.
Yes, maybe. Through his policies and his example, Joe has reminded us of who we are at our best, a country committed to old-fashioned values. It's an interesting line. from a liberal Democrat.
Right.
A country committed to
Traditional
old-fashioned,
marriage.
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
to old-fashioned values like trust and honesty, kindness and hard work. A country that believes in democracy, rule of law, and accountability. A country that insists that everyone, no matter who they are, has a voice and deserves a chance at a better life. The outstanding track record gave President Biden every right to run for re-election and finish the job he started. Joe understands better than anyone the stake in this election, how everything he fought for throughout his life and everything the Democratic Party stands for will be at risk if we allow Donald Trump back in the White House and give the Republicans control of Congress. I also know Joe never backed down from a fight. For him to look at the political landscape and decide he should pass the torch to a new nominee is surely one of the toughest in his life, even though we know Obama was like pressuring him to do this, because I know he wouldn't make this decision unless he believed it was right for America. I mean, this is all like lies, right? Like we all know that if it wasn't for all this pressure from literally everyone, that Biden would still be in the race,
Oh
right?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. He was forced out, no doubt about it. It's a testament to Joe Biden's love for country and historic example of genuine public servant, once again putting interests of the American people ahead of his own, that future generations of leaders will do well to follow. We will be navigating uncharted waters in the days ahead, but I have extraordinary confidence. Now, here's something that's interesting. Barack Obama does not endorse Kamala. Okay. So that's
Right.
kind of interesting. He says, I have extraordinary confidence that the leaders of our party will be able to create a process from which an outstanding nominee emerges. So he definitely seems to be
Ooh.
calling for a contested convention fight, right? That's interesting. That is
A
interesting.
process, like a food fight,
Right. Interesting.
like a
Is
tug
this
of war.
now? I don't think Michelle Obama is going to enter into the race. I think that's a pipe dream for Democrats. But
Right.
who knows? Maybe that's the process, right? I believe that Joe Biden's vision of a generous, prosperous, united America that provides opportunity for everyone will be on full display at the Democratic Convention in August. And I expect every single one of us are prepared to carry the message of hope and progress forward in November and beyond. For now, Michelle and I just want to express our love and gratitude to Joe and Jill for leading us so ably and courageously during these perilous times and for their commitment to the ideals of freedom and equality that this country was founded on.
Blah blah blah.
Right.
That's one for the history books, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then we have Kamala's statement.
Everyone has a statement now.
Everyone's got a statement, of course.
Everyone's got to come out with their statement. Where's Gretchen Whitmore's statement?
She hasn't posted it yet.
No,
Or I
she
read it to you
hasn't.
already. I read
Oh,
it to
you
you already.
did?
Didn't I?
I don't think so.
She was like,
I think I'd remember.
she said, no, I did read it. I read in the beginning of the stream.
Gretchen Whitmer
Yeah, I
statement.
read it already.
Oh,
She said that she would do whatever it takes to beat Trump.
right.
That was
Including
her statement.
being the nominee herself.
Exactly. Okay, Kamala Harris says, on
That's
behalf of the
so
American
weird.
people,
Like, how do
I
you, if you're Kamala Harris, how do you approach someone like Gretchen to be your VP, but she wants to be top of the ticket?
well,
How about you be my VP, bitch?
choosing a woman for the VP would be retarded, right?
Uh huh.
That'd be like, why would you ever
Would
do
it?
that? Yes, of course.
Oh, okay.
You don't think so?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah.
The Democrats already have this total reputation as like they're the party of vaginas. They're the party
Right.
of women, right? That
Yeah.
this is not a man's party. And I actually saw today on
Oh, I know.
MSNBC,
I know.
we had Claire McCaskill was on, and she was being the dumbest, whiniest feminist Karen ever. She was like, "Oh my god, the RNC was just this gross testosterone fueled event. You had a man on steroids filled with testosterone ripping his shirt off, endorsing the president." And I'm like, "Yeah, bitch," and that was great. The fuck you talking about? Like, get out of here, old lady. Like, go the fuck, go shopping at like at Macy's or something. Like, leave me the fuck alone with your nonsense. Like, stop fucking whining. Like whining about. She's so out of touch. This dumb bitch. Okay, this dumb twat Adam is
Oh,
so
you're
out of
so
touch. I
so
hate this lady.
misogynistic.
I fucking hate this lady. Because fuck her. She's being a sexist piece of shit,
Oh, look
right?
at you.
She's being a sexist twat.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
why is this
Sexism is
dumb?
bad now.
Why is this dumb bitch, okay, coming at me like, oh, testosterone is bad? You have Hulk Hogan doing his little Hulk Hogan bit, right? And that's bad because it's testosterone. And I was like, oh, shut up, you dumb bitch. It's this, and it's like it's what James Carville said. He said the Democrats have become the party of whining women, of whining bitchy women, and they're not going to win elections that way. People don't want that. Men don't want that. Maybe women want that. Men don't want that.
No, but they do like girl power. Those whiny women do.
They
And I
do.
just think like a all female ticket, it's gonna be like it's gonna jazz them up, man.
I think
Look,
it'll be that bad.
it's terrible. It's terrible in my male brain. Like
Yeah.
obviously, an all female ticket screams, "Don't vote for me, men."
Yeah, exactly. That's how it will
But
be
they're
perceived.
right. But it could really tip the balance on women. And I mean, there's enough soy boys that are going to throw their lot in with that just to like
Hmm.
get laid by their ugly girlfriends.
Right.
Yeah. Look, I don't know. That's why I'm saying, look, my gut intuition, I want you to know, Sitch, my gut
Hmm.
intuition is exactly the same as yours. This is a catastrophic idea. This is the end of civilization as we know it. These dumb bitches, there's no way they can win, right?
Hmm.
But I mean, I kind of thought that with Biden. I was like, oh my God, this fucking geezer. Like everything he says sounds retarded. How's he going to win? He's like a tenth of the energy of Trump. He barely does any rallies or anything. I was like, no way.
Because
Trump's going to
everyone,
destroy him. And then he
because
won. I was
right,
like,
but
okay. Well, I guess I was wrong.
because Trump is so the people that are like so enamored with Trump, okay, the people that are part of like the Trump cult, they don't understand. Maybe they should understand because why they like him. They like Trump because Trump says fuck you to the left. Okay. It's
Right,
part of like
right.
they like Trump. Trump is the most divisive president in my lifetime and will probably be the most divisive president in my lifetime.
Mhm.
And one of the downsides of being the most divisive president ever is that you make a lot of people pissed off. And a lot of people are going to just vote for anyone who's not you,
Right.
essentially. And
Oh, yeah.
that's the only reason Joe Biden won is because he was not Donald Trump. And there's a very good chance that Kamala or whomever it is will win on that same energy, just not being Donald Trump.
Well, look, and if it's all an all girl team, maybe women tip the balance.
I think if it was an all girl team, I think that would really hurt their chances of winning if it was an all girl
Okay.
team. Yeah. I think it'd be such a that'd be such a massive mistake. Don't you? I mean, you agree that'd be a massive mistake.
Look, I already told you my intuition, same as yours. Massive
Right.
mistake. Totally ridiculous. Like I'm trying to think of things that they could do that would make it work. Maybe they could do like synchronized jump rope. You know how they come out with the jump ropes and they're like dancing together and
No, here
like
you go. You want it to be the most soy boy like cuck thing ever. You have Kamala Harris, she has a woman VP pick, and their husbands come out and they hold the jump ropes
no,
like on each
no, no,
side, and then they do
no.
like the double jump rope on the inside, and then they do like the hand clap, touch thing in the
Yeah,
middle.
no, that's what I'm
They do like a
thinking.
rime for how they're gonna
Yeah.
like skip Donald Trump
Kamala
out of the
and
office.
Gretchen in
Yeah.
the middle of the jump ropes. Yeah. Slapping
One,
their elbows and like
right.
doing patty cake and
One,
just,
two, three, four. Donald Trump, no more.
a synchronized dance routine, maybe a little karaoke.
There you go. Yeah, yeah. Oh God, that'd be awful.
Yeah, but look, these are the things that I see and I'm like, "Oh my God, this is like repellent to mankind." And women just eat that shit up. They fucking love it. They're like, oh my God, I'm going to get like 10 of my girlfriends to vote, and they never vote.
Mm-hmm. I just I don't think there's enough women. There's too
They're
many
going to be
women.
selling it like Mary Kay.
There's too many women that vote Republican. But that's not a good. I don't think that's a good strategy. I don't think women that normally vote Republican are gonna be like, well, now that two women are on the Democrat side, I'm gonna vote for them.
Yeah, no, that's a good
That's
point.
not. It's not a good idea.
They're going to be super offended by this. What? You think I'm won over by a simple synchronized dance routine? How dare
Right.
you, bitches?
No, I think
But it was pretty cool.
She's gonna choose a. She's gonna choose a man. She's
Uh-huh.
100% gonna choose a man. I
Kamala's
don't.
going to choose a man.
Yeah. No clue
Mhm.
who, but she's gonna choose a male.
Right. Is he going to
Tobin.
be taller than her or shorter than her?
Well, I mean, just statistically, you would assume he's gonna be taller than her, right?
Well, I mean, she could pick like Pete Buttigieg. She's like a foot taller than him.
Oh, really?
That
Well, okay.
that totally embodies the Democratic Party right there. It just visually represents the Democratic Party.
Kamala Harris is 5'4".
Oh, she is. How
Pete
tall is
Buttigieg
Buttigieg?
can't be less than 5'4", right? He's 5'8". No, he's got
Oh,
they got
okay.
4 inches on her. Okay.
Okay. All right. It's Buttigieg.
I don't know. See, that's bad too. You have the first woman and a gay vice president, a woman and a gay. I mean, people, does America?
Never put it past him. Look,
That's not a good look.
all Kamala has to do to win this thing is to stop cackling. Leave it to
Yeah.
her to pick Pete Buttigieg as her VP.
Well, she needs to. It's really weird. She's been on like Kamala when she's been VP has been running on this like I'm a laughing, like calm, cool, like I'm your chill, funny aunt, right? Like she's like from California who
Mhm.
drinks, who day drinks, right? That's what she's been running as for VP. I have no fucking clue why. Like, because when she was a senator, she wasn't like that. Wasn't she like all serious? Like, I'm a serious politician. Like, just throw that shit in the trash and just be a serious politician.
Yeah, I agree. Stop laughing. Just don't be yourself.
Yeah, it's really weird when you type in Kamala Harris, like on the banner, the first thing that comes up is a picture from a New York Times article. And it's like a full body picture, but the way Google crops it, it's like zoomed in right on her fucking tits. And it's
Really?
just an unfortunate an unfortunate
Sure.
artifact of Google when you Google Kamala Harris that it's just like her chest. It's like the first picture you see. That is kind of funny.
What if she picks Nikki Haley? Then it's all girls, but she's got a Republican on the ticket.
That would be super interesting.
I mean,
Nikki Haley would not take it. Would not take that.
yeah,
Would not
she's
accept that
like, I'm
position.
still endorsing Donald Trump, but
Yeah. That's hilarious.
I'm voting for Donald Trump, but I might be vice president too.
She spoke at the RNC.
She did.
She
Yeah.
she endorsed Trump at the RNC. Yeah.
A lot of those speeches were super boring.
Yeah, no, most of them were super boring. Tobin Russell for $20. Thank you. Says I have zero proof of this, but it feels like the script read. It feels like the script read Trump gets shot, Haley becomes a Republican candidate, Joe steps down, Kamala becomes a Democratic candidate, Trump living fucked that up. Again, no proof, just seems right.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's
Interesting.
interesting.
If Trump died, if Trump died and it became, hmm, well, I'm not, if Trump died, I don't know. That'd be a really interesting thing. That would be chaos. Okay.
Well, I think
Because,
there was chances there would be rioting in the street and the Republicans would nominate someone who would become president.
well, it would have been total madness because you would have had a situation, Trump would have died. He has no named VP at all. Okay. The RNC is 2 days away. So the RNC is going to be a total fucking clusterfuck. People trying to figure out who the president's going to be. It's going to be
Right.
chaos. Like I don't know from that chaos if anyone could plan that it's going to be Nikki Haley. I mean, she'd be a strong contender probably because it'd be Haley and DeSantis would be very strong contenders. But
Wouldn't the candidate be the person that could quell the riots in the streets, stop the violence?
I don't think anyone could call the riots. I don't think DeSantis or Haley or I mean, who's the person that could calm people down if Trump died and
Yeah,
he got shot.
that's a good question.
No one, right?
Vivek, the
Oh,
obvious
give me a
answer,
break.
right?
Give me a break. No, definitely not.
A lot of people think Vivek could.
No shot. The internet needs like the only people that like Vivek is the internet. Most people did not like Vivek. He was doing so poorly in those debates.
Oh, I can't wait to see polling after this. Trump was so pulling away on 538 too.
Mm-hmm.
They had poll numbers came out after the debate, the catastrophic debate, and obviously Trump took the lead and was like pulling away. And then the poll numbers came out after the assassination attempt, and oh my God, it's like Trump is just jettisoning towards the sky.
Of course it was. Of course it was. Yeah.
But now that Joe Biden is like just completely being swept off, it's a whole new race. It is a whole new race.
Do you think if someone hadn't tried to shoot Trump, do you think Biden still would have dropped out?
Yeah, I think Biden was going to drop out regardless.
Do you think he would have dropped out exactly the same time, like today, or would have been a more of a slow death, slower death, I should say?
It might have been a little slower. I mean, there's
Mm-hmm.
4 weeks to the convention, but they might have drug it out longer,
Mm-hmm.
maybe a couple more weeks.
Right.
But with the
Okay.
assassination attempt, it did kind of
Right. Hmm.
galvanize the support to throw Joe Biden over the cliff, get rid of this geezer, bring someone in who could possibly win.
I wonder if if you want to talk about like things being planned in like this like Machiavellian way, probably you were right. I think you said this as a joke, but I think you're correct. In a Machiavellian way, Biden would drop out when Donald Trump's delivering his RNC speech, right? Because that would kind of suck away a lot of the energy from that.
No, I thought about that, and it would seem kind of cheap, and I
Hmm.
think they would worry that Trump would find a way to incorporate that into his speech on the fly and completely, you know, make it look bad,
Mm.
turn it around on them. So it was like,
It would be a risk, yeah.
yeah.
But I don't know if on stage he'd be able to. If they, I guess it's like a long speech. I guess someone would be able to communicate to him.
Oh yeah, look it. They would give him the
Uh,
news right before he goes on, right?
no, I'm saying it like it'd be like while he's on stage by Trump.
Sure, even that, but
Right, right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good
catching him
point.
like right as he's going on. Oh, and by the way,
Right,
Biden just dropped out. But
right.
he would just roll with it. He'd be like, "Oh, I just heard Biden just dropped out.
You're right.
Well,
Yeah,
that's interesting.
yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
I guess he was afraid someone was going to start shooting at him. What a pussy."
But I'm not afraid. I took a bullet for democracy. That's right. I said democracy, not constitutional republic.
Of
Okay, let me read.
course.
This is Kamala's statement in response to this. She said, on behalf of the American people. No, I laughed. She didn't actually laugh. On behalf of the American people, I thank Joe Biden for his extraordinary leadership as president of the United States and for his decades of service to our country. His remarkable legacy of accomplishment is unmatched in modern American history, surpassing the legacy of many presidents who served 2 terms in office. Jesus. I knew that listen, I speculated as a joke that Kamala Harris blew Joe Biden in private in order to
To
get the
to
position,
actually get this, yeah,
right?
to get the
But now
endorsement.
apparently she has to glaze him in public as well.
Right.
So it is a profound honor to serve as his vice president, and I am deeply grateful to the president, Dr. Biden, and the entire Biden family. I first came to know President Biden through his son, Beau. We were friends from our working days together as Attorney General of our home states. Ooh, what does that mean? She fuck Bo. As we worked together, Bo would tell me stories about his dad, the kind of father and the kind of man he was, and the qualities Bo revered in his father are the same qualities and same values I have seen every single day in Joe's leadership as president. His honesty and integrity, his big heart and commitment to his faith and his family, and his love of our country and the American people. With the selfless and patriotic act, President Biden is doing what he has done throughout his life of service, putting the American people and our country above everything else. Everything except Hunter Biden, who he would not tell the fuck off for some disgusting reason.
Interesting. And she included that in the statement.
It said, okay, maybe she didn't include that. I'm reading in between the lines there. Notice she only talked about Bo. She didn't say anything about Hunter. I'm honored to have the president's endorsement, and my intention is to earn and win this nomination. Over the past year, I've
Ooh.
traveled. What?
That's look, she's got to fight for it.
Oh,
She's
right.
admitting
Yes,
it
she
right
knows.
there.
Yeah. Over the past year, I've traveled across the country talking with Americans about the clear choice in this momentous election. And that is what I will continue to do in the days and weeks ahead. I will do everything in my power to unite the Democratic Party and unite our nation to defeat Donald Trump and his extreme Project 2025 agenda. Wow. That they really love that talking point. Holy shit. That
And
talking point
it's
is
all it's
everywhere.
doing is gaslighting the people who are going to vote for them already. They're so gassed up over it. Do you
Yes.
think that's going to affect independence?
Um, Maybe you just say, "Ooh, there's a spooky plan that no one's read because it's too long. There's a spooky plan out there that says spooky things." Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be a good strategy, I guess.
I kind of think the reason independents are independents is they don't buy the fear mongering.
I think they don't care about following politics for the most part.
Yeah. Well, this is like it just sounds crazy.
Yeah. We have 107 days until the election day. Together, we will fight, and together, we will win. You know,
Yawn.
it's a very young statement, but it's actually kind of interesting. This shows to me that Biden doesn't trust her very much because he knew yesterday that he was dropping out, and he would know that she has to write some statement in response to accepting this nomination. And they only told her like what, an hour or two before he posted it. And they give her a lot of time to like come up with something.
Yeah. Thanks.
So
Thanks, Joe
yes,
Biden.
thanks, Joe. Right? Like that's kind of hilarious. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird to me. Hmm. Not a lot of trust there.
So who do you
Okay.
think's going to be fighting for this thing?
I think it's well, obviously Kamala. I think Gretchen Newsom.
You think Gretchen's going to be in it?
Oh
She just
yeah,
came out with a book, True Gretch.
that's a terrible title. True Gritch,
Yeah,
like True Grit.
it's a play on True Grit. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's
But
terrible.
yeah, not very good.
I think Gretchen Whitmore's biggest problem is that her first name is Gretchen, which is a terrible name.
Really?
It makes you sound like you're a 70-year-old woman.
Gretchen
That's a very old lady name, Gretchen,
Whitmer.
isn't it? I mean, and she's not old, or she's not that old. I don't know, I think she's like around 50s or
Whitmer.
something. So and if you have like people that want to vote for Biden because he was too old, and then you have someone like a low information voter, they walk in the voting booth and they see someone named Gretchen. They're like, what the fuck? What is a Gretchen? What the fuck's a Gretchen?
Hmm. Yeah, I told you I listened to some interviews with her and I listened to her debate, and she seemed, I mean, so much more charismatic than Kamala Harris. So
Mhm. Well, that's a very easy task to accomplish, right?
yeah, no, I mean, she did like vastly superior to
Okay,
Kamala Harris.
okay,
Like she seemed
okay.
like a real person.
Mm,
She seemed very authentic, I think is what the thing that people go for. So
right, right.
yeah. She did an interview on the Breakfast Club that was she seemed pretty authentic there. So
Hmm.
yeah,
Maybe
no.
we'll watch part of it or something because
I
obviously we're going to be having to do our research on all these new players now. I want to go, I want to listen to JD Vance's book.
oh
Um,
really?
yeah, because I mean, obviously he's VP,
Hillbilly
and
Elegy?
yes,
Oh
and
really? You're gonna go dive into Hillbilly Elegy,
listen
huh?
to that. I've heard like very mixed things. I've heard a lot of people love it, and I've heard a lot of people hate that book.
It's kind of boring, to be honest with you.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of boring and unfocused, and
Hmm.
yeah, it's like it's all over the place. No real goal, no
Right.
real.
Well,
It's like,
I
you know me.
heard from a random anonymous source that there's a claim that he's like like he's like a fake Appalachian. Like he's just trying to like grift on that he's grew
Grifting
up
on
like
the.
middle class, not from the area, and he just like visited his grandmother that lives in the area. And just like trying to grift off of
Oh, good for him.
that sort of status. So that'd be kind of interesting.
He's a
And this is weird.
carpetbagger. That's what they call him.
Well, I think he's still
Have you
from
ever
like
heard the term
I've heard the term
carpetbagger?
carpetbagger, right?
No, you haven't.
Who hasn't turned the? There's like a very famous like after the Civil War, you had people from the
No,
North coming down the
it's
South
the
with
first
their
time you've ever heard it.
with their bags made of carpet to sell their snake oil and bullshit in it. Yeah, take advantage of the poor Southerners during
I was
Reconstruction.
born a poor black child.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is weird though. There's this tweet a lot of people are pointing to that Joe Biden's account put out uh, last night. Okay. And it's a clip of Donald Trump saying, this will be the most important election in the history of our country. And Donald Trump and I'm sorry, and Joe Biden says, it's a miracle, folks. Donald Trump told the truth for once. It's the most important election of our lifetime, and I will win it. And it's weird because this is at 7 o'clock at night. So this should be after he already decided, at least according to that article, that he's dropped out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like what was the point of putting this
Oh,
tweet out? They know it's not true.
it was probably one of his staff, right?
Oh,
They're
who didn't
controlling.
know? You're right.
They're
You're
controlling
completely
the
correct.
account. Yeah,
It was one of his staff who didn't know because a lot of his staff didn't, and that's crazy too. A lot of his staff did not know that he was dropping out until he went on Twitter and
they're
dropped
like,
out.
bitch, I'm still in it. Oops, oopsie daisy.
Whoops a
I
daisy.
guess I'm
Yeah,
not still in it.
right.
Look
Oh,
at that.
and
I solved the mystery.
so there's like another joke here too about
God.
is Hillary Clinton going to join the race, Adam? What do you think? Is
Yeah.
Hillary going to jump in? She's going to try to. She's like, I got another shot against Trump.
Well, I mean, she is polling at 1%. So
What do you think?
it's ridiculous. Look, people don't want to go back to the 2020 election and have a Biden Trump rematch. Why would they want to go back to 2016 and
Mm,
have a Hillary Trump rematch?
you're
I'm
correct. You're
telling you,
correct.
they want something new.
Something new, something fresh.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are correct. Well, and that's probably going to be Kamala's biggest obstacle. Is if they're like, yeah, we want something new. But you were correct. Bill and Hillary both put out a statement
Oh, okay.
endorsing Kamala Harris. So there's no surprise Hillary sneaking in for 2024. Sadly,
Maybe she's trying to be a running mate.
that's funny. Well, actually, here let me read the statement. It's kind of short and it's a little spicy at the end. Statement from President Bill Clinton and Secretary Clinton. President Biden has capped his extraordinary career of service with a presidency that has lifted America out of an unprecedented pandemic, created millions of new jobs, rebuilt a battered economy, strengthened our democracy, and restored our standing in the world. By any measure, he's advanced our founders' charge to build a more perfect union and his own stated goal of restoring the soul of our nation. Jesus, really sucking there. We join millions of Americans in thanking President Biden for all he has accomplished, standing up for America time and again, with his North Star always being what's best for the country. We are honored to join the president in endorsing Vice President Harris and will do whatever we can to support her. We have lived through many ups and downs, but nothing has made us more worried for our country than the threat posed by a second Trump term. He has promised to be a dictator on day one, and the recent ruling by his servile Supreme Court will only embolden him to further shred the Constitution. Now is the time to support Kamala Harris and fight with everything we've got to elect her. America's future depends on it.
Why would Trump say that dictator on day one statement?
Because
Just
he's
why?
because he's
Why would he
dumb.
do that?
Because he just says shit that he thinks funny. He's stupid.
Oh God.
Of
And they run with it over and over again. It's the
course.
same thing with the praise neo Nazis thing.
Yep.
But
Yep.
and they just run with it over and over and over again. And you're like, oh yeah, oh Trump, that's the guy who wants to be a dictator, right?
Yeah.
And pretty soon it's like on everybody's refrigerator.
Yep.
Yeah, this is why Trump is weak. This is why Trump can be beat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. So I don't. I
Okay.
brought up a picture from CNN, but I don't know who. I don't know who most of these losers are. I can't really tell.
Are these well, we have Newsom in the far left.
Oh yeah, that guy I know. We got
Um,
Buttigieg in the bottom, but
I don't know who in
just
the
look
top middle is. I've seen that guy, but I don't know who he is.
that guy.
Yeah.
Oh, the top
Top.
middle. Yeah,
Yeah. Top
Cenk
right
has
is
interviewed him.
yes. Well, I've seen him do some congressional hearing stuff or something. Top right is Josh Shapiro. I don't know who bottom left is. Bottom middle is Gretchen, and bottom right is Pete Buttigieg.
Right.
I, for the life of me, maybe you can explain this, Adam. I do not fucking get people's love affair with Pete Buttigieg. Whenever I hear him talk, it is so boring. It is so bland. He sounds like the biggest empty suit ever. And yet, so many people that are on the left that are Democrats are like, oh my God, Pete Buttigieg is like a firecracker. He really inspires me. I'm like, what am I missing here?
Yeah, I completely agree. The thing that people like is he's gay. They're like, oh, we gotta have a gay president. Oh, it'd be so amazing.
Then just say that. He's not some great orator or something.
They can't bring themselves. They
The bottom
can't
left
bring
guy is
themselves to
Mark
admit.
Kelly. Oh, Mark Kelly, Arizona senator. Oh, I don't know anything about that guy. Is
Hmm.
he an astronaut? That's kind of badass.
Oh, who's that in the
Mark
bottom
Kelly,
left?
bottom left. Used to be an astronaut. Have we had an astronaut president? I don't think so.
No, not really.
Okay. Ro
It's
Khanna
time,
is
right? Oh yeah,
time.
Rokana, that's him.
That's the guy, Ro Khanna. Yeah. I don't know anything about him.
Hmm.
Hmm. I sent you this is the ad that Trump's super PAC already put out against Kamala. You want to watch it? It's like 30 seconds.
Yes. Well, I definitely want to watch
It's
that.
pretty interesting. See what they're gonna kind of throw at him.
This is the MAGA war room.
Yeah, yeah. The MAGA war
I always wanted to be in the MAGA war room,
room.
but they
But
smoke
also,
some really good weed in there.
with Biden dropping out and it being Kamala or someone, this is really going to reignite the abortion issue again. And I think it's going to sort of highlight JD Vance being a bad choice. Because as long as Biden was in the race, so much of the focus could be on the fact that Biden's record and his fact that he's like an old dying person. Right? But if it's Kamala or someone else, they're going to really heavily focus on abortion again. And you're going to have the clip of Donald Trump saying that he got Roe v. Wade overturned a million times. And you're going to have that every reporter is just going to throw in JD Vance's face. JD Vance, you said you were against abortion 100%. Okay. He didn't say rape or incest or life of the mother, exceptions. He said 100% against abortion. And they're going to really just keep slamming that. Like, that's what you're going to hear, I think. I think that's going to be the number one thing you're going to hear from the left is abortion, 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 abortion.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that moves the needle. I mean,
I think it
obviously,
will.
there's a certain portion of the electorate that cares about that. It'll
Yeah.
be interesting to see if other issues are more important to people.
It worked with the midterm.
What are the important issues in this election? I would
The
say,
economy,
yeah, inflation, the economy.
inflation, the war in
I'd
Ukraine.
say living expenses, housing expenses.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say Ukraine is probably down the list. If anything,
It's in top
I
10,
mean,
I'd say.
well, Ukraine in the face of you Ukraine's an issue for you if you're you have family in Ukraine, or you're pissed off because you can't afford groceries and all this money's going to Ukraine.
Mm,
I don't see how Ukraine's an issue other than that.
you could be right. You could be right.
Yeah. Just
It's definitely the bottom of the top 10 list.
if you are doing well, if you're in upper middle class, upper class, you care deeply about Ukraine. Definitely.
Right.
But yeah, so I guess maybe climate change. I'm always I'm always mystified. I look at these polls on what issues are most important to people, and the Democrats, it's just always climate change, climate change, climate change. They
I
really
think it's going
care
to
about that
be
issue.
the economy is going to be the number one issue. I think the number two issue is going to be abortion.
Is it?
Yeah.
I guess because the Democrats trend younger people, right?
Yeah.
And younger
Younger
people
people
are
and
the
women.
ones,
Yeah.
yeah, that need access to abortion.
Right. One, it always gets framed as like, women's rights. They want to take women's rights away from you, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah. Right. Handmaid's Tale, blah, 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 blah. Right.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Um,
Scare them.
right. Immigration is going to be a big issue. It's sort of calmed down, but still going to be probably a big issue for the right. Obviously, Trump's been really hammering immigration, immigration, immigration. Just smart for his base to do that.
Crime.
Yeah, crimes. I don't know actually if crime's going to be a big issue. Hmm. I don't
I
think I
think
put in a
crime
top
will be a
five.
big issue, actually, in, ironically enough, like cities where Democrats have a stronghold.
Maybe, maybe crime has been going down.
Oh, it has?
I think so.
Not
Still
in
not
Los
like
Angeles.
great, but or maybe people
Before
just
the
got used
bef-
to it. Maybe
well,
people just
before
got used to it, right? The focus on
before
it's definitely gone down.
I watch local news all the time, and before the
Hmm.
pandemic, you would never see the crazy fucking shit you were seeing now
Right, right.
going on in Los Angeles. You're
Oh
just
yeah.
like, what the fuck? We're just swimming in it.
But with the crime thing, it's like I guess it could be an issue. It's not really like the president really doesn't really change like have effect on local crime,
Well,
except
this is why the Republicans are trying so hard to tie it to immigration.
right,
They're like,
exactly. I
that
was gonna say
horrible
exactly.
crime that you're experiencing, that's because of immigration.
Right, right, right. Of course. So that's the way. I still think, yeah, economy, abortion, immigration, um, maybe crime. What else? I don't know if
Sitch lives in a gated community, so he doesn't
that's
care.
true. That's true. I do. I do actually, yeah. In the cloud, in the sky, actually. You know that movie where there's like the rich people live on like the sky, and then like the poor people live in like the planet. What was that
Yeah,
movie with like the
I've seen that
robot
movie.
Chappie or whatever the fuck it was? Yeah, that's where I live.
Elysium. That's what you're talking
Elysium.
about.
Darren, I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah.
Chappie was the other movie. Anyway, let's watch this MAGA War Room ad.
All
See what they
right.
got for
Ready?
Kamala. Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Kamala was in on it. She covered up Joe's obvious mental decline.
Our president is in good shape, in good health, tireless, vibrant, and I have no doubt about the strength of the work that we have done.
But Kamala knew Joe couldn't do the job, so she did it. Look what she got done. A border invasion, runaway inflation, the American dream dead. They created this mess. No, Kamala owns this failed record. Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising. Kamala was in on it.
Well, that's great. I'm terrified right now.
There you
Look,
go.
I'm going MAGA 2024 now. This is just, this is insane.
You saw the clip of Biden falling up the stairs, and you're like, oh, can't vote for that.
Look at Kamala clapping maniacally.
There's campaign ads exist for two purposes, two very different purposes. One is to get votes, and the other is to get donors to donate money to you.
Well, and to depress turnout. A lot of times they run negative ads and it's shown to depress
Right.
turnout. People are like, oh my God, both these people suck. I'm staying home.
Right. Okay. So a donor ad, doesn't it? That's how I think I would classify this.
Oh, this is a donor ad?
That's how I kind of perceive it. This is an ad to get Republican donors like riled up. I don't, do you think that undecided voters are going to be like really motivated by this? Kamala covered up Biden's mental decline. Are they going to care about that?
Undecided voters?
Yeah, like swing voters.
Hmm. It's between the traitor insurrectionist and a woman who tried to cover for her friend.
Her friend and boss.
Oh man.
I mean,
look, it all
Biden-
depends upon what crazy narrative people have in their heads.
Trump couldn't even get his wife, his VP, his
wife president,
his vice president to cover for him on January 6th. Okay, obviously Kamala did a much better job.
That's why you got to have a female president.
She'll do whatever.
Yeah. They know when to sweep.
Exactly.
This argument, sure. Yeah. They're trying to frame her as dishonest. So, I mean, honesty is a big part of the equation, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they keep hitting Trump with. Can't vote for Trump. He's dishonest. Dishonest. The number of lies. The number of lies. Dishonest lies. Look, his mouth is moving. He's lying.
Right.
Kamala, same thing. Liar. They're both liars. All they do is lie. Which one are you going to vote for? No, stay home.
Right.
Depressing turnout generally helps Republicans.
Yeah.
Because Republicans are like, duty. I will vote. I don't care. This is painful. I will go.
Yeah. Well, if the perception is always that the people that are less politically motivated are more likely to vote Democrat. That's the perception, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why the Democrats are always trying to increase voter turnout. Republicans are generally trying to lessen voter turnout for that reason. So.
Voter ID? No.
Right.
You don't need a voter ID.
Yeah.
You can just fill out a provisional ballot.
There you go.
You don't need anything.
So I sent you also, this is an ad that was circulating on Twitter a bunch. This is an ad that Kamala Harris's team put out in 2020, I guess when she was running the primary in 2020 against Biden. And this is an ad she made against Trump.
Still goes hard. Breaking. This Kamala Harris ad from 2020 still goes hard.
Which is cringy, but we can compare it to like the Trump ad that we saw, the Trump Super PAC ad, and see like kind of how we feel about the Kamala.
See if this is better.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Sick of this? Well, think about this. He's a world leader in temper tantrums. She never loses her cool. She prosecuted sex predators. He is one.
Grab him by the...
She shut down for-profit colleges that swindled Americans. He was a for-profit college.
At Trump University, we teach success.
Literally. He's owned by the big banks. She's the attorney general who beat the biggest banks in America and forced them to pay homeowners $18 billion. He's tearing us apart. She'll bring us together. This is Trump. And in every possible way, this is the anti-Trump. So if that's what you're looking for in your next president, there's really only one. Kamala. Sick of...
All right, this ad is very smart. Kamala never talks in it. You never hear her speak. It's genius.
Oh my God.
If only she could run an entire campaign like this.
You're correct. You know, it's interesting because I'm looking at this ad. I mean, the ad has problems, but I think it's generally an effective ad. I think having her cast herself as like a prosecutor, having Trump, cast as a criminal, like is a good sort of, way to frame it. But I wonder.
I thought the Democrats empathize with criminals. Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe that's a good point. I don't know, but well, he's kind of like cast him as like a sex offender who steals from poor people, right? I don't think they empathize with
totally.
And he's a corrupt politician and that stuff. I actually wonder if she would have had a much better chance running against Trump if she hadn't been vice president. Because like I don't think she could. You couldn't run an ad like that now, right? She has to run off of being a vice president, doesn't she?
Yeah, that's a great point because it reeks of, hey, weren't you vice president? Did you not accomplish anything? What are you doing? Why are you going back to your prosecutor days?
Right. You're like,
I was a prosecutor and then I became the vice president and that's when my life fell apart.
Yeah. Right. It's like there's a 4-year gap. Yeah. So and I don't know.
Biden screwed her on the immigration thing because she is just, he basically asked her to deal with the border situation and she did fumble it. So I'm not sure how you can frame Biden trying his hardest to get last minute legislation passed and the Republicans snubbing him as a win on immigration.
No. If she gets, if Harris was in charge or signed the border shit by the Biden team, I mean, I don't. She's just gonna have to run away from that, right? I guess she'll just say like we tried to pass the bill and the Republicans shut it down, which I don't think is going to be super effective. But I don't know what else. There's no other way to spin it, right? Because they obviously just the Biden team just totally fucked up their border policy for the last 4 years.
Yeah, but what are they going to do? Tell her she wrote the? What are they going to say? She wrote the bill or something? I mean, and not getting it passed is people don't care about that.
Right.
Everyone always blames the other party. The other party wouldn't let us get it passed. Well, that's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't blow them good enough. Get down on your knees. You didn't give them enough.
Right. Well, it's also unclear what exactly her role was because, like, I'm reading this article now and they're saying she was given the task to address the root causes of migration, which isn't really even to like address how to stop it, right? Just why is it happening? So she got
she got to address the root causes. She's got to stop it by addressing the root causes.
Maybe. I mean, why it's happening and how to stop it could be two completely different things because it could just be like, well, there's a lot of instability in South America and a lot in Central America and a lot of economic problems. Like, okay, well, we're not going to fix that, right?
Why not?
Yeah. This is a little difficult for America to fix that.
She comes out, she's like, invade South America.
That would actually be how amazingly based would that be? She's like, listen, I've got to the root cause of immigration. We need to invade Central and South America. Just put an end to these cartels.
I want to know what the most important issues are. Not major issues in education. No, thank you.
Right. Stacking damage for $20. Thank you. Says, quote, dictator on day one is a lie. Literal quote. No. Other than day one, we're closing the borders and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator, by his own words.
Yeah, but look, they do this all the time. And they're technically correct, even though I do agree with you. It's incredibly dishonest, but that's the environment we live in.
Right.
They say, he said he would be a dictator on day one. Well, he did fucking say that. Why did he say that? Why did he say that?
Yeah.
They just don't include the part where he said, obviously, then I wouldn't be a dictator after that.
Right.
And why would they include that? They're trying to smear him dishonestly. Don't you think the answer to that is just not to say that?
Mm-hmm.
Not to say you would be a dictator on day one? What do you think, Sitch?
What was the question?
What is so difficult about that?
It was a bad answer. It was during a town hall.
You can't make bad answers when you're president.
No. Well, you have to expect that. I mean, to be clear, it doesn't make it right if the media's, spinning it. But you have to expect, especially if you're Trump, that they're going to take any answer you give and try to frame it in the most uncharitable way ever. And it's weird because like he should know that, and yet very often he just doesn't give a clear answer that would be like it was the same thing with the Proud Boys, the stand down, stand by. I was like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of fucking answer was that? And or the bleach thing. Like, I was joking. Like, what is these answers?
Not only that, that was his response to the media calling him a dictator. He's like, the media always wants to call me a dictator, right? Well, I would only be a dictator in one situation. It's like,
Yeah, for one day,
shut
it's
the
like, oh
fuck
God,
up.
Trump, why? Why would you
Shut the
do that?
fuck up.
Right.
He's like, oh yeah, the media is right about that dictatorship. They just got it wrong on the length of time.
Right. Exactly. So here's like this perfect article you're talking about. This is from The Atlantic. The headline is Trump says he'll be a dictator on day one. It says it like giant bold print. And then under it, the subtitle, which is very small, says, but not after that.
Yeah, exactly. They know how propaganda works, but he doesn't have to say that. He doesn't have to give them the headline, but he can't help himself.
During a town hall in Iowa last night, Fox News' Sean Hannity tossed Trump what ought to have been a softball question. See, yeah, I remember this too. Quote, under no circumstances you are promising America tonight you would never abuse power as retribution against anyone, Hannity asked. Trump replied, except for day one, which is a terrible answer. Jesus. So he's saying that on day one, he's going to use power. I mean, technically, what he's saying is that on day one, he would abuse his power of retribution. Presumably, it's a joke, but still, it's a bad answer. Then next that he said, quote, he says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? Trump riffed. I said, no, 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 other than day one. We're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator. So, very bad answer.
So look, if the border doesn't get closed for 20 years, he's still at it, right?
There you go.
After that, he literally says, after that, I'm not a dictator anymore. As soon as I close the border, I'm not a dictator. It's just weird.
Okay.
Do you ever use this website? What is it? Statista?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
What do you think the most important problems facing this country today? What do you think is the most important problem facing this country today? They have
economy, I'd assume.
Well, I don't know if this is accurate information. They have the government, poor leadership, 21%, immigration, 18%. Like abortion is only 4%. Abortion has really been pushed out of the way because like the economy, 17%, high cost of living, inflation, 12%, poverty, like I'm poor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, yeah, I get that abortion has been pushed to the sidelines because of the economy, which makes perfect sense. But I do think with Biden out, it's going to come back. You're going to see the Democrats are going to force it back. They know it's a good cudgel to hit Trump with. And the way that a lot of these talking points work is that someone has a talking point that's effective or that they know is an effective weapon. And so the pundits like make it become an issue that people care about.
Well, only though if it really threatens people though. And I mean, I was watching that Gretchen Whitmer debate and they had a law that they were also pushing that would settle the abortion issue in Michigan. And it passed. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if the abortion thing is settled in your state to a degree that you're comfortable with, are you really concerned about it as a national issue anymore? Probably not. No matter how much they make hay about it, right? If
your own state deals with it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I can understand what you're saying, but I don't know. It's a good question, actually. Yeah. Like, would that depress turnout on that issue for that state?
Look, and I do think as soon as the Supreme Court's decision came down, all of the states were like, oh shit, this is going to revert back to some insane law if we don't take care of it. So they all stepped in and they're like, boom, here's the law that people want. We'll get it passed. Everyone's happy. We can move on. So I do think there's this truce that has kind of evolved over. I mean, how long ago was abortion a thing? It's been like a year or two, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could be right.
Look, according to Statista here, you're never going to believe this. What issue is more important to people than abortion? You're going to cry. The federal budget deficit. 5%.
I'm not going to cry. You're going to cry.
Literally, look, abortion is 4%. Federal
Mhm.
budget deficit is 5%. That is a 20% difference.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
20% more people are interested in the fucking deficit than abortion.
I don't believe that. I don't actually believe that's true.
I know. Look, I just looked it up. This could be just, I don't know if this is just like an online poll or what. Why this? I mean, I'm always wanting polling information.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Kyle Klinsky does. He's always got a poll for everything. Like,
Right.
how the fuck does this guy get all these polls? He's got a poll for everything.
Well, I guess to look at this on 538, do they have like polls of? I know they usually have polls of like candidates. They have polls of issues. Like, what are the issues that people care about?
Yeah, 538 they're the reputable one.
Mm-hmm.
Statista evidently is like selling their service of doing polls or giving you polling data. Like they're just cranking out polls. Yeah. I looked at some other polls and I was really surprised. Climate change it's like night and day because climate change is huge for Democrats. It's like always in their top 10 issues, right?
Yeah. Republicans
and for Republicans, it's like they don't care at all.
So according to 538 right now, Kamala Harris has only a 38.6% approval rating and a 50% disapproval rating. So she's definitely got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, look, if you're going to the internet, you're like, I don't know much about Kamala Harris. Let me take a look around.
Right.
You're going to be sadly disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
But she has the opportunity to get out there and change things up. I think people are willing to give her a new look, especially in the situation in the face of Trump. I know there's a lot of people that don't want to vote for Trump. So
the last Ipsos poll actually has Donald Trump with 51% unfavorability and only 40% favorability. So
that's not good.
He's not in a much better boat either.
Yeah. Everyone is in the lesser of two evils voting situation now.
Right.
The first time Obama ran, the first term, oh man, people were dying to vote for him. Enthusiasm was through the roof. If any sort of candidate steps up like that, where there's actual enthusiasm,
I mean,
Trump doesn't stand a chance.
No, right. Well, I don't know. It might be too late in the game for that level of enthusiasm to build, right?
Right.
Unless there's some like real firecracker person that we don't know about yet that just comes out of nowhere and is like the golden child, right? Which is probably not going to happen.
Someone just tagged me on Twitter for a David Pakman tweet. This is great.
Oh God, what do you say?
David Pakman 6 hours ago is the oldest presidential nominee in American history. Donald Trump. Really what this country needs right now? This guy turns on a dime.
Yeah, I saw. So like the narrative twisting, which I don't think is going to be an effective strategy, is a lot of Democrats are like, oh, well, now that Joe Biden is out, now we can talk about being too old and infirm to be president. And Donald Trump is too old and, mentally incompetent to be president. And I'm like, he went up there and he gave an hour and 30-minute speech, was cogent for an hour and 30 minutes. I don't think that's going to work. I don't think it's an effective strategy for the Democrats.
I mean, they are going to clean up with hypocrites. I mean, obviously they're going to be voting for them in mass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when his entire spiel has been, we have to vote for Joe Biden, even though he's mentally incompetent for months now.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's like, you can't vote for Trump because he's mentally incompetent. Duh.
Mm-hmm.
All of the moral grandstanding in this election kind of
It's
getting
gonna be
under my
gross, yeah.
nerves. Kind of getting under my nerves, Sitch. It really is.
Thal for $20 says Sitch, crime is down because they changed the laws about who is held in jail. The statistics only count those being held and not crimes reported. So crime being down depends on the reporting and what it counts.
Yep.
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, Sitch. You didn't know that murder was downgraded to a misdemeanor, did you?
I didn't know. No, I didn't know that. No, I didn't know that.
That's true.
So
it's great. Finally did some about my ex-wife.
Yeah, so the Democrats' narrative I've seen is to do this. Donald Trump is too old and mentally incompetent to be president, right? Which I don't think is going to work at all. The Republicans have an equally retarded, weird position now they're trying to frame, which is like one of the dumbest things I've ever seen in my life, which is that they're trying to say that, like, N Wokeness tweeted this out. They said, for anyone who still believes January 6th was a coup, take notes. You have witnessed a real coup on July 21st.
Oh, I know. I hate this one too.
Yeah. So there's like this like literally the dumbest narrative I've ever heard, which is that that Joe Biden stepping down is somehow a coup and is somehow anti-democratic because he stepped down. And I'm hearing this, and the logic goes to try to steelman this insipid argument is they're saying, well, Joe Biden, people had a democratic process or a republic process, constitutional republic process, to cast their vote to elect for the nominee, who was Joe Biden. And, they voted for him. And now Joe Biden is stepping down. So people will not vote. The average American will not be voting for who is the nominee. It will be someone, the DNC essentially will figure it out. Which, first of all, I guess you actually have a situation where the people that will make the decision are the people that you cast your votes for in the first place. Because when you're voting for Joe Biden, what you're really voting for is you're voting for a candidate. You're voting for a delegate to go to the convention and cast a vote for someone, specifically Joe Biden. And then if Joe Biden steps out, they're going to vote for someone else. So you're still technically who you voted for is still casting the ballot from that angle. But no one really cares about that or is going to even address that whatsoever. It's a stupid and weird point for a few reasons. First of all, when the primary happened and people cast their vote for Joe Biden, they did not realize that Joe Biden was at the mental state that he was in the debate. People were not aware of this.
Sitch?
They're not aware of this. And so it's like, imagine if tomorrow we all found out that Donald Trump was diagnosed with a brain-eating parasite, okay? That on January 21st, Donald Trump's brain would be reduced to mush and he would become a vegetable. And Donald Trump knew this before he was going to run. He 100% knew this was going to happen, right? If that was the case, it would make sense for the Republicans to drop him from the ticket because he's not going to be mentally fit to be president at that point, even if people cast a vote for him, because new information came in. And it's kind of like this really preposterous idea that, well, because people voted for someone who had this massive problem they didn't realize, that they're just stuck with him forever. And if you decide to drop him, it's some kind of anti-democratic action. Right. It's a fake argument because no one actually believes it. Because the Republicans have been saying, it's kind of like, the guy with the two buttons thing. You're like, oh, you think that Joe Biden should still be the candidate and to get rid of him is like some kind of evil anti-democratic thing. But at the same token, you also believe he's too mentally infirmed to be president right now. How does that make any sense?
Well, different people could have that that argument.
But it's the same
person.
people making that argument.
No, I get it. Yeah, but
right.
I'd like to hope that the same person doesn't make both those arguments.
No, the same people are every single person right now who's saying that the Democrats are evil or that they did a coup or that they're anti-democratic for pushing Joe Biden out, all believe the Democrats should 25th Amendment Joe Biden because he's not mentally competent to be president.
Right.
So their position is complete hypocrisy. It's a fake position. It's not a real position. It's a performative position to hold, essentially.
Yeah, it's motivated reasoning.
So
they're like, look, we like Joe Biden. We were stomping him. Donald Trump was 6 points up in all the swing states against Joe Biden.
Right.
Now he's going to be neck and neck.
Yeah. I mean, that's really what it is. Yeah. It's really what it is. And it's also just funny too, because I said, like, all the people that are saying this on Twitter, none of these people had any problem with Donald Trump telling Pence to throw out the vote and to override, the 80 million so people that voted for Joe Biden to be president. They didn't have any problem with that action, but suddenly they're very upset that Biden has decided of his own volition. Well, he was pressured to, but deciding to drop out and to, oh my God, take away the vote from all those primary voters, even though they'll still get a chance to vote in the general election. So,
don't you think they care about democracy though when they win? When there's an overwhelming victory, when they're involved in an overwhelming victory, then they're like, democracy's based.
Of course. That's the way it works.
Democracy is sacred.
Most people don't have like principles. They're not advocating for something from a first principle perspective. They have an intuition or a vibe of what they want and who they want to win. And then everything's just post hoc reasoned after to get there, essentially.
Yeah, look, I have a visceral disgust for Kamala Harris. That cackle just drives me crazy. I don't know maybe I dated someone like her in my past and I was just
hate
like,
women. They're sex.
No, look. I mean, I watched a bunch of interviews and debates with Gretchen Whitmer and I thought, I could listen to this. She could be president. I wouldn't be physically disgusted. Yeah. Well, I mean, she could, I can't imagine that. Like, she sounds completely intelligent, well-read, knowledgeable about the issues, all of that in the debates and she's obviously prepared for those debates and interviews in a way that, I mean, it would be difficult for me to imagine her messing up in the way that Kamala does. Kamala just doesn't, she says very stupid things in a lot of interviews. I don't know if you've watched many interviews with her, but
he talks about the coconut. She has that line that she says everywhere that is like the dumbest line ever, the unburdened line.
Yeah.
The what I don't even remember. It's like let us not be unburdened by what we are or whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I definitely
know what I'm talking about. What is the line? What is the Kamala line?
I must be unburdened by this unburdening, burdensome burden. No, I don't know what it is.
4 minutes of Kamala Harris saying what can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been? Well, first of all, that provides absolutely no image inside your brain. Now, when I talk about Kamala Harris and Gretchen Whitmer playing patty cake as they do jump rope, like, I'm creating images in your head. The unburdened line is dumb. What am I supposed to see in my head when someone says that, Sitch?
Nothing, because no one knows what the fuck it even means.
Yeah, why even say that?
What can be unburned by what has been? Like, I'm guessing that's what that's supposed to mean, is that we shouldn't allow the past to burden like what will be our future, right? We shouldn't let our past drag us down. I'm guessing that's what that line is supposed to mean, but it's phrased in the most like gobbledygook, retarded, faux intellectual way ever. That you're right. It paints no picture in your mind. You don't know what the fuck. It just sounds like gobbledygook nonsense.
Yeah.
And it's
Dumb
insane
stuff.
because there's like literally there's these 5-minute compilations of Kamala just saying this stupid fucking. She says it constantly.
Bring
Like,
it up. I want to see it.
okay, I'll send it to you. Like,
But are
what?
they done to make her just look stupid? I mean,
What?
you watch interviews just where she's being interviewed on CNN and she just doesn't. I mean, everything is politician speak.
It's baffling to me because it is clearly like someone on her campaign has fed her this line to say because he says it constantly. And it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid. And how is no one on her staff? What kind of like DEI operation is she running here? Maybe that's the possibility that no one on her staff is like Kamala, Kamala, honey, sweetie, baby. Stop fucking saying this stupid line. Don't mention coconuts ever. Don't say this on burn line ever. It's all retarded. It's trash. Stop.
Right. You need a better catchphrase.
Yes. Okay. I send it to you.
Oh, nice.
What?
I thought you were going to read some super chats or something.
Okay. I was going to wait for you to bring it up.
Oh, okay. I'll hustle.
Also, there's this Aaron Sorkin thing. I'll talk about this while you're pulling that up. So Aaron Sorkin, this is the guy who famed liberal creator.
Oh, yeah, I know him.
Of The West Wing and Newsroom. Okay.
Right. Yep.
Now,
Very
I will
famous.
say, I have been on the record. My stance on Aaron Sorkin has been made clear throughout the years. Okay. I have said that I've never understood why Democrats love West Wing. I've never understood it. I think that show is one of the most overrated shows of all time. And also, that show, like, it's so weird. If you've never seen West Wing, you know, it's like Democrats, they all like masturbate vigorously to the fictional president in West Wing. Okay. President Bartlett, played by the actor Charlie Sheen's father, Martin Sheen. And he's really good in the show. He's really good in the show. But almost every episode of that show is the Democrats his Democrat administration trying to get something passed or done and just utterly failing to do it. So I don't understand why people point to this show or like the show. It's about an administration that essentially has a moral president who fails at doing almost everything. And I never liked it.
It's
and then
Barack Obama.
He had, there you go. He had Newsroom, which I thought the first season of Newsroom was really good. I haven't seen it in a long time, so maybe I'd change my opinion if I seen it again. And after the first season, I thought it was just trash. I thought it just became a little schlock after that. And so Aaron Sorkin came out with possibly one of the dumbest fucking ideas I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Aaron Sorkin came up with this idea now that Biden has announced that he's dropping out. Aaron Sorkin says that the Democrats should nominate. Have you seen this, Adam? Do you know where I'm going with this?
No, I can't wait to hear. It sounds
Who do you
fascinating.
think Aaron Sorkin thinks the Democrats should nominate?
I don't know. Hillary Clinton, maybe?
No, it's dumber than that.
Worse? You can't. Yeah. That's impossible. It can't be worse than Hillary Clinton. I don't know.
Aaron Sorkin, writer of the hit show West Wing, thinks that in order to defeat Donald Trump, the Democrats should nominate Mitt Romney.
Okay, it is dumber than. Look, how the hell am I supposed to guess Mitt Romney's not even a Democrat?
I know. Is this like the stupidest
Mitt
fucking
Romney?
thing I've heard in my life? Yes.
Because he's like a anti-Trumper?
Yeah.
Do you really think the Democratic base is going to get behind Mitt Romney? They're more likely to get behind Hillary Clinton.
Fuck no. This is retarded.
How
This is like
incredibly unlikely that is.
this is like, oh, this is why I've been validated. Okay. For years I've been telling people West Wing was not good and a schlock. And now it's been confirmed. It's been totally fucking confirmed by like this writer who writes crap melodrama and nonsense. Okay. This is total trash. He's like, oh, what would I do for my trashy television show? Oh, we're gonna nominate a Republican because it create drama. Like this is so nonsensical. The Democrats would not be in favor of this. And he like casts it like, oh, you would get all the Republicans who don't vote for Trump. Like the 2% of the people that like Mitt Romney in the Republican Party, is that worth like turning off like 50% of the Democrats?
Yeah, what is the point of even voting?
This is the guy that, and people were pointing out, like Biden literally said Mitt Romney wants to put black people in chains, and this is the guy Democrats had to put up the 2024. This is the stupidest fucking idea I've ever heard in my life.
That is crazy.
Yes. So there you go. Aaron Sorkin revealed to be a total hack fraud for the world. Thank you so much. I'm so happy.
Do you feel vindicated now?
I do feel vindicated, validated.
So it's not in context here, so we're not going to be able to tell what she's saying.
No, you don't need, but yeah.
No, this is going to be horrendous.
We don't have to watch the whole 4 minutes, but
4 minutes of Kamala Harris saying, "What can be unburdened by what has been."
right.
What kind of image does that put in your head, Sitch?
What can be unburdened by what has been? I mean, it makes me think someone dropping their pants, taking a dump. They're unburdening themselves from the shit inside of them. I don't know.
Okay. All right, here we go. Go.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by
like
what has
Nazi.
been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be
Unburdened by what has been.
what
Okay. What can be? I paused it. I couldn't take it anymore. I only made it 22 seconds. Okay.
You couldn't even listen to a full minute of what can be unburdened by what was.
What can be unburdened is like a thing, right?
I don't know.
This is a category.
This is so weird. It's such a weird fucking statement. It's so stupid.
This is a category. What the category of what can be unburdened, right?
Yeah.
But it can only be unburdened by what has been. Well, what has been where? What has been what do you mean what has been? By who? By whom?
Maybe this whole time she was saying like she's going to be unburdened by what has been, which was Joe Biden, right?
Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe
Yes.
she meant she could be unburdened by a has-been. Maybe that's what she was saying. I can be unburdened by a has-been.
Right.
Let's listen again because she adds a couple more. She gives like a hint here in the beginning.
Okay.
I'm gonna start over.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine. Oh my God. This is so bad at painting a picture. I can't even remember what the fuck she said.
I can imagine what can be and
I can imagine what can be. So this is like utopian thinking, right? Oh, that's what it means. Okay. So she's talking about imagining the future, the amazing future, flying cars, people eating food and enjoying their lives without working, right? I can imagine what can be without being burdened or unburdened or being unburdened by all of the racism and
Yes.
and homophobia
Yes.
and
Yes.
terrible shit that has gone on in the past. So this is her catchphrase for, even though we live in a white supremacist, colonialist, fucking racist nation,
Mhm.
that we can never forgive ourselves for, that we should always be burdened by, we could still have a great utopia someday once we're
There you
unburdened
go.
by
It's
it.
aspirational.
Yeah.
I sent
Look,
you
this
a
is
tweet that is actually, I think, maybe one of the first times she used this stupid line, and it has like the context to it.
Oh, it does? Okay, perfect. Look
Yeah.
at this.
So we can kind
Sitch is great.
of get
So
a
this-
clearer understanding of what the fuck she's talking about.
So when was this? It was September 28th, 2020.
Right.
Kamala had just dropped her second hit of acid. He was like, look at all you children,
Mm-hmm.
all you children. When young children see someone who looks like them running for office, they see themselves and what they can be, unburdened by what has been.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's what it is.
Do you want to click it? There's like a
Oh, are
video.
we gonna listen to the video too?
You can listen to the video, yeah.
I don't know. It might make me throw up.
Okay. Try to hold it down for the sake of the audience.
Okay, I will. I promise. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
When I look at young girls and boys and they look at me, they see themselves and what they can do. That's the weight that I carry and the joy of the weight. My mother would tell me often, she would say, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, but make sure you're not the last. One of us gets through the door, leave the door open, and others will come through and follow. And that's the meaning of life, the legacy that you create and that you leave.
Oh, she didn't say it.
When I
It was in the tweet.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
When young children see someone who looks like them running for office, they see themselves and what they can be and burdened by what has been. So you were correct. It is a don't, you can be unburdened by the past racism by seeing Kamala Harris, a black woman, half black woman, I guess, be in office, right?
Right. Yeah. That's not, it completely goes against the entire ideology of the Democratic Party, because I do think that first of all, they love the racist charge against the Republicans. It's political gold for them. But embedded in this idea is just the racist past that you're never allowed to forget.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't see why you'd be saying this over and over again. Like, if you were truly unburdened, you wouldn't fucking bring it up. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh wait, I think I found the first time she ever said this. Okay. She said this is from a commencement speech at a college in 2018.
They look at me and they think, wow, if there wasn't such racism in the past,
right,
Kamala Harris would never be in the position that she is today, because she's been milking it. She's totally been milking it.
I'm not going to read this whole speech because it's very long, but I'll read like a paragraph before she says the lines to see this context here. So looking back at my career so far, it may feel like it was always meant to be, but I was standing at that grocery store behind my ironing board. This was not clear. And you will have those moments. You will have a lot of those moments where you believe in yourself, and hopefully you will surround yourself with people who believe in you, but many others may not. Many others may try to discourage you when you decide you want to start up a small business or a software company, or you want to pursue science and discover the thing that has yet to be discovered. You will have those experiences, I promise you, where deep in your heart, you know you can do something, and you may not receive a lot of encouragement, but you must be undaunted. You must be undaunted. And the second point I'll make then is this, that being undaunted by the fight means being unburdened by what has been, instead knowing what can be, right? Being unburdened by what has been and knowing what can be. So like you here at Spelman Howard University taught me to reject false choices. Howard taught me to reject false choices. And by that, What do I mean? Well, it means you don't let anyone put you in a box. You don't let anyone put you in a box. My mother would say, don't let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are. My mother would say, don't you let anyone tell you who you are. You tell them who you are. Jesus, she fucking repeats herself a lot. More than Trump, right? And so it's interesting because as the first Black woman elected to many positions I've been elected to, I'm often in room and have been in rooms where a reporter or someone else will come up to me and say, so talk to us about Black women issues. And I'll look at them and think, you know what? I'm so glad you want to talk about the economy. Or sometimes say, I'm so glad you want to talk about national security, because that's what we know is this. Yes, there are issues that explicitly, because what we know is this. Yes, there are issues that explicitly impact the Black community. And we care, of course, about the fact that Black women are 3 to 4 times more likely to die because of pregnancy than white women. And I'm glad to be working, by the way, with Morehouse Medical School to author legislation to address that. But when more than half Americans are $500 away from financial catastrophe, the economy is a Black woman's issue, which is one reason why I propose a middle class tax cut that basically gives family earnings less than $100,000 a year a $6,000 tax credit that collect the $500 a month so they can meet those needs, because this is a Black woman's issue. This isn't everyone's issue. So there you go. That was the origin of the unburdened by what has been retarded line.
Boring.
Yeah. Why the fuck does she think this is a good line?
Look,
You're right.
You have to be unburdened by what has been, Sitch. You got to feel it.
Maybe she's autistic.
Oh, wow.
Well, I mean, you completely nailed it. That is you want part of Trump's power of persuasion is he's able to paint a clear picture in your mind, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, he sets
Like,
the scene.
I want a big, beautiful wall that shines from sea to shining sea. There's immigrants, they're coming across our borders, they're rapists. Some are good, fine people, but they're rapists, right? You got when he's talking about, like, I touched my ear, there was blood all over my hand. I thought, ow, I must have been shot, right? like he paints this image in your mind, but this unburned by what has been line is just so, it doesn't paint anything in your mind. It makes you it makes your eyes glaze over and you fall asleep because you know what the fuck she's talking about.
Yeah, you don't know what the burden is.
No.
Yeah, it's just, dumb. But look, I think she thinks, oh, everyone knows what the burden is. It's slavery and white supremacy and racism. That's what the burden is. But you just don't let that racism and slavery hold you back.
Well, just say that. That'd be like a far more impactful thing to say. Is like, we shouldn't let the burden, don't let the burden of slavery and racism, hold you back or something, right? Just be clear what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She's got it's just, I don't know. Can you ever escape that if your goal is to be the first Black woman president? But she's not. People are going to freak out about that because she's mixed. She's not even, she's like Black.
Well, I mean,
Indian.
I don't know. Like, Obama was mixed. No one really. He's just the first Black president.
He was black coded, Sitch. Please.
Well, Kamala's black coded, I don't even know what. Too, right?
No, she's not. What are you talking about? I think she looks more Indian than black. I think she's more Indian coded to me.
You're probably right. I mean, I don't know. I don't really see her as Indian coded. I don't really see her as black coded either.
Every time she says, look, I'm the first Black woman president, I think, yeah, right.
You're right. Obama had like black cred. She doesn't have black cred.
No.
She just seems like colorless in my mind, which is like a good thing, I guess, technically, but maybe not a good thing for Democrat voters.
Of course not.
So.
They want to dip. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the Indian American community is just overjoyed that they can vote for someone who's half Indian, and same with the Black community.
I mean, maybe if you're Indian, you got to be mad that, like, you don't want Kamala to be your representative of, like, the first Indian president.
Really? I don't know.
Would you?
I'm not Indian. I don't know.
Would you want Kamala to represent you in any way? Like
Of
the
course
first
not.
of yeah, okay.
Of course not. But sometimes you have to be unburned by what has been.
By what has been. Speaking, Adam, of being unburned by what has been.
Uh-huh.
So is it kind of funny that for like the past week, all these people have been trying to burn you with
Burden
you
me?
saying, yeah, burden you with you saying that you're not going to vote for Biden and losing their mind, literally pissing and shitting themselves
Oh, I know.
in
It's been a
fear
shit
and
show.
anger. And it doesn't matter now because Biden has dropped out of the race as we both predicted he would do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna throw it all in their faces too. Like the only motherfucker out here working to get Biden out of this race was me. None of these motherfuckers were doing anything. All these mofos just out here simping for this corpse. Oh, it'll be fine. Here's 25 great arguments why you should vote for someone who doesn't have a pulse. It's like, what are you doing? What are you doing, you morons? We're trying to get this guy out of the race. Why would you do this? Hurting their own cause just to beat up on me. You nailed it, Sitch. You totally nailed it. That's what it is. Hurting their own cause just to beat up on me. And me, meanwhile, I'm saying, look, I'm a reasonable person. And I think a lot of reasonable people would just be like, yeah, look, I'm going to vote for the guy who can actually think. Well, yeah, sure. He's got a rough, a kind of sketchy past. Right?
Sure.
You know, maybe not the best.
Yeah.
But at least he can think, right? He can talk to Putin on the phone.
There you go.
Without stumbling over his words. Look, and not only that, this sketchy past, I mean, that might work to his favor. Putin's like, I don't know what the fuck this guy's going to do. I better get the fuck out of Ukraine.
He might try to coup me for all I know. He's gonna
Yeah,
January 6th
exactly.
Putin. Yeah,
exactly. That sketchy past might work to our advantage. So,
right.
But look, yes, now that it's all over, now that the Democrats are actually going to put up someone that has a fighting chance against Trump, and we're going to get like a real race out of all this, I expect no credit. Everyone's just gonna, they're all gonna forget.
So are you on the Gretchen train? It feels like you're like enamored with Gretchen.
Gretchen Whitmore.
Yeah. I
I mean, look, I am legitimately an undecided voter at this point. So I'm now we are in the realm, and this is what nobody ever seemed to get, because I was like, they kept wanting to talk about policy, and I was like, well, I mean, there are two situations here, and I think one is a greater threat to democracy, the whole not being able, everyone brings up the 25th Amendment like it's just a cakewalk to just pull a president out by the 25th Amendment.
Right.
Like if they can't pressure Biden to step down right now, like how doesn't the president have more power when he's actually the president of the United States and into his second term? Like why would pressuring him out then be easier, Sitch?
Yeah,
I mean, I'm asking legitimately, right?
Well, I mean, only if he just presumably become even more enfeebled, right?
Yeah, but if he challenges, if the cabinet says, okay, we got to get rid of this guy, and he challenges it, they got to come up with a 2/3 vote in the Senate and the House to actually get him out.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they could. I'm not sure, but it just seems like an uncertainty, an unknown that's just a bridge too far for me, and I think many other voters. I think many other voters see it that way simply. But now that it's like, okay, we've got two candidates that can think, and it's funny because you're exactly right with the Pac-Man strategy now is going to be, well, you said that Joe Biden was too enfeebled to run.
Yeah.
Well, isn't Trump too enfeebled to run? Now that argument, now you have to choose that argument, right?
Right, yeah.
Look, if Trump starts getting super enfeebled, okay, it's an easy decision, right? But I think now it is like a policy decision. I'm going to look at the policies. I'm going to, figure out what policies I like best.
Mm-hmm.
What
Are you
about
going
you?
to? Well, I'm still not going to vote, so it doesn't matter, as I said.
You're not going to vote? But you
No.
said you would. I noticed last time you said you would say if it was you would vote Trump, who you would vote for, Trump or over Biden or Biden
Right.
over Trump. But you never said. It was funny.
Well, I said so. My position, my problem with Trump has nothing to do with policy. My problem with Trump is that I will never vote for him because he literally tried to get the vice president to just throw out 80 million people's votes and declare himself president.
Right.
I can never vote for someone like unless the person he's running against is like a pedophile space alien that eats people, like or something to that
Right.
effect. Like I can never vote for Trump because of that. That's such I'm a very big guy about procedure and maintaining the system and the legality of that system and doing things the right way. And that's such a like Donald Trump taking a big steaming pile of shit on like the American democracy, the American constitutional republic in such a way that I find just so vehemently offensive that I could never vote for him after that.
Well, but you are talking about a character issue.
Yeah.
You're not really
That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with
about
policy. Yeah, it's a complete character issue.
Well, this is the thing. This is the argument that most people make, and this is the argument that really bugs the fuck out of me. Like they're basically saying, okay, Donald Trump is a traitor, and you can't vote for a traitor. And that's the kind of psychological manipulation that makes me think, what the fuck? Maybe I can vote for a traitor, you fucker.
Well, I never said you can't vote. You can do whatever you want. I'm just saying I'm never going to vote for someone who's done that action. I find it personally reprehensible and
Right.
traitorous. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but you're making a decision completely differently from me.
Yes.
I'm making a decision based on what I think the outcome is going to be. And you're making a decision based on like rewarding someone or not rewarding someone for some kind of personality trait.
Obviously,
like this personality, the trait that you're talking about could actually be good for America. Like I said,
like
yeah,
if I had a crystal ball and I could see the future, okay, and I can see that in the future that Trump being president is going to have substantially better outcomes for America than Kamala or anyone or Gretchen or Newsom or something, right? Then I'd say, okay, then I would support Trump, right? But we don't know what the future will be. So we just have to base it on what information we do know. And the information I do know is Donald Trump, I think, is an immoral person who's done many actions to that effect and doesn't seem to really give a shit about. I don't think, in my opinion, really gives a shit about America really at all. And is really only interested in cementing his own status.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I think that's like all candidates, especially at the presidential level. So
I don't think most there's like all politicians and all presidents have to have a massive ego to run for office. But I think most of them have some level of respect for the American system. I don't think any other president would ever even have attempted to try to do the fake elector scheme, which is why no one ever even tried to do it or even thought to do that until Donald Trump.
yeah, no,
So
yeah. I mean, even that you could think of, you could spin that into a positive relatively easily. Like, okay, this guy's going to fight like hell to get whatever policies he's putting forward to get done. Right? You're like, holy shit, this guy wants it so fucking bad.
I mean, you could make that argument. I would say that it's not about policy with him. It was about the desperation. We've talked about this, the desperation to be a two-term president, because to be a two-term president is like ultimate status. To be a one-term president is kind of like loser.
Totally.
And so it's not really like, oh, I have some amazing like, it's not like the FDR situation where you're like, well, FDR did a lot of fucking shady, weird shit, like for his policies that he won in the past. It's not even like that situation. It's like, oh, no, no, this was really just to cement his own status as a two-term president.
Yeah, but it's aligned with a lot of people's policy goals, and that's why. I mean, this is literally why
Yeah, but the policy
democracy
goals are
works.
second, right?
Well, I mean, obviously, Trump is going to worry about his legacy, and his legacy is going to be tied up into whatever policy goals he achieves.
Maybe, but I don't like if Trump is not a person who has a lot of, he's not a person who's motivated by ideology. So he's not like, oh,
That's
he
a
has a bunch
plus.
of, well, is it? Because then it's his ideology is just whoever he's surrounded himself with, whatever they represent.
Look, if the voters want something,
Mhm.
and obviously they're electing a candidate to achieve whatever policy goal this is that they want. I mean, if Trump is going to fight 10 times harder for that policy goal, obviously, than Joe Biden. Like, Joe Biden was a wet fish on policy goals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so many,
Yeah, but
many of the
Trump
policy
wasn't some big monster policy goals.
we should watch that Project 25, that 2025 thing.
Mhm.
Hopefully we can watch it on stream because it's such a brilliant piece of propaganda, but it's kind of laughable. The one guy who's complaining in there that's supposed to show that Trump is like the bad guy,
Mhm.
he's talking about how every time he talked to Trump, all Trump would talk about was immigration.
Right.
And I was thinking, oh my God, because he's trying to get the fucking policy goal. Like that
was his big thing that he ran on, was the wall.
Yes,
The
but
first time,
look,
yeah.
he's saying this in this piece of propaganda
Right.
to people because they're supposed to think, oh my God, like he's monomaniacally focused on this one thing, and that makes him crazy. And other people who actually want immigration taken care of look at that and they think, oh my God, this is the best candidate I've ever thought of. The best candidate that's ever existed. I want to vote for this guy. All he thinks about is achieving the policy goal that I desire.
Sure.
It's hilarious. It's so funny. But so yeah, I think you could spin that into a plus. But if you desire the policy goal, obviously,
Sure.
if you don't desire the policy goal, right? Like if his goal is to, and this is where the Democrats will spin it as a negative, right? They'll say, look, Trump is monomaniacally focused on policy and he's going to get every single thing he wants. And the things that he wants a national ban on gay marriage. He wants to make sure no one can transition. He wants to ban abortion, all abortion with no exceptions, right? They make it terrifying for people.
Well, if Trump wins, if Trump wins, they're not going to be able to pass any immigration reform because the Democrats are just going to stonewall anything, whatever they have, unless they win by a supermajority, which seems unlikely to me. You had Biden, I believe, passed an executive order, which was similar to what they wanted the bill to be. So I don't know, maybe he'll be able to make the executive order a little bit stronger in terms of turning people away from asylum. I don't believe the president has the authority to just turn off people seeking asylum at the border. I think that probably require either a negotiation of the treaties we've signed to do that or a law. So I'm kind of skeptical as what Trump would even be able to on his own pass through immigration in that issue. And I think
he doesn't know policy at all. So
no, I know, but I'm saying, and I think the majority, like I think if Trump wins, I really think he's going to get bogged down in his first 2 years in terms of policy because he is going to he's going to have an attorney general who's going to be a stooge, who he's going to sick at Democrats, and that's going to just bog down his presidency for 2 years, and he won't really accomplish much of anything.
Really?
Would be my guess. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
I mean,
I think the only thing that he'll probably accomplish in his first year, if Trump wins, I think the only thing he'll probably accomplish in his first year is that I do think there will be a negotiated peace between Ukraine and Russia, because I think Russia is just holding the ball here, waiting to see who's going to win, to see, and whoever that is, thinking that they might get a better shot, a better negotiation, because America's tired of funding the war. Ukraine's probably tired of fighting the war. And so I think that's the only, I think whoever wins the presidency, that war is going to basically get resolved in the first year of that president's term.
Kamala's going to resolve it.
Yeah, I think it doesn't matter who wins. I think it's going to get resolved in the first year.
Interesting. Yeah, Trump just he doesn't know policy. Like his way of conducting policy is just to delegate, find people that can do the policy and then delegate to them. This is why he kept taking stuff from, things he would see on Fox News, some author of some book. Christopher Rufo, he sees on Fox News. Yeah, but he just takes his CRT bill whole cloth.
Right, but that's like the problem. So you have Trump is like delegating shit to people, which, I mean, at least the first time, maybe this time he'll be more equipped. The first time, he was not able to get a competent staff of people, which is why he didn't really get that much accomplished. And then the things that he personally focused on were like, I'm going to try to coerce Zelensky into attacking Joe Biden, right? A morally reprehensible action for a president to do. I'm going to try to pressure Pence into declaring me president, a morally reprehensible action.
Did you see the tweet from Zelensky that he talked to Trump as soon as he sent the nomination?
I did, yeah.
He's like, Trump, you fucking owe me.
Well, that's what's fun. It's funny too. Excuse me. I feel bad for Zelensky because, like, he totally,
he totally
caved to Donald Trump. He totally said, "I'll do whatever the fuck you want," and the Republicans still shit all over him. So,
I know, yeah. I know, but Trump remembers. Well, he might abandon him though. Who knows?
I don't know. I think actually, the fact that Zelensky did cave to Trump is probably might be why I don't think Trump's as soft on Putin? Ukraine and Putin as people claim. I totally agree. I don't think that he is. I think it's an unfair characterization.
I agree. So. Yeah, I the biggest fear that kind of relates to the January 6th stuff and the like going off the rails in that situation is the threat that he will weaponize the DOJ and go after political rivals.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to tell myself, oh no, Trump, when he wins the election, he'll be focused more on his legacy. He'll be monomaniacally focused on policy like immigration, crime, things like that. He'll want a strong legacy that people will remember him by, not spending all of his time going after his political rivals.
And then you saw the Truth Social post today.
and then I saw him beating up on Joe Biden, and I was thinking, God damn it. God damn it. He can't fucking help himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? Why? I
know.
Why? Let it go. Let it go.
I was optimistic too, but I saw that and I'm like, nah, I guess we're back to formula here.
Trump, you have to be unburdened by what has been.
Trump, why can't you be unburdened by what has been?
Come on, man.
Come on, Trump, be unburdened.
Yeah.
He can't let it go for whatever reason.
Yeah. So Trump seems to be the riskier candidate. I don't know though. I know nothing about any of these people. So, well, I know that I have a visceral disgust for Kamala Harris, but I don't know what her policy platform is or if she can stop cackling. So
that's really what matters, right?
Well, look, I would not. Well, thankfully, he's not even close to being in the running, but RFK, oh my God, I can't listen to that voice for 4 years. It's just it'll drive me insane.
Well, that's what's interesting too, because I think the polling had shown that RFK was pulling more away from Biden, but without Biden, will he pull more away from whoever the Democrat was, or was that only because people didn't want to vote for Biden because they knew he was like dying?
Yeah, like he might pull more away from Trump.
Yeah, I have no clue how that's gonna all shake out. He could definitely be a Ross Perot spoiler situation going on for
Yeah,
someone.
this is definitely going to be interesting. We'll
Hmm.
see how many ridiculous people the Democrats put up.
Well, I guess so the issues are going to be for Kamala or whoever. They're going to be, what is their plan to help the economy? What is their plan to fight inflation? What is their plan to reduce housing costs? What is their plan for Medicare, Medicaid, health insurance, getting health insurance costs down? What is their plan for Ukraine, Russia? What is their plan for the environment? What is their plan for immigration? What is their plan for abortion? You have to see like what all these ideas are. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Kamala is going to give a lot of shit answers for most of these questions. You
That's
know,
what I'm expecting.
if she's just kind of going to run as Biden 2.0, you're going to have a lot of like unsatisfactory answers to these questions because people are like, well, we haven't solved any of these problems for 4 years. Why the fuck would we expect you to solve them in the next 4 years? Which I think, even though, like, it seems like a lot of the energy in the Democrat Party is they're just so desperate to get rid of Biden that they see Kamala as like the easy thing to slot in. They just want to like slot her in for the ease of it. But I think from a strategic perspective, it's actually fucking retarded because I think you're completely correct. People want something just completely fresh, something completely new. And if it was a different Democrat, then they could run unburdened by what has been. And they wouldn't be tied down to the 4 years of the Biden faults, essentially, like Kamala will be.
Daniel Irish is saying that the unburdened by what has been is a Marxist line. It's a
So,
Marxist line.
right. So, James Lindsay had a very long thread where he made this claim that the unburdened by what has been line from Kamala is some kind of magic, hermetic, satanic Marxian words. And he kind of explained it. And listen, I like
How
James
look?
Lindsay.
How do you explain that?
Right.
That can't
Listen,
be explained.
listen. I like James Lindsay.
Oh, I like James Lindsay too.
But that thread was fucking insane. I don't know what the fuck he was talking about. I read that thread. I'm like, I don't know what this argument is. I don't believe it for a second. So
Right.
I'm sorry. I do not buy the unburned by what has been is hermetic, satanic, Marxist magic words. So
Did we just like Beetlejuice Marx or something like that? Like we said it a bunch of times. Are we
right.
safe, Dan? Is
Yeah.
this going to come back to haunt us? Literally?
There you go. We've said
I
the
hope
words too
not.
many times. Marx is gonna spawn in the mirror. Yeah.
Yeah, I think everything we've seen, everything we've talked about on this live stream leads me to believe that this is not going to be a peaceful transition of power between Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Like the
Really?
fact that Gretchen Whitmore kind of signaled the even Kamala signaling that she's going to earn it, like she's not going to just be handed it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is an open situation here. I think there are a lot of people who want to take that spot.
Right. No, I agree. I don't. I think you're going to see a lot. I think there's going to be some of a waiting and seeing what the donors are. And right now, there's actually an interesting article from the New York Times talking about how like there's a lot of Democrat donors that are immediately mobilizing around Kamala and just throwing money at her, as I predicted people would, because everyone's going to be so happy to have Biden out. So, but I don't think it's going to be a smooth everyone just bowing down to Kamala. I think you are going to see some fighting from these governors and some other people jockeying for that slot. They're going to see because they see an opening, and I think they are correct to see an opening.
Yeah.
So
They might give her enough room. They might give her 4 or 5 days just so there's like a polling cycle where they see where she is.
yes, yeah, like if she like has
What happened? Where'd you
crushing.
go? Oh, you're
Oh,
back.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, if they give her like a week and all of a sudden, I don't think this is going to happen, but like after a week, she's like just crushing Donald Trump in the polls. She's up by like 20 points. And yeah, then they're not going to try. But I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but if she starts doing interviews that look idiotic,
then yeah, they're going to be sharpening the knives like, ooh, look at this. Unburned by what has been retard here. We're going to unburn ourselves from Kamala.
Yeah. We don't care. We don't care if he backs you. We threw him over the side of the boat already. You're next.
Right.
That's what she means by that earning comment. She's got to earn it. She's got to get out there, raise money, get the polling numbers up. Yeah, this will be interesting. This is going to be super
It's
interesting.
going to be a very interesting race. So anyway.
Hell yeah.
Let's read some super. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, looks like Karlin Borshenko has lost her mind. She's embracing fascism and says she wants a dictator since everyone against the left has failed.
That's her. I guess she's supporting Trump, or.
So I saw a really weird Karlin Borshenko tweet where she said, like, I've made more money on Twitter by like endorsing fascism and like questioning the Holocaust or something. And so I'm like, what? So I'm like, I don't know if she's just doing like a kayfabe thing because she's like grifting to make money, or if this is actual some real ideological thing she's doing. I have no clue. So I have no clue what's going on with her. Obviously, she's had a lot of weird mental, emotional outbursts recently. So
that's kind of crazy.
I guess
I haven't been following Karlin, so I don't know.
I don't follow her either, but I don't know why I saw that. I just saw that tweet came along across my timeline. I was like, what the fuck? So the booster for $5 says, after watching the RNC on this channel, Hulk Hogan should be the press secretary of Trump's presidency and Adam and Sitch should be his writers. True.
Oh yeah, we'll jump in there.
We would have fixed up that. Listen, if me and Adam were writing for the RNC, okay, Trump would be up 20 points right now. He would have been unburdened by what has been. All right.
Yeah.
And we would have been like, we would have taken his phone away and say, no, you're not doing this True Social post. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Don't be dumb. Hayden Dale for $2 says, super late and gay, but super rich now too. There you go. Thank you. Sketch for 24 months. Thanks so much for the 24 months. The 2 years of being a free will seeker says, what you going to do when S-Class mania runs wild on you? There you go. Thank you, Sketch.
Yeah.
Easy for $2 says, bye, Joe Kamala. Hello, Adam Sitch 2024. There you go. Listen, why don't we run for the Democrat ticket?
Let's do it.
Yeah. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Kamala AOC 2024. Oh, Jesus. Could you imagine? That's a terrible decision.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, yeah,
I still contend she needs like a moderate centrist Democrat white dude. Maybe not white, but like a guy. She needs she needs a penis in there somewhere. She needs some Y chromosomes in that ticket.
Pete Buttigieg. He's ready on day one.
Okay. I don't think he's the best choice either. Old School for $2 says January 6th, January 13th, January 21st. Bingo. What's January 13th?
I don't know.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know.
Brian Bishop for 10 months for Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you. Says, what are you going to do with your bet money? What are you going to do with your $100, Adam?
With my $100?
Yeah.
Maybe buy some cool red shorts.
There you go.
I don't know.
Like
what are you going to do with your bet money?
I'm going to put it in my bank account.
Watch it grow.
And I'm going to use it to pay off my credit card bill.
I'm going to...
I think very exciting.
That's so bad.
Yes.
I'm going to buy some Tesla stock. How about that?
Oh, how much even is Tesla stock nowadays?
I'm going to buy...
How about this? I'm going to take the $100. I'm going to buy 1/8 of an NVIDIA stock. Okay.
The
good? Is that a
Nvidia
better
split.
answer?
You could buy almost a whole Nvidia stock. With
Oh, did it
$100.
really?
Yeah.
It's split, huh?
Yeah. I think it's like 120 now.
Wow.
Tesla's
How,
up to 250.
how many times did it split?
Just once. It split into 10.
I thought it was in like the 800 range, wasn't it?
It split. It had a 10 for 1 stock split. So
Oh, gotcha.
if it was $1,000, it became 110 shares at $100. Yeah.
It's been going. People are not happy though. It's been going down.
Yeah, look, it's
When did it-
super overpriced. It's become a meme stock at this point. Yeah. So, but I mean, I might buy some if it plunges down.
Interesting.
I like to
Hey,
buy stocks
listen,
when they're on sale.
maybe I will buy some Nvidia stock with $100. I'll buy 1 share of Nvidia stock.
Is it below 100?
No, it's 117 currently.
To buy it below 100, you should definitely jump in.
If it goes below 100, I'll definitely buy.
You don't own any stocks.
I have stocks.
Do you really? Oh, wow.
I got stocks.
Sitch is playing the stock game now.
Well, I have mutual funds. I don't have individual stocks.
That doesn't count.
Actually, that's not true. I do have individual stocks.
Mutual funds are soy.
Red.
You got to put all your money in Bitcoin.
Okay.
That's how you've got the Chad high T energy. Okay.
Right. That's true. That in GameStop, right?
Oh, yeah.
Red 473
GME to the moon.
There you go. Red 473 for 4 months says, "Gentlemen, are we coconut pilled?"
No.
No. Zombie Squad for 24 months. Thanks so much for being 2 years of Free Will Seeker, says Jimmy Carter 2024. It's time for a centennial president. There you go. How amazing that be? We get rid of Joe Biden and replace him with Jimmy Carter.
Could he really come in? I don't think he's still alive. You guys are crazy.
He's not. I mean, no, Jimmy Carter's alive.
Is he? Oh,
yeah.
Jeez.
He's still alive. He's 99, Adam. Jesus, he's hanging on.
Yeah.
Hanging on.
He probably still sounds better in a speech than Joe Biden.
Than RFK. Or Joe.
Maybe Joe's been hanging out with Hunter this whole time and not telling anyone.
Ooh,
maybe that's
that
why
cocaine.
His brain is all fried.
Right.
They found cocaine at the White House.
Oh, there you go. Turns out it was Joe's the whole time.
I thought they were going to try to pin it on Kamala so they could get a real vice president in there.
That would have been genius. But also racist. First black vice president is cocaine.
Can you imagine?
Ukala for 20 months. Thanks so much. Says ding, ding, ding. We have 2 winners, but S-Class is the best winner. Best class.
You guys are so mean. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
A Spum Churner for 2 Canadians says Coconut Crab Army has assumed control. Oh, Jesus. All the coconut memes now. There you go. Steel Manning for $10 says, I wonder if you guys realize how you are blithely admitting that the president does not run the Democrat Party, but that the entire party is beholden to the donor class. Is this who you want? I think that's a very, ironically, strawman position.
I'll be right back.
Essentially, what we're seeing, which is a good thing, actually, and you should be happy for it, is what you're seeing is that one man does not have authoritarian dictatorship control over the entire party. That even though the president, obviously, or the nominee, has massive control over the party, that if the tide turns enough against them, they can be pressured to leave. So there you go. And I think that's a total straw man too. Because not just the donors. I was like literally everyone. And I think what's even more important than the donors, people, I think, put too much emphasis on the donors. Money is important, obviously, for ads and for staff. But Biden was doing a lot of internal polling. And as the internal polling was showing Biden just slipping and slipping and slipping and slipping and slipping and slipping down, 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 and down, and down. That was really, I think we're going to find out that was the big thing pushing against Biden. So that'd be my guess. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Adam left. Zacking damage for $5 says, since President Biden is not running, that makes Vice President Trump the presumptive Democratic nominee. There you go. That's true.
Ooh.
Grammartron 3000 for $2 says, I can't wait for the infighting popcorn emoji. Yeah, see, that will be a lot of fun, at least. See, like the Democrats all clawing for the nomination position. That should be fun. And there's going to be.
Is it remotely avoidable? It seems like they want to have some organized process where everyone just agrees to put down their guns, just give it to Kamala. It's her turn.
It's interesting. You're going to see, I think you're going to see the David Pakman level pundits are going to take that position.
Really?
Yes.
Oh.
The David Pakmans, I forget the other ones, the Luke Beasleys, people of that level, I don't think they want to fight. They're afraid that any fight will tarnish whoever wins the thing. I think they want the neat and orderly transition. That's what they're going to be pushing for. I'm skeptical. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think you're going to hear a lot of pundits say that. I think you're going to hear MSNBC say that. They're going to be throwing the identity politics like, hey, she's a black woman. You have to have her, blah, 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 blah. You know, how dare the voters, the black women, they're the base of the Democrat Party. You know, they're going to feel stolen if you go jump over Kamala, which I don't think black women give a fuck about Kamala, if I'm being 100% real with you, but it's like, Jesus. Yeah, this is like total nonsense. But
I kept thinking, I mean, how many black women voters are there in America?
Right.
This is like a huge demographic or something.
Well, it's an important demographic in like certain specific
areas.
Areas.
Oh,
yeah.
I gotcha. Wow.
Yeah. So it is important. But
remember when Candace Owens was doing Blexit and trying to get black voters? She kept saying like 13% of black voters
right
are necessary for the Democrats to stay in power. If we can just get them down to 12%, 11%, they can't win.
Right.
We peel off 2% of the black voters and they're done.
Well, I think there actually was some internal polling. I thought I heard. I can't find it though. With Biden, that showed that he was actually down by a significant amount among black votes and black women votes. And that might have been a key thing to sort of push him out here.
Wow.
Purple Brain for 17 months says, so to run against the biggest threat to democracy, they'll use a candidate who wasn't selected democratically. Yeah, people are going to say that. That's going to be like the Republican like line. I don't think that's going to be effective at all. I think that's going to be one of those things that like pundits smugly say to try to attack the threat to democracy line, which I guess is smart. Like it's a smart thing for the Republican pundits to throw out there. I don't think it's going to be terribly effective with the swing voters. It will be effective in like the internet punditry space, probably though. It's got a nice ring to it. Mason Royce for 3 Aussie bucks says Kamala is getting set up to take the fall. I don't agree. I think a lot of people are going to be champing at the bit.
Ooh, you did it right.
Annoy Adam here. Champing at the bit here to take up this mantle, to pick up the gauntlet. Red 473 for $5 says breaking. Joe Manchin is re-registering as a Democrat at the convention. Things are heating up.
Is that real?
That's probably not real, but that'd be funny if it was. So. Manchin says Biden must pass the torch. Well, obviously he's going to say that. Manchin doesn't have a ghost farts chance to win even if he did do that. So he's pissed off too many Democrats. Florida Meth Gator for 20 months says, what I want to know is if Biden was aware that he dropped out. There's a good chance he was distracted by National Ice Cream Day. There you go. I like that. That's my favorite theory. Joe has COVID and they distract him with National Ice Cream Day. This is a day where all he does is he lives in a freezer and eats ice cream all day, doesn't check his phone. He's going to wake up tomorrow in like a sugar-induced coma daze, and he's going to look at his phone and be like, what? What's going on here? Get Kamala on the phone. You bitch. You knew my weakness. Ice cream.
How dare you?
All Souls Night for $10 says, hey, Sitch and Adam, I'm listening while doing a solo Dirge HM run in BG3.
Wow.
Which camp companion is best and why is it Carlatch? S-Class is the best class. And A-Team leaves 2 blue mana untapped with no cards in hand. There you go.
Someone is a gamer.
That's right.
What
I
is-
actually haven't
what
played
is
Baldur's
this
Gate
game?
3, so
Oh,
I haven't played Baldur's Gate, so. But listen, you gotta leave the man untapped because then you're like, whoa, is there like an activated Billy in the field? I didn't notice what's going on here.
yeah.
Maybe
of
is he
course.
hiding? Does he have a mana leak like hidden palmed in his sleeve or something? You never know.
Untapped blue mana is where it's at.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Malix for $5 says climate legislation line is referring to the $250 billion in the infrastructure bill. Ah, okay. The notorious infrastructure bill that's giant and no one knows what's inside of it. So it's
Yeah,
kind of
just
like
what you want to do. Government spending
right.
when you have massive inflation so that you're basically competing with the private sector for workers and driving up wages.
Listen, Adam.
I mean,
Listen.
amazing economics here.
Okay. Metalface Rose for $5 says, quote, America is actually a constitutional republic. Is the new tomatoes are actually a fruit. True. That's a base comment. M182 Abrams SCP V3 for $5 says Kamala came in 9th in the 2020 primary. Willie Brown came in first. Terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Noelle screaming to the void for $2 says they will blame white men when she loses. You are completely correct. They will blame
Wow.
They will blame white men when any Democrat loses. So even if it's not Kamala.
Colonialism did it.
I guess America was not unburdened by what has been.
Right. But we could tell her to be unburdened by losing, right?
Yes. Filthy Casual for $5 says cop versus felon for president. You know, it's interesting because normally that would be such a good, that'd be such a juicy thing to run on, right? Like, I was a cop. You were like, I'm running as a felon. But I don't know if they can do that because the Democrats hate cops.
It's reversed.
Right.
The parties are reversed here. The felon
Right.
needs to be the Democrat and the cop needs to be the Republicans. It's
I know.
obvious. Yeah.
It's so funny. They ruined such a like beautiful, easy attack because of all the ACAB nonsense. Zolo for $2 says if Trump loses, I genuinely think it's rigged. I mean, I think Trump has a very good chance to lose. He's very, very strongly disliked. So
yes. Yeah. I think it's. Yeah, I know we have a lot of Trump fans in our audience, so just be prepared.
Be prepared if he loses.
Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2. Thank you. Says, I'll have to consider whether or not I would vote for Kamala really hard because I know next to nothing about her. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a lot of people, actually. So I guess we'll find out.
She didn't make it very far in the primary, so we didn't learn a lot about her then. She was obviously picked as a DEI candidate. So
yes. Yeah.
They gave her one job, go fix the border.
Failed at that one.
Totally failed. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Her other notable accomplishments are that she wanted money for the BLM bailout fund for the riots, which is pretty disgusting, and that she promoted equity.
Yes.
So, not a lot of good accomplishments under her belt.
She did tweet about equity. So
did tweet about equity. Yeah.
That's probably going to be the cutoff for Sitch and me. Any president that's out for equity.
That's not a great start. Yeah. Yeah. Crab 90 for $6. Thank you. Says, isn't it weird that the so-called Democrat Party seems to hate open conventions, always emphasizing unity over democratic competition? Yeah, that's kind of funny, but there's going to be, that's what the Kamala Harris is going to do. They're just so terrified of her getting a black eye at the convention. I don't know. Like, has that ever happened? I always feel like there's this fear, like in the primary, like, the primary, the candidate's going to get like ripped to shreds and then they're going to be like too sullied for the general election. But I've never witnessed that ever happening in my years of paying attention to politics. Have you ever seen that occur?
No, and it's kind of crazy because they have the perfect, example of it on the Republican side. It's like Nikki Haley and Trump are going at it to the bitter end, and Nikki Haley comes out and endorses him. It's like, okay, it's all over. We're friends again.
Right.
Like, why can't Democrats just do that? Are they too big a catty bitches that it's just impossible?
Well, I don't know if it's like that. If it's just that they think some attack that will be levied against the candidate will be so effective that even though they win the primary, then their opponent will pick it up in the general election and use that attack against them. It's
So,
kind of
like-
like the dossier, the Russian dossier against Trump that Hillary, paid for was actually originally paid for by like, I forget, some Republican running against him in the primary or something.
Right, but it ended up being used against him. I was trying to think of any Nikki Haley attacks that stuck on Trump or hurt Trump. Or any Vivek attacks that hurt. Oh, wait, Vivek sucked Trump's dick the whole time. So
Right, yeah.
he never attacked.
It's more
him.
like what if Donald Trump stuck to Vivek?
Right. Nikki and Vivek went at it pretty hard, but I guess both of them are inconsequential. This argument really only matters with whoever wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if the person seizes the nomination, but some meme that someone in the race came up with continues to dog them down to the point where they lose. But I can't really think of a situation where that's actually happened.
I can't either. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's an overblown fear. Jack Cage for $2 says, if someone told me to wager that within a month there would be the worst debate ever, an attempted assassination, and an incumbent dropout, I would have bet the farm and then some against it. Crazy times we live in, gentlemen. Yeah, it's so hilarious. It's so hilarious. This just, no one saw any of this coming. All this incredible current events news just happening back to back to back to back to back. So
the primaries were relatively boring. I mean, Sitch and I watched all the Republican primary debates.
Yeah.
And I mean, they were nothing to write home about. And the Democrats didn't even do, I mean, they had one, I think, with Jank and Dean Phillips and Marianne Williams.
Does that even count?
It wasn't, I think it was on like News Nation or maybe even not on News Nation, just on someone's YouTube channel. So,
right.
Yeah, at least the Republican debates were on national television, right?
And we all knew that they were all kind of pointless because Trump was going to win anyway.
Yeah, Trump wasn't even showing up. So,
right.
Yeah, so everything was kind of boring. And then all of a sudden, everything started getting real interesting real quick.
Yeah.
And I think the next 4 weeks are going to be pretty crazy.
They are. It's going to be fun. Yeah. Solid for DR says, in these uncertain times, we would all do well to remember this endearing and universal truth. Genesis does what Nintendo don't.
Okay.
Thank you. Also, get Sean on and argue with him about whether or not this was a coup.
Oh, no. Is Sean going down the coup route?
I don't know what Sean.
Actual justice warrior?
Oh. Well, we know a bunch of Seans, don't we?
Oh, you're right.
Think before you sleep is Sean.
Think before you sleep is Sean, yeah.
Right.
So we know 2 Seans.
I think I saw Sean's tweet about this, but I think he's just being like tongue in cheek. So, Dr. Diller for $2 says, how does this impact Adam? Quote, I love Trump. I love him so much. MAGA forever. Friend, consideration for who to vote for now that Biden is out. Well, we talked about that, but
yeah,
I like that.
It's so, that's kind of the way everyone has spun this. They're like, oh my God, you said you'd vote Trump over Biden. That's an endorsement.
I know.
You're a MAGA supporter. That kind of, I mean, the fact that people are telling me I can't vote for Trump is making me want to vote for Trump even more. So I've got to fight back the psychological reactors. Yeah. Look, how much of this stuff is really just driven by psychological reactants, where people are just like, oh, you can't vote for that candidate because he's did an insurrection, right? They're like, oh, fuck you.
Right. Solid for 2 hours says, to be fair, conservatives aren't the only ones who pull the Republic card. Taylor Shrendon, the liberal creator of Yellowstone, Said the same when he was on Rogan. Granted, he's a Texas liberal. P.S. My super chat Thursday got cut off. I meant J-Reg. That was in regards to having J.J. McCullen on, was friends with Rudyard and J-Reg, not Joe Rogan. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Well, good to know. Peter, do what are you laughing about?
Equal shout-outs in the chat says, do it, Adam. Vote Trump. We have cookies.
There you go. Peter Do for $10 says the thing about Kamala versus Trump is she's going to do what she does with all the other felons she's interacted with. Give him 4 more years. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. Fondue for 28 months. Thanks so much. Says this was what? This was Ascalade Thorfim Energy. Poor Trump will never get his rematch duel, and congrats on passing. Go.
Oh, yeah.
It's a Vinland Saga reference. Still haven't seen that.
You think that's why he's pissed? He's just like, he wanted it so bad. I think he wanted it bad because he knew he could destroy Biden, because Biden is in cognitive decline, and it's just an easy fight.
Yeah. Yep. Grendel with that for $5 says it's a hard argument that Joe shouldn't be the candidate but still serve as president. I agree with that. Yeah, I think it is a hard argument. There's no fucking way Biden will be 25th or anything of that nature. This was part of the deal.
Oh yeah.
To gracefully allow him to exit, but I do agree, like from a moral perspective or from a like realistic perspective, he should not be president anymore.
You got to think of it this way, because it really is about the status of a one-term president versus the status of a two-term president. And the status of a like 3/4 of a term president, like it's a giant status hit for Biden.
Yeah.
If he doesn't even get to serve his term out. Oh my God, he's got an asterisk by his name, like half a president for his entire legacy.
Well, you brought up a good point that I haven't really heard anyone else bring up, which is that part of what would go into Joe Biden's mind is that he's not going to be a 2-term president. So he needs to escape the 1-term loser bucket.
Yep.
And the only avenue available for him to do that is that he defeated Donald Trump. But if Donald Trump wins this next election, he completely nullifies that. And he's just forever the biggest loser ever. So when he's thinking about dropping out, he has to be like really confident that whoever's going to take this place is going to defeat Donald Trump, or at least confident that he's going to lose big time. So he has to just do a Hail Mary pass to whomever and be like, and hope the fucking God that they defeat Donald Trump. Because if they lose to Donald Trump, like his entire status is just thrown in the fucking trash can. You have so many people bending over backward to suck off Biden, like right now, talk about how he was the greatest fucking president to ever exist in the history of mankind. All that's going to go into the trash can if Donald Trump wins this election.
Yeah, you are so correct. This completely recast how I was listening to all those interviews. Like, as they're trying to persuade Biden to leave, they were totally gassing him up with this idea that, like, you saved us in our time of need with Trump. Right. You totally, that is your legacy.
Yep.
Look, and that completely, like, he completely nullifies all of that if he stays in. It's the perfect gaslight, Sitch.
Yep. 100%.
Yeah, and they're out there selling that narrative so hard. You're going to hear it over the next few days. Oh, yep. Joe Biden, the president in the time of need. We needed him more than ever when Trump came to our shores. The big demon monster, he was there to defeat him.
That's right. Unlike the Avatar, when the Trump nation showed up, Joe Biden rose to the challenge and defeated him.
Exactly.
And then when the Trump nation rose up for a second time, he knew he was selfless enough. He was humble enough to know that he was not the man he used to be. And he passed the baton on to a mighty warrior laden in coconut armor, one unburdened by what had been the mighty Amazon Kamala.
If she can stick it out, I'm not.
If she could stick it out. Yeah, I'm not
I would
confident either.
look. I would not bet any money that Kamala Harris is the nominee.
Yep.
I'd bet $0 on it right now. This is a fight. This is a street fight.
Oh, did you see that the 13 Keys guy? Alan.
Oh yeah. Yeah. How did
Lichtman,
what did he
right?
have to say about all this? That big fucking Biden simp.
Yeah, so that guy, he's very funny because he was all like, "Oh, Biden should 100% stay in the race, and Biden's gonna win if he does." And he's getting into all these arguments with people on Twitter that are hilarious. I forget who it was.
He argued with Jank. They did a video together.
He did. Oh my God, who was it? Was it with Constantine? He had some hilarious interaction with someone.
Oh, on Twitter, just a back and forth.
Oh no, it was with Nate Silver. Did I read this online or did I don't know. Did I tell you about this?
No.
So yeah, so he had a back and forth with Nate Silver of all people. Okay. So Alan Lichtman says, quote, this is from 2 days ago. He says, quote, he's staying in. Here's to the 13 keys which don't turn on fickle polling. Ron Klain, former chief of staff to President Joe Biden. Okay. So Alan Lichtman is like banking on this.
Right.
Nate Silver quote tweeted this and said,
"Oh yeah, I did see this.
This is hilarious. That. Yeah. Nate Silver said, none of the 13 keys is that the president is unable to reliably complete a sentence, but that seems salient to diagnosing his chances for re-election.
Hell yeah.
Okay. So then Alan Lichtman responded to that saying, the issue with Nate Silver is he's a compiler of polls, a clerk. He has no fundamental basis in history and elections. If we bounced presidents based on perceived physical ailments, we would have bounced FDR, RFK, and JFK, which is a retarded response to that statement. So
they could all string a sentence together.
Right. So then Nate Silver replied to that with, Alan, you want to bet? Let's say $250,000 at even odds.
Wow.
So yesterday, Nate Silver bet Alan Lichtman $250,000.
Did he take the bet? Out. Oh my God, no. Did he really?
He did not take the bet.
Okay.
Sadly for Nate Silver, Alan Lichtman did not take the bet.
I was going to say, oh, please tell me he took the bet.
He did not. No. Sadly for our amusement, he did not lose $250,000 the literal next day.
Oh my God. What a loon. What's that guy doing now? What has he tweeted since for today?
So
Lichtman is no longer found online.
Right. So he's saying that he said Biden has dropped out, but the Democrats could still salvage the contest key if they unite behind Harris.
Oh, look at this.
So there you go. So he's saying that if Harris gets the nominee, she'll have the magic keys or whatever. Which honestly, for him, I mean, that's a better prediction, right? I thought there's
it's a way
fucking
better
chance
prediction.
Biden was going to win that, after all that's happened.
Biden saved his ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's got at least a 50-50 shot at it.
Yes. Lost library book for $5 says, polite reminder, Trump has never been good at electoral politics. Dems just put him in the bumper lane. That's pretty funny. There you go.
Not true.
Colt Hammer for $5 says, what are the pros and cons of having multiple parties? Well, I guess the pros are that you spread out kind of like the power base, and you also can emphasize different specific like political issues that people can focus on. People that care more about the environment, people that care more about fiscal policy or whatever. The cons are that you get those weird coalitions that you see in these dirty European countries, where everyone has to do the weird team up effects to get the prime ministership or whatever they do in their non-American countries.
And the coalitions are all less than 50%, right?
Usually, yeah. Usually.
So I don't know if you're it's obviously ruled by a minority, right?
Well, I mean, you're ruled by a selection of minorities that make up a plurality, right? So,
Okay. So they come together on certain things.
Zolo for $10 says, "Hey, Sitch, just want to say I've been watching you since 2018 when I was still in high school. I grew up in a family full of diehard Democrats. Thanks for enlightening me to find the center right." Well, you're welcome. Listen,
Yeah, that's great.
as long as I can bring you a little bit of free will. The Booster for $10 says Trump will be fine. The American people have had enough of the Democratic Party shenanigans and corruption. The next few weeks will finally reveal that the general public any doomsaying is a demoralization effort. I don't agree at all, Booster. I think that is wishful thinking on your part. I do not think that will be remotely true. Whoever the Democratic nominee will be, I think it's going to be a very close race.
Yeah, I think if Trump loses, we're gonna have a lot of comforting to do, right?
Maybe. Maybe. If Trump loses, it's just gonna be like rigged, like just
it's gonna be hard. Look, that's gonna be hard to do much comforting.
Right.
If that's the wall of text that we're getting.
That's what it's gonna be. So Lost Library book for $10 says having Biden's fail son out of the White House next January is low key maybe our greatest win today. There you go.
Agreed.
Yeah, I like that. Fondue for $2 says the Biden intern just cut down Obama's response. Wait, really? What? What?
Oh, really? Whoever's running Biden's Twitter account is throwing shade at Obama's 10,000 words on Twitter.
I don't know. That'd be funny. Moose Chuckle for 9 months says, last I heard, Joe wasn't stepping down unless God told him. Am I to believe Joe is a prophet now?
Is that what he said? Wow.
He did say that, yeah. Well, listen, God did tell Joe to step down. Okay. He smote him with COVID.
Right.
That's a pretty good sign. God's like, you need to get the fuck out.
He sent him a bunch of polling results that were abysmal.
On day one, God sent a plague to Biden, smiting him with COVID. On day two, he sent him a poll. On day three, he sent cocaine to his firstborn son. Zero, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers.
Welcome.
Fondue for $5 says, keep in mind, Obama became the candidate by opposing Hillary. I'm sure he's hoping this doesn't become another it's her turn situation. That's interesting.
Obama gave Secretary of State to Hillary Clinton too. So I mean, that completely goes against the getting too bruised up in the primary.
Right.
Argument.
You could, I don't know. That's interesting. So a big issue with Obama in 2008, if you guys remember, was that one of the things that really stuck, well, there are two issues that really stuck in Hillary's craw. The first was that people really, really wanted hope and change. They wanted something new. And Hillary represented what was old. And Obama represented what was new. And we are in kind of a similar situation with Harris. So that could be beneficial to someone else that's not Harris. But the other issue that was specific in 2008 was that Obama voted against the war in Iraq and Hillary voted in favor of it. And that was another really big sticking point for that election. So
good memory.
There's not something so specific with Harris because she was just the VP. She wasn't like senator, but she does have an uphill battle, I think, to run against a lot of the schlock and shit of the Biden administration regarding immigration and inflation and any other problems I'll throw at her.
If we get another, I mean, we could get another one-term president here. Because Trump is a one-term president, right? Biden was 2 terms. Trump was
Biden's going to
one
be a
term.
one term. Yeah.
Biden's going to be a one term. Whoever's next could be a one term.
Right.
If like we get 3 one-term presidents in a row, that's like people are voting for change. People want something new.
That
I
won't
do
be the
think-
record.
What is the record for one-term
Before
presidents?
FDR, there was 3 Republican one-term presidents in a row.
Really?
Yes.
Huh, they switched parties? How did that happen?
They didn't switch parties. It was 3 Republican one-term presidents in a row.
Right. But I mean the Republican president was challenged in a primary and someone else won the primary?
Yeah, there's a bunch of like scandals that kept plaguing them.
Oh, okay.
They kept winning. It was
I
kind of
got it.
weird. Right. It is a weird situation.
Yeah, I think that's what's frustrating about this election is that you couldn't until Biden dropped out. Now you can. One of these guys would be a 2-term president, so it would ruin the 1-term president streak.
Mm-hmm.
But now it's official.
Right.
Yeah. Well, wait a
Uh,
second. If Trump wins, then he is a 2-term president, so it's not official.
No, yeah, if he wins, it would be he'd
Yeah.
be what, the second or third non-consecutive.
I think there's
two-term
only been
president.
2.
Yeah, I said he's either second or third. I don't one of those. 0 for $5 says I usually watch you guys the next day on 2x speed. Since I decided to watch you guys live today, you can do everything twice as fast. No, sorry.
I wish.
A team is the dream. There
Well,
you go.
thank you. Yes. Thank you for your support.
A has 42 for 14 months. Thanks so much. Says love the stream. Suggests Kyle Dunningham's Fresh Prez of DC.
That is a great series, and Kyle Dunnigan is super funny. Yeah.
Yes,
His
he is.
impressions are amazing. We actually had him on the show. I think maybe our 200th show.
Something
I
like
think
that.
it was. Yeah.
Yeah. Stock for $5 says boys versus girls from your local elementary school to national politics. Let's go for it. There you go. That'd be terrible.
We'll see.
Still Wrath, thank you so much for the 9 months. Says 9 months. Thanks to JMac and you other free will supreme super spreaders.
Uh-oh.
Well, thank you. What?
Got a freeloader here. Someone who's taking free subs from JMac for 9 months. No, I'm just playing, obviously. So
That's like 90% of the members.
don't say
Taking
that,
mem-
Sitch.
Take
How
a
dare
membership
you?
from JMac and Grendel and some of our very generous
How dare you.
donators. What's the takeaway for 19 months? Thanks so much. Says plot twist. Kamala picks Rachel Levine for VP. A winning ticket or no? Oh my God. That would be disaster.
Rachel Levine.
Yeah. The transgender
Oh, okay.
assistant secretary of health or something.
Oh
That'd be
my God, no.
disastrous.
Please.
Yeah, no.
Ouch.
It's a big fat losing ticket. Neil Johnstone for 12 months. Thank you for the 1 year free will seeker. Says, I like that even removing the mentally declining old man, we're still getting a shit show. True. Isn't that nice?
It
Very
is.
nice
It's
time to
great. We'll all remember the night we saw that debate where Biden just completely shit the bed. Oh, so beautiful.
Right.
Oh, so much cringe to enjoy.
JMac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much, Daddy JMac, for the $10. Says Cheetan 2024. A vote for Cheetan is a vote for unity and memes. That's right. I don't know if you saw that, Adam. Cheetan officially running for president.
Oh,
2024.
sweet. My
Dressed
favorite.
up as Joe Biden. I said on Twitter, I said I wasn't going to vote, but I may have to rethink that.
Yeah, why wouldn't you vote for Cheetan?
I love me some Cheetan. Though I am worried. I'm pretty sure Cheetan is not an American citizen and was not born in America. So,
Yeah. Well, are they 35 years of age?
that's a good question. I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, they're not human, so.
Oh, well, I think it's funny that they never included that in the Constitution.
It doesn't say that. There's nothing in the Constitution that says a dog can't be president.
Well, a 35-year-old dog would be kind of strange, but.
Well, the Supreme Court can just say it's 35 years in dog years, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
There you go.
Done.
We need our official Airbud president, all right?
Yeah.
Who wouldn't vote for like imagine if you had a debate and on one side of the debate you have Trump the other side, you just have a very adorable dog.
Oh yeah, a bulldog, a fat bulldog,
A fat bulldog. There you go.
unstoppable.
Yes, I love it. Sash Man for 17 months says, thank you. Says, what if she chooses Tulsi Gabbard? You guys remember they had a debate a few years back? LOL, I remember Tulsi destroyed her.
I do remember that.
I don't remember that debate.
You don't? Oh
No,
my God.
but Tulsi Gabbard,
yeah. Tulsi
this-
gave her some comment in the debate. I can't remember what the comment was, but it was just like brutal.
this in 2020? The primaries?
Yeah, during the primaries.
Wow.
Gave her this brutal comment.
Mm-hmm.
And she dropped out of the race, I think, a few days later. So
There you go.
yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard said 2 hours ago on Fox News, nothing else changes if Kamala Harris is the nominee. Well, there you go. I don't think Kamala's going to be picking up the phone to call Tulsi.
Right.
V Marie for $10 says, has anyone checked in on delusional people that still downplayed Biden's old age? I listened to IRI and Wick briefly, and they seemed upset about the situation. Really? Interesting. I haven't the people I saw that were like hardcore simping for Biden on Twitter, I didn't like listen to their streams or anything. It just seemed like they were all jumping on board the Kamala train.
Oh, really?
But I haven't really listened to IRI or Wick, so I don't know what their takes are.
They're like, thank goodness.
I'm assuming that they were pro Biden just because they thought, not because they wanted him specifically, but just because they thought he would have a better chance of winning.
I think both those guys have severe TDS.
Yeah, but you would think if you have severe TDS, then your main goal is just to have whoever you think's the best chance of beating Trump, right?
Yeah, but TDS clouds your judgment, man. You're
That's true.
Completely driven by fear.
You're
like, oh my God.
Right.
Stay still. Nobody make a comment or do anything.
Donald Trump is like a T-Rex. Just stay very still. You can't see.
Yeah, we have to stick with the plan. Stay with the plan.
Fear is paralyzing.
We can't take any risk. A new candidate? Risky, no.
Right.
I think it's the opposite, though. I really do.
Tarl Chudmunch, I agree with you. Tarl Chudmunch, what a name. For 10 months, says, has anyone checked on David Pakman? Is he okay? Seeing so much Biden cope as if he's a legend for waving the white flag this late in the game. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see some fun content from Pakman and some people in the coming days.
Yeah. See what happens. His fans were going nuts when Donald Trump when the assassination attempt on Donald Trump happened. He covered it, and the fans were just, I mean, they were jumping to every single conspiracy in the book, and David Pakman was seriously uncomfortable. He was hilarious. Like, oh my God, I thought I'm supposed to have the reasonable fans. We're the reasonable ones.
Is that stream still up somewhere? I want to watch that.
I don't know. I might have the link in my history if it's not.
Like his fans are all saying, it's staged. Trump staged it. He staged it himself, everybody. He staged it.
Yes, totally. They were throwing out the stage thing.
Oh, God.
And he was like, I don't know why you would think it was staged. Like he's trying to reason with him.
Yeah, right. Did you see the Brandon Herrera video?
No, who's that?
He's like a gun YouTuber. And he recreated the assassination attempt on Trump. Like he got the same gun that the shooter used. And like, I guess the same caliber. And yeah, I mean, he shot much closer because he was showing that like apparently, I don't know if this is confirmed. He was saying that they think that the shooter was using like a red dot sight. He was not using like a scope. I don't know if this has been confirmed or not. And he was showing that if you use a red dot sight from the distance the shooter was, you like literally physically cannot like aim.
See the red dot?
No, you can like the red dot like covers the head. Like you couldn't like zoom in enough to like shoot just the ear like intentionally.
Oh, okay.
Like it's impossible.
So, but that's part of the scam narrative is that he was just super sharpshooter and he only meant to hit the ear. Is that what's
right?
going
If
on?
you think Trump staged it or something
right,
like ridiculous like that. And so then he kind of shot. Then he has like a ballistics jelly head with like a skull on it that's supposed to like match like the body the damage the body would take. Because a bunch of people were saying like, oh my god, if a bullet from that gun like hit your ear, your whole face would explode or something. And so he went up. I mean, he went up close just so he make sure he hit the ear, and he showed that they shot the ear twice. And like, no, if you shoot just the ear with that kind of gun, like it can blow up your ear depending where it hits, but it's just like it's not gonna blow up your face or anything. Like you can just get hit in the ear.
It's so crazy. It's just insane. I would be mortified that a bullet passed so close to my head.
I know that it like ripped the hole in your ear.
Yeah, look, I'd be thinking about that.
Sure.
It's crazy that Trump can just, it makes me think this guy's been shot at before. Jeez. How do you do that?
Yeah. And then afterwards, he got whatever rifle the counter snipers had, and he shot the head, and it like exploded.
Trump's head, the fake Trump.
It was supposed
head?
to be like the shooter's head.
Oh, okay.
Like he was like recreating like the Secret Service or whomever shooting the thing.
I think I saw clips of this on Twitter, but it was edited, so you couldn't see any of the gore.
Right.
Yeah.
So, though I don't. When you look at it's hard to tell because when you look at the pictures I've seen of the shooter, like he's laying like half the face is down. So I mean, maybe like he's missing half his face. You can't really tell, but it doesn't look like his whole face exploded. So that's hard to tell, I guess, from the angle.
Bring it up. Let's demonetize this stream.
There you go. It's annoying. There's like this conspiracy that it's not the Crooks guy, it's some other guy.
Yeah, I heard that.
And it's like really dumb because the other guy, first of all, the other guy has a giant gauge in his ear. And you can look at Crooks and he does not have a giant gauge or hole in his ear. But then also, if you look at the other pictures of Crooks when he's in school, he has a very fucking weird ear. His ear has like these two very strange points on like the back part of it. And you can clearly see that those two strange, weird ear points exist on the dead body. So don't believe any of that. Like it's not Crooks stuff.
Why do people make this stuff up?
I don't know. Everyone's excited.
Just
have you seen like
clicks?
I get. Well, it's like have you seen those like weird diagrams where people draw a bunch of lines? Or like, look at the direction of the shooter. Look at where Trump was standing, and look at where the other people shot standing. There has to be a second shooter, and they draw a bunch of lines, right? And I'm looking at the diagram. I'm like, all these
Sitch
people are
is
in
like
this.
Taking this seriously. He's like,
well, no, I just glance at it. I'm like, all the people that were shot are in the same like 90-degree vision cone of the shooter. Like, why the fuck? Like, you don't need some like JFK magic bullet to explain why all the same people in the same sight line of one shooter got hit. Like, it's very like makes sense.
Yeah,
it all makes sense.
Obvious.
Like, yeah, it seems very obvious.
It's kind of, I mean, it's kind of not good for the families that got killed either.
No.
Disrespectful, I think, is the word I'm looking for.
Right. Is it disrespectful to the families when a lot of people are saying like God saved Donald Trump, and you're like, why didn't God save my father?
Yeah, that's a little disrespectful. That's when the people come out with the, well, God works in mysterious ways, Sitch. That's like totally get out of jail free card.
Right. Okay. God is like Full Metal Alchemist. There's equivalent exchange. In order to save Trump's life, someone else had to die. Terrible. Terrible.
Oof.
Grendel
That's disrespectful.
That's very disrespectful. Grendel Vavat for $5 says, to be fair, Gretchen does sound like some monster we should beat with a club. Oh, that's terrible. Britt Cormier for $5 says, Harrison Clinton ticket equals the most unlikable ticket in history. Oh my God. Could you imagine if Kamala picked up Hillary? Oh my God.
Ouch. That
would be awful. Artemis Fowl for $10 says FBI crime statistics do not account for the 40% of the largest cities in the U.S. The reporting requirements were rescinded a few years ago. Crime is down because it isn't being reported to the FBI. Well, there you go. There you go.
Sad.
Sad.
I'm gonna report some crime this weekend. Just
whoa. Calm
to
down.
try and even it out.
Huck Finn for 28 months says one bonus of Kamala being the nominee is that when she loses, they can claim sexism and racism. That's true. They get the twofer right there.
Oh
like
yeah,
the
they
dream.
get their racist stick back.
Right.
Go after the Republicans just in time for Donald Trump to be president for 4 years. Ugh.
I know, right? Dr. Diddler for $2 says there's some news of a candidate coming out of right field as an emerging favorite to take the Democrat nomination for president.
Well,
Okay,
what's his name? Don't keep
It's
us
like a meme. I'm gonna go for a link here. Oh my god.
Rickroll, huh?
Here, I'll send it to Adam.
You got Rickrolled.
I did not get rickrolled, but I, like the next closest thing. This is the new candidate that will emerge. That'll be the new favorite. Okay.
Mm-hmm. A new favorite challenging is approaching.
All right.
What is it? Who is it?
I sent it to you. You can bring it up. Utter Nonsense for $2 says, politics aside, I think the main thing that would prevent me from voting for Kamala Harris is her voice. I can't stand 4 years of hearing it. Yeah.
I think that happens with a lot of people.
I agree.
They're like, oh, this candidate sounds like my nagging ex-girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
Can't do it.
Right.
What does this mean? I don't get this, Dr. Diddler.
It's the Super Smash Brothers. Whenever like a new character appeared, it'd be a new foe has appeared, challenger approaching.
Oh, okay.
And you don't recognize the
I
silhouette?
guess I didn't. Don't call me. I think my Zoom went out again. I think it might be time to get another Zoom. But I don't think you're in yet. Let me fix that. Sitch can't hear. Sorry, guys. No, not yet. We'll be able to hear you soon. What? No, they can't. Test. They can hear me, but yeah, why is your Zoom audio not coming out? No. I'll get you. I'll get you in here. Maybe I should read a super chatter. Guess this is break time. Let me try to keep you guys entertained with this video I'm going to play here.
But make sure you're not the last. One of us gets through the door, leave the door open, and others will come through and follow. And that
This beautiful Kamala Harris video. I don't know, why is this? Yes. Oh shit. I don't know why it's not working. Why it's not pulling you up.
Hmm.
Okay, you're back.
I'm back, everybody.
Fixed.
Yay.
I guess I need to get a new Zoom.
What do you mean a new Zoom? What does that even mean?
I have a little Zoom player that I plug my mic into and plugs into my computer, and that's how I get the sound into the
Oh,
computer.
that thing.
And it just, for some reason, it dropped. This is the same thing that happened on our live stream. It just dropped. So
Okay.
it just randomly disconnected from the computer. So
I think Jeb is too powerful and it overloaded your audio device.
is that what's going on? So we were in the middle of explaining this.
I was explaining to you that it was the silhouette of Jeb Bush.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's Jeb.
Oh, okay.
You seen the map of like Jeb with like winning the.
But I
like
looked
him in
up
front of the
Super
electoral
Smash
college.
Brothers Ultimate.
There you go. It's
Is
Jeb
that
as
important?
No, that's not important.
Okay.
It was just Jeb. It's always been Jeb. Okay, anyway.
If you want this meme to work, you should actually make it so it's not just silhouette. So it is Jeb, so we can see. Oh, that's Jeb Bush.
I mean, I got it.
Well, okay.
Malik for $10 says they got the Yasuke music for Kamala. So there's a big controversy, Adam. I don't know if you've been following this.
Oh, I love controversy.
Assassin's Creed famed series. Each game generally takes place in a different historical location, and the main protagonist is somehow representative of that historical location. So, like, there's a guy, like, when it's in Turkey, it's like a Turkish guy. When it's in Italy, it's an Italian guy. When it was in North America, it was like a half Native American, half Brit or something. Blah, blah, blah. And so flash forward to their new game coming out in Japan, right? Japan, you got samurais, ninjas. So you expect the protagonist to be a Japanese person, right? No. It's a black guy.
Black guy in Japan?
Black guy in the 1800s or 1700s or whenever fuck year this takes place.
Does he have like the Asian eyes?
No, it's a black samurai, supposedly. And so the controversy actually exploded, I think, even further yesterday because Japan, the country of Japan, is getting very mad about this, apparently.
Really? They're trying to cancel people? They're like, holy, how dare you?
Because apparently it's like a big controversy over whether this character, Yasuke, was really a samurai or not. And a lot of people in Japan and Japanese historians are claiming that this black samurai character is just like a complete myth that was like created by one historian who just made it all up. So there you go.
So historically, is it a black samurai?
Well, historically there was a black guy who was there, but there's a lot of contention about whether he was a samurai or whether he was just a guy who worked for a shogunate or something, or shogun or something.
He was like a fishmonger or something?
Sure. Or like a bodyguard or something to that effect.
Oh.
So.
A chef?
A chef, yeah. Zuniga for 21 months. Thanks so much. Says, just finished the Pisco stream. A lot of people don't understand what an abusive relationship is like. Also, face reveal. Plap, plap, get S-Class 2024. Thank you.
Sweet.
Glad you liked the Pisco stream. Lives in Deswall specifically for $5 says, I wonder if meme magic warfare will return this election. We'll know if the Secret Service intercepts a package containing Sonichu medallions. Ooh, that is a good question.
Meme magic?
Bet you many people have sent Sonichu medallions to both Trump and now Kamala Harris. And whichever candidate puts it on first will be slated to lose the election.
I can't imagine Trump at a rally wearing one of those crazy
with
things.
The Sonichu medallion.
That would be amazing. Everyone would know immediately. Like, he might do it. Trump is into the memes.
People were like, oh my God, he's tempting fate. He's asking to get shot again.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll be a big question. Is Trump's meme magic more powerful than the Sonichu curse, right? The Christian curse. That's an act of hubris right there.
Is it?
Yes. If Donald Trump puts on the Sonichu medallion because he thinks his me magic is more powerful, that is an act of hubris.
Trump is the ultimate lucky person, though.
That's true. That's true. But you got to be careful. You got to double tap. Okay.
He could literally dispel all of the evil magic from the thing, make it completely safe for children to wear.
He could, or he could cement it forever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
What if he gets shot and killed and his spirit goes into the Sonichu?
Oh my God.
So everyone who wears it after that.
Okay, here's the ultimate confusing thing. What if Donald Trump's wearing the Sonichu medallion? He gets shot again, but the bullet is deflected by the Sonichu medallion. Okay.
Ooh.
Is the medallion good luck or bad luck in that situation? Because you're like, well, it's bad luck because it got him shot, but then it's good luck because the physical object deflected the bullet.
Yeah. I guess it depends upon if the bullet hits somebody after it is deflected.
It hits Chris Chan.
And
it's good luck, right?
And the curse,
has
ended.
been destroyed.
The curse is finally over. Yeah, no, that would make perfect sense.
Right. Okay. Lives in Teswall specifically for $2 says, quote, drill, baby, drill. That's what she said. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Danger Stats for 14 months. Thank you. Says Kamala will never beat Trump unless she changes her name to Kamehameha, and she has to be announced as Kamehameha.
Oh, that would be good.
That's pretty good. Old School for $2 says 538 is garbage after Nate Silver left. Ooh, there you go.
Is he gone? Really? I mean, the tweets that are you, isn't that Nate Silver's account?
It is.
That was, yeah, okay.
But he maybe just never changed his Twitter name. So.
Oh, maybe.
M182 Abrams for $2 says it's the economy, stupid.
True.
Yeah, definitely. Josh Calhero, I always say your name wrong, Josh. Joshua. For 1 year, thanks so much. Says, just got back from a vacation that started with Trump getting Van Gogh'd and ended with Biden dropping out. Also, I dodged Sitch's COVID in Florida. What the fuck? Well, listen, I'm glad you dodged it, okay? There's a big wave of it in Florida. It was crazy. It's hitting everybody. But yeah, what a time for you to go on vacation. Obviously, what this means is that you are like some kind of balancing, stabilizing force in the universe. And whenever you go on vacation, like the universe crumbles and stability crumbles and madness comes. So you got to make sure you're like, you got together. You can't go on vacation anymore. M8566 for $5 says, I'm not going to make it if I have to hear the term South Asian for the next 4 months. There you go.
Well, you might have to hear it for 4 years if she wins.
That's true. M182 Abrams for another $10. Thank you. Says donating money so Sitch can get paid with an iBot P and finally understand normal human emotions. What's an iBot P? I don't know what that means. Still love you though, Sitch. You and Adam are the only libs I actually like. Well, thank you.
That's great.
I would
love.
Are
you like a Nazi or something? What do you mean?
How dare you? I would love to finally understand normal human emotions. Okay. As an autistic man, I have a lot of problems with it.
I always thought you were joking on that. You don't seem autistic to me. Yeah.
Maybe. Who knows? Is it a joke?
But I do. Sometimes I do think you can't just turn on the emotions and feel what those other people feel.
Uh-huh. Maybe. Yeah. That's the key to being enlightened centrist. You have to have autism.
Well, I think the key is you have to feel the emotions, but you have to be able to turn them on and off.
Right.
You have to be like, I feel what everyone feels. I feel the empathy, the sympathy. I feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to be able to turn it off and go,
right.
Yeah, I really don't give a fuck about that.
There you go. Fondue for $5 says, quote, let the past die. Kill it if you have to. Kamala Harris, 2024.
Did she really say that? Or
She says as she stands over Biden, corpse. No, that
let
was
the sonnet you die.
that's what Kylo Ren said to Rey.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Gayless Janus for 20 months. Thank you so much. Says, what about 28 months? Well, there you go. Thank you for the support
Hilarious.
for so long.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Salty Trisket for $5 says, you could shop at 5 or 6 stores or just be unburdened by what has been. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
Equishadox for $5 says, unburdened is a decent Pokemon ability. Maybe she has a 4D chest tier battle strategy to tackle the big issues, so let her cook. There you go. Well, we all know Tackle is one of the worst Pokemon abilities, so hopefully Unburdened is better. M8566 for $5 says, Sitch's Inferno for Kamala's greatest hits when? We need to develop an immunity to the cringe. Oh, God.
No, we're going to dive deep into this cringe as soon as she
true.
starts producing it.
Produce the cringe. We're going to milk the cringe from Kamala.
Kamala needs to produce cringe tomorrow, right? How can she not do some speech? Where does she go to do her I'm officially taking over as candidate speech?
Well, okay. Here's an interesting logistics question. Does Kamala have a speech accepting Biden's endorsement before Biden has a speech saying that he's stepping down?
That is an interesting problem, isn't it? She's got to hit the trail, though. There's no time here. She's got to step in and, like, that Gavin Newsom's going to be doing speeches before too long here. Newsom's going to be on the TV. How does Newsom get in on this? Does he come out and endorse her?
I think they're going to wait a week, see what the polling looks like.
Right.
And then they're going to make a decision.
They've all agreed. You get 1 week, Kamala. And then the knives come out.
We'll see. I mean, it's Sunday. Biden gave her a full week, right?
Yeah.
Full work week.
So look, tomorrow, Monday, she's got to be speaking somewhere. She's got to be in front of a crowd somewhere.
You're correct. You're correct. Yeah.
And what does she say?
She says,
thank you,
America. It is time for us to be unburdened for what has been.
Please tell me she doesn't. If she says that once,
she says, America,
not a good opener.
It's time to put the lime in the coconut.
Oh my God. Please tell me she's hiring professional writers.
I don't know.
If she doesn't have any good ideas, she should at least purchase some.
Right. The Real Wholesale for $2 says, imagine a progressive saying that we shouldn't be unburdened by the past. Their entire identity is built on complaining about how the past is face fucking them in the present for sympathy points. Yeah, it's weird because, like, on one hand, I want to give her kudos for saying that because it sounds like she's saying, like, we need to be colorblind. But on the other hand, she doesn't seem to be saying that. So I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
It's bad.
It's bad. Arrhythmus for $2 says, do you guys think there's any validity to the idea that the Democrats have struggled to have a clear primary process in recent elections? And this is just feeding that narrative further. I wonder if that will turn off some voters. Well, with this primary, obviously, as long as Biden said he was running, it wouldn't really make sense for there to have a primary. So they kind of skate by for 2024. I don't think the average voter is really like keyed into the people that were complaining about 2020 or I guess 2016 in terms of like, the Bernie bros complaining about getting screwed over. Like the internet politics people, like the politically active people care about that. The undecided voters probably have no fucking clue that any of this going on or care about that. And I think that I would imagine, I could be wrong, but I would imagine that most of the people that are like very progressive people that were mad about Bernie getting screwed over and things of that nature, I mean, I'm assuming they all hate Donald Trump's guts for the most part. And I think they would vote for I think they're on the never Trump train, I would imagine. So at least now, maybe not the first time when he ran, but I think now they are. They're on the Trump threat to democracy, fascist takeover train.
How do you feel about Kamala having pronouns in her bio?
Ooh, that's not good. That's pretty bad. Right?
Oh yeah.
Cringe. Pretty cringe.
Is it
Especially-
disqualifying? I mean, it is kind of on par with an insurrection in my estimation.
Really? Wow. You're gonna put pronouns in the bio on the same level as coup.
Well, first of all, it was a bloodless coup, okay, and it was an
Right.
attempted bloodless coup
Right,
at that, so
right.
it wasn't
Okay.
really.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I do think if you include those caveats, I mean, you're close to the level of she, her in the bio.
Okay, so I just clicked on Kamala because her bio is really terrible. It's fighting for the people, wife, Mamala.
Mamala.
What does that even mean? Is that just like
Mamala.
does she have children?
Mamala.
What does that mean? It's creepy. I don't
Look,
like it.
first of all, I despise fighting for the people. I despise that.
You really, Adam, you don't want to fight for the people, you fucking elitist,
Fighting for the people.
right?
I mean, if she's fighting with the people, maybe.
Okay.
But do the people really need Kamala Harris as their champion? Is she going to be our attorney?
Kamala is a stepmother, or as she calls it, Mamala. Oh, that's cringe.
Oh, okay.
Auntie, she, her official account, the VP. So I'm on her Twitter here. You see the banner? Her banner says, "Let's win this."
She already changed the banner? Really? Wow.
I mean, I don't know if that's different or what I don't know what it was before, but
yeah, look. I don't
that can't be
follow
the slogan,
Kamala.
right? That's too awful. Let's win this.
Let's win this. Well, first
mean-
of all, it doesn't really touch on any moral foundation.
No. Well, to be fair, she only had till today to know that she was gonna be in this, right?
Oh
So,
yeah.
they'll probably workshop a better slogan.
She hasn't been testing slogans yet.
I mean, if she was smart, she would have been, right? She should have
Yeah.
anticipated this. She should have had something ready in the bag.
Hmm. Project
Can I look at-
2025. Oh, this looks scary. Look at
I
this.
know. What?
Bans abortion nationwide, cuts Social Security, eliminates the Department of Education.
Wow.
I
That is
just,
scary.
Donald Trump is not for a nationwide abortion ban, and he is for protecting Social Security.
You know, it's very interesting. There's a clip of Donald Trump very, very strongly condemning Project 2025,
Yeah, I
Again.
saw that.
which is kind of fascinating, which is weird because, you know, before his like really shitty response to Biden dropping out, I was like, wow, whoever's like giving Trump advice for the campaign is doing a really smart job here. And then, like, you know, you got Trump coming out shitting all over Project 2025. He specifically said it was for like extreme right wingers, which I was very shocked to hear him say those words.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, wow, that's very interesting. So I don't know what happened with this Biden thing. He got unwrangled. Fondue for 2 hours says, imagine seeing yourself and Kamala Harris. I was going to make a Willie Brown joke, but I'll hold
Oh,
off.
my God.
Slender for $5 says, at least Kamala follows her own advice. She's completely unburdened by her family's history of slave ownership. Oh my God. Brutal.
She
America.
wants forgiveness.
There you go. That's why she's saying it. Adam Unfriended for $5 says, I will be disappointed in Trump if he doesn't roast Kamala as the Wicked Witch of the West. Vote for Bluntyfly for president. Hashtag Bluntyfly 2024.
Nice.
I
Do
don't
it.
think that Wicked Witch of the West. That's not a good one. That's not a good Trumpism.
I mean, she kind of has a little look like that.
with the cackle.
She's got those little corners of her mouth turn
Witchy
up like the
Kamala.
Joker.
We've got this new witch Kamala. People call her a witch because she cackles. No, I don't know. Doesn't really roll off the tongue nice. Witch Harris. Harris Witch. Kamala Witch. Witchy Kamala.
He calls her cackling Kamala. That's what he calls her.
That's
He's already got a name for her.
Cackling Kamala.
Yeah. That's a good one.
That's a good one. Yeah.
It is.
That's
Yeah.
good. Mason for $5 says, I think Obama could use the quote, can be unburdened by what has been, and people wouldn't cringe at it. Honestly, it sounds like her trying to be him. You could be right. Like, he could say, like, she could say it once, just say it like one time in a speech. It's the fact that she keeps coming back to this fucking line. That's what's weird about it. Like, Obama's not so stupid to keep coming back to this stupid line. M8566 for $2 says Kamala is short bus coded. There you go. I agree with that. M182 Abrams for another $2 says, is the economy stupid? There you go.
Again? Nice. It's true. People need to remember that.
Brandon McGregor for $5 says, Sitch suggesting that Kamala Harris is just autistic is insulting to autistic people like me. But yeah, it's probably accurate. There you go.
Maybe.
M182 Abrams for another $5 says, I'm autistic. My TISM detector radar is picking up hard every time Sitch speaks. We'll see. There you go. There you go, Adam.
You think you're autistic? Okay.
I mean, it runs in my family.
People have asked me if I'm autistic, and I think, hell no.
There you go. You're
I'm
not
an emotional mess. What are you talking about?
There you go. Don Mack for $5 says Project 2025 should be retitled Project TDS.
Oh, it should. That's a perfect title for it.
Yeah. I think the Democrats are kind of overplaying the hand on Project 2025.
They're singing to the choir.
I guess.
Their base is so like high that they really have to scare them to get them off the couch.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough. They don't want to show up and vote.
Dwight Baldwin for 8 months says, did you see the MSNBC report that Manchin considered running for president? I did not. But I don't think that's going to.
You don't
I mean,
think
maybe
so?
he'll try, but I don't think he has a chance.
You didn't think Pence was going to run.
That's true.
They're all going to run.
Pence got it, but that's why I said I don't think he's going to run. But if he does, he doesn't stand a chance, which is the same thing I said with Pence. And guess what? I fucking nailed that one. He ran, but he did stand a fucking chance.
This is the best situation because, I mean, there could be like 10 candidates in 4 weeks.
Right. Martin Cordy for 8 months says, every time I hear someone say something as a threat to our democracy, I will agree and say it is a threat to our republic. There you go. Nailed them. Got him. LOL S team all the way. There you go. I like it.
A threat to our republic. They'll laugh in your face. They don't even vote in republics.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5 says, Hermetic satanic Marxists are philosophically contradictory from an occult perspective. I'd be interested in hearing the argument. Well, you could check it out. It's on James Lindsay's Twitter timeline. I don't think I have the ability to steelman it or to do it justice. So you have to get it straight from the source.
Hermetic satanic Marxists are philosophically contradictory. Duh.
From an occult perspective.
That makes it even worse.
There you go. Mystery guest 01 for $50. Thank you so much. Says Kamala should be calling every Democrat congressperson and get them to back the upcoming 25th Amendment for Joe Biden. Get 100 days to distance herself from the last 3.5 years, run as the incumbent president. That would be some, that'd be ballsy,
yeah.
Kevin Spacey TV show.
That would, like, House of Cards?
That's like some House of Cards maneuver. I mean, I would like that just for the cinematic feel, but not going to happen. But it'd be great.
Couldn't you just poison him? Wouldn't that be easier?
Yeah, I guess you're right. That would be easier. Just kill him. There you go. Harrison Dill for $5 says, I like Kamala. We need a young leader, and the line unburdened by what has been is starting to grow on me. There you go. There you go.
Nice.
Well,
Now that it makes sense, the way she said it was, you couldn't make heads or tails of it.
Right. Listen does well specifically for $5 says, the Hulk Hogan endorsement is undeniable proof that Trump is acting as an agent of Vince McMahon, who will be the power behind the Oval Office in 2024. Ooh.
Could be. Could happen.
I believe that.
Supposedly that's how Trump ran his White House, just like a 24/7 party, just people coming and going and hanging out.
Right. Sion Arceo for $10 says, we learned that she falsified or withheld evidence to keep people in prison, extended inmates' sentences to keep them as slave labor, and threw parents in prison for their kids skipping school. Wow.
That's what the Tulsi Gabbard thing was, right? That's what
you're
she
right.
hit her with. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Well, I guess it's all going to come back. So
good.
We'll find out about that. Contrast for 2, Aussie Buck says, don't be Cypher. Be a squall.
That's an old meme, but thank you, Contrast. Yeah.
Contrast has been around for a while.
It's great.
It's an older meme, but it checks out. Stuck for $2 says, I need the coconut Kamala thing explained. So the coconut thing is Kamala keeps quoting her mom, like as if her mom was some kind of guru of fucking wisdom or something. And there's some weird story. So like my mom said, what did you like? Basically, she's trying to say is that every person is influenced by their past and by their family and their parents. They didn't just like fall fully grown out of a coconut tree. But obviously, Kamala explains it in a retarded way because that's the way that she explains everything. And so it's super cringy and weird. And there's this weird thing that happens on the left that I've noticed from mainstream people on the left, where a left-wing politician says something weird and cringy and not funny, and they just like run with it like it's the best thing ever, like it's ironic. It's like, oh, we ironically like this thing. We're ironically going to make it cool. You know, it's like the Joe Biden licking ice cream thing. And so there's like this weird, like, we're going to make the coconut thing ironically cool for Kamala now. So get ready for that.
That is power right there. Gonna make the cringiest thing you can imagine. Cool.
Vesna VK for $1. Thanks so much.
Yes.
CT for $2. Say CT says, you guys wanted Biden to step aside. That was the entire conversation with Pondering Politics. Huck, Cherry, and Jay was focused around it. Why aren't you happy he did? Give the man props for listening to the people. I mean, we are happy that Joe Biden stood aside.
I'm stoked. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's great. We have an actual race now, a race that will be exciting, that will be interesting, and also will feature not an enfeebled candidate.
And there's absolutely no chance of an enfeebled candidate winning. So,
well, we'll see.
You mean Trump? Is that what you're saying? Are you going the David Pakman angle now?
Trump is just as enfeebled as Biden. No,
I mean, he could deteriorate. He's no spring chicken. He could start falling apart. Wouldn't that be the simulation winking at you if that next debate comes along and he's in Biden's position?
Oh my God. If that happens, I'm going to be like, okay, someone's punking us. What's happening here?
Yeah, totally.
No, you know what? Wow. If that happens, if the next debate goes along and it's Trump versus Kamala and Trump is like totally out of it, I'm going to be like, you guys know how I feel about conspiracies.
Right.
I think Kamala's spiking these men with something, right? She spiked Biden with something that made his like brain melt, and now she spiked Trump with it. This is all part of her master plan, okay?
Yeah, she's developed some new weapon.
Right. The brain melter ray. Dr. Liv for $2 says, in an alternate universe, Tulsi Gabbard is now in play for president, and she wins overwhelmingly, knocking Trump out of politics forever and hard centering the Democratic Party back to civility, if only. There you go. That is a very alternate universe. Solid for $2 says, I've been switching sporadically between you guys and the various networks. Do you think this increases Democrats' chance for the White House and our Congress? And yes, I mean actual justice warrior. Obviously, this drastically increases the Democratic chances for everything. They were on a big, fat road to Loserville with Biden. So,
Well, and all these moral arguments that they're making against Trump really fall flat if they're going to nominate a guy who's obviously got dementia. So now they can reclaim all of those moral arguments. They can say, we did the right thing. Joe Biden did the moral thing, stepping down to save the country. We're fighting it out in a democratic process, even though it's last minute, to save the country. Yeah.
right. Well, that's why the Republicans are trying to do
they're trying to spin it so it's unmoral.
Right, like, oh, they cooed Joe Biden. It's just like a January 6th thing. They're undemocratic. Brr, 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 brr. So, yeah. Fondue for $5 says, what do you think the odds will be if Trump wins? We will have more summers of love. How bad will Antifa's and the other be for the next 4 years? Ooh, that's a good question. What do you think? You think if Trump wins again, it's going to be more like Antifa bullshit going around?
Yeah, the TDS will be very strong. It's can't be avoided.
I don't think it's going to be. Yeah.
I mean, he had an opportunity with the assassination attempt to kind of turn a page, but I don't think he's going to do it.
I don't think it's going to be as bad as the first term if Trump wins again in terms of like the TDS reaction. Because people
were
are
saying he was going to weaponize the DOJ. You don't think that's going to make people riot in the streets?
No, I don't think it's going to make people riot in the streets because I don't think it's going to be effective.
Oh, okay. So you don't think he's going to be able to do it?
I think he's going to try to do it. I don't think it's going to be effective. Yeah.
Okay. Look, that was my whole argument was there are guardrails. I mean, our system was literally created to restrain power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is he's going to waste a bunch of time investigating a bunch of Democratic politicians with the special investigations 2 years later. They're going to be like, oh, there's nothing there. Just wasted everyone's fucking time.
What if they find a bunch of shit? Real shit.
Well, then we'll see. I don't think they will.
Why?
This would be a wild goose shit because that seems to be the case with all this stuff.
I mean,
wild goose chase. Where they find something innocuous like Bill Clinton getting a blowjob.
Did the Ukraine impeachment find something innocuous? A lot of people say it does. It did.
That's a completely different situation. That wasn't them looking for something. That was someone whistleblowing found something. Okay. They weren't searching for something to hit them with.
Regardless, it was.
Right. Well, I think.
What if they found something as significant as that? Is what I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
like, regardless of how they found it.
It is possible, I guess. I'm just skeptical.
What about that one guy with all the gold bars and shit, man? What if they found a bunch of guys like that?
If they find a bunch of gold bars in Joe Biden's house, okay, then I guess why does he have a bunch of gold bars? You know, like he's like, I just like to buy gold.
What if they find a printing press? That has a plate on it that is a bunch of fake ballots for
a
bunch of swing counties. What do you
Nancy
think?
Pelosi's garage. Yeah,
I was thinking in Joe Biden's garage, but Nancy
Joe
Pelosi
Biden's garage. Yeah.
What do you think?
That's what. Yeah. Yeah, and then suddenly we're in business for something interesting happening at that point. Yeah, sure.
Nah, you would think Trump planted it there.
I'd be wondering why Biden. First of all, if Biden had a ballot printing press, how did he lose? How did the next person lose? Right? They couldn't take a loan out from Biden. Kamala couldn't get the access to the Joe Biden ballot printer.
Oh, that's a good point. If he's got the ballot press,
right?
Trump can't win.
Exactly.
Keep that in mind, guys. If Trump loses, just so you know, keep that. Remember,
you heard it here first. There's a magical ballot printer that's in Joe Biden's garage.
Kamala can borrow whenever she wants.
Exactly.
That was the agreement in her stepping aside,
right?
Or in him stepping
aside. Yeah,
makes no sense, but whatever.
CT for 28 months says, "Happy anniversary! What did we get you? We got you Joe Biden stepping down. It was all our pressure. We." Here at the Sitch and Adam show, pressured Joe Biden. I personally called up Biden and I told him, I said, you loser. if you don't fucking get out of here, your legacy's gonna be destroyed. You'll be known as the biggest loser of all time.
I mean, I feel like I put a lot of pressure on you're joking around, but I was out there really
That's
selling
true.
it.
You did. You did.
I was giving him the fear of Trump. I was saying,
Right.
look, people are going to vote for Trump. They're just going to vote, for the guy who can finish a sentence.
Mm-hmm. That's not VK for $2 says, I bet Meghan Markle thinks Kamala will ask her to be VP. Oh, Jesus. Could you imagine?
I thought she's British, right? Or no, she is American.
She's American, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, weird, right?
That would be a terrible decision.
Mm-hmm.
Lives in Deswell specifically for $5 says, they say don't time the market, but I'm buying puts on insurance companies EXP date just after election. Interesting.
Why? I want to do
know.
that. It sounds like an interesting trade.
Right. Let Adam in on the secrets. Ryan Aul for $10. Thank you so much. The 20th ever super chat says, Sitch, you mentioned you aren't voting because you cover politics. Is that only for president, or will you be voting in local elections? It's only for president. I will vote in local elections and ballot initiatives and things of that nature.
Good.
Because I don't really talk about any of that shit on stream anyway.
Sitch, are you voting for the abortion ban in Florida?
If it's on the ballot, I will vote against an abortion ban in Florida. I don't think I'm not familiar with there being on the ballot.
Oh, okay.
So. Lucy Doman for $5 Canadian. Thank you. Says Phil does recorded shout outs. Take your bet money and get him to make a video saying A team reigns supreme and S class.
Oh, that's a good idea. That is a great idea.
That's a great idea. Yeah. M8566 for 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Ian Walls for $10 says, I hate that this is my first super chat, but we can make a vote. But can we make a vote that, quote, if Trump and Kamala were ice cream flavors, what would it be and how would that affect the current election? Bulldogs forever.
Bulldogs rule. I'm so glad you brought that up.
Well, thank you for your first ever super chat. When you say make a vote, are you saying can we make a poll?
If Trump and Kamala were ice cream flavors, what would it be?
How would that affect the current election?
I don't know how it would affect.
That's a weird fucking question, Ian. Chat, if Kamala and Trump were ice cream flavors,
yeah,
what ice cream flavors would they be?
Well, Trump is like very brash and compulsive. So,
right,
like, what would an ice cream
brash
flavor?
Ice cream.
I don't know. Yeah.
Is there like ice cream with like gold in it?
No, but I mean, you could put gold in it, right?
Right, like
that's a good idea.
Like little gold nuggets in it,
gold
or something.
Flakes.
Yeah, there's like that. There's like that gold, the edible gold shit that they put on.
Yeah,
ice cream
Goldschlager and stuff like that. Oh yeah.
Here we go. $1,000 ice cream sundae with 23 karat gold and the world's rarest chocolate. But you need to order it 2 days in advance. There you go. That's what Trump is. He's the chocolate sundae that costs $1,000 because you put edible gold around it for some retarded reason.
Kamala's claim to fame is that she slept her way to the top. So what would that be for ice cream?
Well, obviously she's coconut flavored, right?
Oh yeah, the coconut. Perfect. Coconut cream.
There you go. Kamala's coconut cream. That's got multiple implications, right?
I guess so.
So we got coconut cream and we have the gold, the overpriced gold sundae. There you go. There's my choices for ice cream.
Did Kamala Harris had an affair with Willie Brown, right? When he was
What's
married?
the rumor? I don't know. Was it ever confirmed?
I think it was confirmed by Willie Brown.
Really?
Yeah. I guess we'll have to look into that.
Mm-hmm.
I know the right was trying to make it a big deal. So,
right.
But I mean, it's up there with the like Bill Clinton getting a blowjob in the Oval Office to me. So,
fact check: Kamala Harris and Willie Brown in a relationship. Let's see.
They dated. That's public record.
Okay.
And by dated, I mean She slept over multiple times.
Okay. So they're saying that, well, the claim is that he was going out with Harris while he was married, but the claim is that he was separated from his wife at the time.
Okay, so they dated.
So they did date.
Hmm.
But he was like 60 at the time and she was 29, so that's kind of sus, right?
Well, the Bible says to divide your age in half and add 7, but they just forgot to add the 7.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Lives in Deswald City for $5 says the not born in America thing is huge. Otherwise, the clear choice is for dog president is Hacker T Dog. He locks up the normal innocent man vote. Oh, that's that dog, huh? I didn't know that guy had a name. I'd vote for him for president. Or just normal men.
Innocent
men. Fondue for $5 says Tulsi walked up and German suplexed Kamala into the stage. I mean, just planted a Harris tree right there in the center of the stage. There you go. Oof. And Fondue for another $2 says, oh God, we should have clapped. We should have clapped. Imagine how much better the timeline would have been with Jeb. Okay. So much better.
No way.
None of this would have happened. Lucy Lundbug, thanks so much for the 5. Get the memberships. Thank you, Lucy.
Yes. That's great. I love it.
Curtis M for 2 months says, look up Drew Barrymore Mamala.
Oh no, is she stealing it from Drew Barrymore now?
Drew Barrymore says America needs Kamala Harris right now.
Oof.
Jesus. Terrible.
I was contemplating voting for her, but now that I know Drew Barrymore likes her, I'm outie.
I don't know. Should we bring this up?
No. Hard round brush.
For 800 yen. Thank you. Says James Lindsay says the unburdened line is an esoteric Marxist Luciferian phrase. Thoughts? Also 18 reign supreme. So someone else asked this. And I said, I like James Lindsay, but I don't. I read his Twitter thread on it. I don't buy it. It doesn't make it. His argument doesn't make any sense to me. So
I did not read the Twitter thread, but I do like that you put Atrium reign supreme. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you for your support.
Edward Sr. for $10 says, weirdly, even if Harris wins the election, we still won't have a POTUS whose ancestors were enslaved in the U.S. The fight continues. Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, she did all her enslaving overseas, right?
Well, no, it seems like that her ancestors are not like, quote, African American.
Right.
They're like she's half Jamaican, I believe. Or her parents were Americans, but her ancestry is Jamaican. And Obama's ancestry was not also African American. So
there's some, but I think there's also some rumor that her ancestors did own slaves in.
Right.
Yeah.
Lives in Deswald City for $5 says, if we really want to determine if the candidates are TISM touched or well regarded, just take away their Stretch Armstrong and see what happens. There you go. That should be a test that all candidates have to go through. I agree with that.
Did you have a Stretch Armstrong? I had one.
I didn't, but I desperately wanted one.
Oh, they were great. Yeah.
Fucking mom wouldn't get me one. Mom, why can't I get a Stretch Armstrong?
Oh my God.
What a bitch.
I'd step on his head and I would like pull it.
I know. They look so awesome. The fuck?
Anything with that guy.
Oh, so mad. And Hard Round Brush, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Stug for $2 says, okay, LOL. Thank you. Well, thank you, Stug.
Yeah.
Jay Hendricks for $2 says, like how they say a threat to our democracy. They emphasize the our.
Threat to the Democrats' democracy.
I see. Vibes 1992 for $2 says, Vosh is trying to make Kamala a cool Marxist now.
Really? Oh,
that's pretty funny.
He was simping pretty hard for Biden last election, so this is probably good news for him.
Interesting.
We might talk about Vosh again.
There
I think it's been a year. Since you even mentioned him.
I know he was like hardcore simping for Destiny's recent arc. So
Oh, okay.
interesting. Electro for $20. Thanks so much. For the $20 says S class is the best class. And well, I'm a man of my word. After I asked you to bring down the temperature, it rained the next day. So A team reigns
Whoa,
supreme.
really? Look at that.
Look at that. You did it, Adam.
My
Record
rain
temperature.
dance worked. My Native American rain dance.
Right.
Never mess with the Native American.
Hennessy for $5 says Sitch, native Florida cracker here. Abortion is on Amendment 4. Oh, look at that. Shows how much I pay attention. Legal weed is Amendment 3 this year. I did know that one. I say vote yes on both. A team is the best team. I am 100% voting for the legal weed amendment.
Abortion. What's Amendment 4? No abortion.
Amendment
ever?
4 reads, no law shall prohibit, penalize, delay, or restrict abortion before viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health or as determined by the patient's healthcare provider.
Wow, that is Roe.
There you
Basically
go.
Roe.
So yeah, I'll vote in favor of that. That's based. There you go.
And then will you worry about it? Will you worry about the Republicans' position on abortion?
Well, I already know what the
cares
Republicans' position on abortion is.
Look, who cares if Alabama wants to have a bunch of incest babies? Who cares?
Oh, right. I mean, I won't.
Why do you got to make it your business?
Because all those poor people in Alabama.
The poor will always be with us, Sitch.
Okay.
It's in the Bible.
Muggy for 15 months says, I've been scrolling through Twitter about the Assassin's Creed Shadows controversy, and people keep saying, who cares? And I just keep answering, then leave. It's a great answer.
Good. Yes. Yeah.
Then fuck off. Yeah, exactly. If you don't care. Yeah, get the fuck out.
Yeah, why are you here? So we have a new channel where we're going to talk about media, but we ran out of show. I mean, that Acolyte kind of went out on a whimper. So I don't know what we're covering next.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. There's always things to talk about.
Yeah. Media stuff.
Holtonator for $2 says, what do you think is the most important organization in the world? For me, I think it's the American military.
You mean like, oh yeah, organization, institution. That's a tough one.
I don't know. I have to think about it that way.
Most important. I mean, the U.S. military is that is
answer.
super important. Sure. Yeah. Is there anything more important than the U.S. military? How about the something to do with food, agribusiness?
No, I got it. You know what the most important organization in the world is?
What?
S-Class, baby! Yeah!
So self-serving. Look at this.
All my S-Class out there, you are the most important organization in the entire world.
And you're saying Donald Trump is selfish. Imagine
That's
this.
why like can see like, Adam. Okay.
You're saying S-Class is important as the United States military?
Game sees game.
What's that organization that keeps track of the nuclear waste?
I don't know. Some losers somewhere in the energy department.
I picked that one.
Okay.
That one's the most important.
Nerds. A bunch of nerds. CT for 2K8 says, have either of you read Jonathan Haidt's new book? Didn't you read?
Of course.
I didn't read it. The Anxious Generation. I haven't read it.
I read it when it first came out.
Is it good?
Yeah.
That seemed a little. You seemed a little hesitant there.
It's strange because it starts slow and has a great ending. It finishes better. So I think he front loaded it with a bunch of statistics because he was going to get a bunch of blowback from people who are like, social media is the greatest thing ever. How dare you? It's so hard if you're going after social media. How do you get your message out there when social media is really the way everyone spreads a message, and anyone who's capable of spreading a message is invested in social media in a way that they won't like what the message he's spreading.
Mhm.
Right?
Okay.
Doesn't that seem destined for failure?
It does. That's a good point.
Yeah. Look, I'm if he wants to get cell phones out of grade school, I'm all for it. I mean, that's
I
got to
sent
be a huge headache.
I sent you a picture. Does this change your mind about the Kamala Harris
Oh
running?
no. It's better not be scissoring.
What?
What is this real?
Oh. Well, I mean, it's a real tweet that Elon Musk put out there.
Oh. Does it change my mind about anything? No.
No, okay. Elon Musk tweeted out an AI generated fashion show. It's got a bunch of political candidates dressed up, and it's got Kamala in like a sexy coconut bikini top. Adam is not convinced.
I brought it up for you.
I'm shocked. There you go.
Do you like this? Is this?
I mean, her face looks kind of fucked up. The AI face is kind of fucked up.
Sitch is kind of a coomer. He likes this stuff.
Wow, you're obsessed.
What are you talking about?
You're the coomer. Chat. Who's the coomer? Me or Adam?
Not true. Not true. I don't even know what that word means.
There you go.
I'm just calling you it because you call me that.
Okay.
I don't even.
That's right. Rings of Power season 2 starts the end of August. Adam.
Does it really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of far away.
Right. We'll do something before then. Muggy for 6 MYR says play some games on that channel of yours. That's a good point. Hennessy for 27 months says, so how do you think the conversation went with Biden? I think they threatened him the 25th if he didn't step down. If you talked about it, I came late. We didn't really talk about it. I don't think they threatened him the 25th. I think the internal polling data just looks so awful, combined with donors not giving any money anymore. And there was just a wave of Democrat politicians saying, you need to drop the fuck out. And it became untenable. He became burdened by what was and what will be, and could not unburden himself.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Muggy fit for another 15 MYRs. Thank you. Says it doesn't have to be any good games. Just play some cringy visual novel games. Let me watch your throat game voice acting. Listen, I'm going to get Adam to play Slay the Princess. I'm curious as to the choices he'll make.
Isn't that like a big moral dilemma game?
Sort of. Yeah. It is a big moral level game, so you like it. It's about making moral
sounds
choices.
fun.
CT for 2 Canadian says, I think it was Adam who read Stolen Focus too. The book seems to support each other with how damaging social media is, not only for your mental health, but for your attention span too.
I have a great attention span.
Did you read Stolen Focus?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Because your attention span was ruined by social media.
No way. What are you talking about? Sometimes I do get in like a social media loop, and it is bad for your attention, but
that's true.
You got to break it. And I enjoy breaking it because you got to have you got to discipline yourself.
Right. Anyways.
Hold on one second. I got to.
What?
Brought up the 538. I'm even blowing it up here so you can see like the poll thing. I guess I can't. It sucks that I can't. I don't really have a pointer here. Do you have the stream up? Can you see?
I see it.
So there's where the blue and the red cross, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it looks like Biden is slightly over Trump, and then Trump completely takes off.
Right.
That is the debate.
Okay.
The X is the debate, right?
Interesting. Right.
Now look at this on the end here. You notice this big like swoop up?
Mm-hmm.
The swoop?
That's after he got shot?
That's the shooting right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It's like instantly.
And these numbers are aggregate of all polling
Yeah,
data.
you can see the dots are the various polls. Like you can see
Right.
some polls were like had Trump destroying.
Right.
Destroying. Maybe they're accurate, maybe they're not. Who knows?
Listen, Des Walsh for $2 says trivia jackbox night. Invite the EFAP crew. That'd be fun.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Maybe play with you guys. Dr. Diller for $2 says invite Riggs to party nights. There you go. Poor Riggs.
Is Riggs still around? I thought you guys
don't know.
frightened him off.
I think you guys did frighten him off.
Terrible.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. And thank you, a special thanks tonight, to Joe Biden for finally getting your old dementia ass out of the election. It took a while. It took some pressure from your boys Sitch and Adam, but finally was able to listen to reason and threats. And thank you, you who have listened to the end of the stream. You made it to the end of the stream, like Liz and Deswell Silly for another $2 that says Adam will adore the Slay the Princess art, which is true. You have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true people that will know that when you're in your 80s, that you are not fit to run for president. And we'll see you all next time.